Chapter 401 Chapter 401 Submitting to Fate. Chapter 401 Submitting to Fate. The Bright Moon Sect was on par with the Clear Sky School. Though they might not be as strong as the Clear Sky School yet, they weren't very far behind. Jiang Hao had collaborated with them before, so he knew a thing or two about them. They were also righteous. Currently, there was no other sect that could compare to them. They were the best choice. Even if I choose the Bright Moon Sect, how will I deliver the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl to them? Jiang Hao was silent. He felt that this matter couldn't be delayed. He couldn't visit the Bright Moon Sect. If he wanted to make contact with the people of the Bright Moon Sect without visiting the sect, then he had only one way. The stone tablet. Jiang Hao recalled the previous gathering. Xing had mentioned that the suppression of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was related to the purple energy, and Gue had hinted that the purple energy had something to do with him. After thinking through everything, Jiang Hao felt that this way might be feasible. It was still risky, but it was the best possible way for now. However, the question was whether he should offer to hand over the pearl. He needed to wait for the next gathering. He hoped it would be soon. The previous probing gaze was bound to set off chain reactions. Of course, there was another major issue to consider. He wasn't certain what the spying person wanted. He didn't know which possibility was the right one. If it was the former, everything he was planning now was unnecessary. Moreover, he would expose himself. Jiang Hao realized that he had attracted a lot of attention because of his previous actions, especially when he knew people were spying on him. With a sigh, he took out a book and began studying. He was now able to distinguish the majority of the languages of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Soon, he would be able to understand what those people were talking about in the corpse realm. 7 days passed, and Jiang Hao hadn't heard any news from the outside world. He frequently had Ching Chou inquire about events happening outside the sect. Nothing significant had happened yet. The only thing he learned was that the people from the Heavenly Saints sect were being wiped out by their sect. Han Ming was making contributions once again. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to that. What he wanted to know were updates about the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Unfortunately, he had received none. If there was any news, he wouldn't need Ching Chou to ask around. The Lawless Tower would have informed him if anything had happened. They would have even invited him over. What should I do? His only hope was the gathering. He decided to make plans on the assumption that the person was spying on him for the second reason. He had to treat it as such regardless. He hoped the impact would be contained. Otherwise, it would be increasingly difficult for him to cultivate peacefully. 7 more days went by. It was already mid-May. Still, there was no news. During this period, he went to the Lawless Tower a few times. The attitude of his fellow disciples there hadn't changed at all. He asked about Zhuang Yuzhen's experience inside the tower, so he could be prepared. With the reappearance of the hidden spirit, he might be able to avoid his cultivation from getting absorbed entirely. He also asked about how Zhuang Yuzhen had learned about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The answer was still the same. He had learned about it from a mysterious person. When Jiang Hao asked about the identity of this mysterious person, he got the same answer again. The mysterious person was mysterious because he didn't know anything about their identity. Jiang Hao was speechless. There was a chance that this mysterious person was actually Dan Yuan, but the likelihood was not very high. Such a person wouldn't expose themselves so easily. He wanted to know more about it because he wanted to prepare for the next gathering. The things he was going to say would have a huge impact. He needed to understand what the others were like. He had interacted with Gue to some extent. Although they weren't close, she did have principles. Lan Qian had returned alive and safe. It meant that Gue didn't kill him unnecessarily after she took over his body. and she knew that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was in the south and wanted to escape. It seemed like she was afraid of death. Lu was overseas. It was impossible to ascertain what he was like as a person. The only thing Jiang Hao knew about him was that Lu was trying to modify his cultivation method. Theoretically, Jiang Hao was safe from him because he was overseas and couldn't make it here quickly. Xing was the safest of them all. After all, he belonged to the Bright Moon Sect. If he didn't trust Jiang Hao's idea, he would simply cast it aside. Dan Yuan was the most mysterious. That's why he needed to find out more about him. He didn't know much about Lu. He could also inquire about the overseas situation through Hai Luo. In the end, he didn't find any clues, but he wasn't bothered. He waited quietly. Whether the gathering came first or the rumors, he could handle it. As for the outcome, he was unsure. He could only try his best. If he ran out of options, he had a last resort. Apart from a tiny minority, no one wanted to die willingly. He could still threaten the spy with death if nothing worked. However, he didn't want to do that. It wouldn't end with the death of only a few individuals. Countless people would perish. He had followed the demonic path, but he wasn't an evil person. He had never killed innocent people. Up to this point, he had cultivated and gained power, but he hadn't done it at the expense of others. He gazed calmly at the night sky. He had thought about it a lot and planned ahead. Now, he was ready. He only had to wait for whatever consequences that would unfold. There was no need to do anything else. I feel at ease having done what I could and accepting the things I can't change. Jiang Hao sighed. He had made the choices himself, so he had to accept the consequences, regardless of them being bad or good. "Master, what are you thinking?" the spirit beast asked. He glanced at the beast and smiled. "Go to sleep. There are spirit herbs to transplant tomorrow." "Master, I often see you sitting here alone. How about finding a mistress? It would make the house livelier. But don't pick someone like Miao Tinglian. She doesn't respect me at all." Jiang Hao chuckled. "Maybe I will if I have an opportunity in the future." There would probably be no such opportunity. First, he needed to get rid of Hong Yuya. When that day came, how would he handle it? He didn't know. Would he need to escape at that time? Probably not. Would his life go on like it was now? Shaking his head, Jiang Hao returned to his room and started studying the light and dust technique. For some reason, he wanted to study it. He felt as if his body was becoming indistinct. It felt like he was margining with the light and with the dust. Observing these changes, Jiang Hao's mind became clearer. A journey of 1,000 miles could be accomplished in a single step. At this moment, the fusion of spiritual energy and consciousness seemed to have broken some snackerlies. After a while, everything returned to normal. Jiang Hao was astonished. "I actually entered the second level." In an instant, he disappeared from his original position and reappeared soon after. What incredible speed! Sensing these changes, Jiang Hao felt that no one of the same level could compare with him anymore. However, he had no idea how to cultivate his spirit. It couldn't expand. If he could cultivate such a movement technique, others could too. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao felt the stone tablet vibrate. He let out a sigh of relief. There was a gathering tonight. It seemed that the gathering was happening before the rumors. This time, he needed to be prepared. He had to pick the right timing and content for his speech. Fortunately, he had laid the groundwork for himself earlier. Whether he could shift the blame this time would depend on their reactions. There was still a risk, but if he succeeded, he would be able to pull himself out. He spent the entire day practicing for the gathering. As midnight approached, he calmed himself. Only with a serene mind could he better handle the situation and think clearly. If he made a mistake, many troubles would arise. The moon was high in the sky when Jiang Hao opened his eyes. It's almost midnight. Without hesitation, he entered the gathering. Soon, he appeared at his seat. He observed the others. There seemed to be no changes in their expressions. It seems there were no rumors regarding the heavenly fate misfortune pearl yet. He couldn't discern anything from Dan Yuan's face. But he'd have to wait until the gathering formally started to know for sure. Even if the rumors had reached here, he was prepared to handle it. Chapter 402 Chapter 402 I've exposed myself. Chapter 402 I've exposed myself. The gathering began. After greeting Dan Yuan, everyone sat down cross-legged on the floor. Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly. He couldn't afford any mistakes in the impression he left behind. Otherwise, it would invite suspicion. It wouldn't be favorable for what follows. Any issues with your cultivation progress? Dan Yuan asked. No one spoke up. Several months had passed, and they hadn't made much progress at all. Advancement wasn't an easy task. What about the news of the Saint Bandits? Dan Yuan asked again. I've heard some news about them, Xing said. The Saint Bandits have been secretly searching for individuals with average talents who seek ways to enhance their cultivation. Especially those who use unconventional methods. Most of them belong to demonic sections. They are the main target of the Saint Bandits. Moreover, they also steal talents from some individuals, but strangely, they never take special talents from ordinary people. It seems they can only steal talents that have manifested. Lately, the Bright Moon Sect seems to be targeting the Saint Bandits, but they still can't find their true identity. Searching for individuals who use special methods to enhance their cultivation? Jiang Hao thought of the Blood Wish path. Does that count? There was also Bai Ye's method, which should also be considered. The black pearl formed from the land's nutrients was used to enhance his cultivation. If the Saint Bandits are looking for people like that all over the place, they'll probably find me too. But with so many demonic sects, it's unlikely they'll signal me out. Jiang Hao didn't think much about it. Even if the Saint Bandits came looking, it wouldn't pose a significant problem for him. If these people stole a disciple's talent from the Heavenly Note sect, the law enforcement hall would intervene. Something like that was no different from killing a disciple. Dan Yuan nodded. Anything else? No one else spoke up. The Saint Bandits were in the eastern region, while the others were not. It was too difficult to gather information about them. With no further information and no follow-up tasks, the gathering moved on to the next phase. Jiang Hao noticed that news about the heavenly fate misfortune pearl had not spread yet. It seemed those who were trying to spy on him wanted the information to remain secret for now. Maybe they wanted to take matters into their own hands. Will you all be in the eastern region for the next few years? Xing suddenly asked. I'm already on my way. What task do you have? Gui asked. During the Bright Moon Sect's Grand Dao Conference, I'd like you all to take certain positions, Xing said. For the sake of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment? Lu asked. More or less. This matter will attract a lot of attention, and there might be some trouble at that time, Xing said. Jiang Hao nodded. If he went, it would accelerate the appearance of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. An individual with the potential for great luck in the future would benefit any sect they were born into. Because when misfortune appeared, only such individuals would be qualified to suppress them, like the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. An individual with great luck should be able to seal the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, just like him. I'll send someone, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao and the others weren't surprised by this. Dan Yuan had always been pushing for the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. I'll stay in the east for a while, said Gui. I can't free up my schedule for now, Lu said helplessly. Then, Xing looked at Jiang Hao. I might be able to go, Jiang Hao said after a brief hesitation. He didn't want to agree, but he needed to set the stage for what was to come. The location of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was a problem. He might need Xing. Xing thanked everyone. For the reward, I can offer magic treasures and pills. Jiang Hao nodded, but he didn't really want any of those. However, if he went, he would likely activate their luck and further support the emergence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The Bright Moon Sect wasn't lacking in power or strength. Even if many people spied on them, they could withstand it as long as the other sects didn't launch a large-scale attack or incite internal conflict. After that, there were no more tasks. This led to the final phase of the gathering. Jiang Hao was the first to speak up. His voice was low and devoid of emotion. I have something to say to you all. Everyone was surprised that Jing had spoken up. Usually, Jing just listened attentively and avoided initiating conversation. Everyone was curious. They wondered if something had happened near the Heavenly Note sect again. But their eyes widened when they heard what he had to say. I gave the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl to Jiang Hao of the Heavenly Note sect. In just a few words, a multitude of messages were conveyed. Gui and the others were stunned. It was difficult for them to calm themselves. Gui looked at the others beside her in astonishment. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl they had been discussing was in the hands of this person right beside her. She recalled how Xing had said that purple energy had prevented the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl from erupting before. The only person she could associate with the purple energy was Jing. Suddenly it made sense. Jing had gone to the Heavenly Note sect and found that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was about to erupt. So, he might have intervened and acquired the pearl. The others also guessed the same. After all, whenever purple energy was mentioned, Gui always looked at Jing. However, they were still puzzled. I remember Jiang Hao is only at the Foundation establishment realm. Is it safe to entrust it to him? Gui asked. Giving such a dangerous item to someone at the Foundation establishment realm seemed risky. Gui had asked a valid question. Xing and Lu also wanted to know the answer. They had considered the matter beforehand and were certain that Dan Yuan was also watching Jiang Hao closely at this moment. With the appearance of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and it being held by someone at the Foundation establishment realm, no one would be at ease. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. If you're concerned, you can ask him for it. Gui was the first to back off. I won't ask for it. I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it. Lu didn't say anything. He looked at Xing. Xing was silent. He seemed lost in thought. Is there a reason that you arranged it that way, friend Jing? Asked Dan Yuan. Jiang Hao had already considered that question. The only suitable answer was greater safety. After careful consideration, I thought that placing it there is the safest option, Jiang Hao said. Is it due to the unique nature of the Heavenly Note sect, or is it because of some special quality of the individual? Gui asked. Both, said Jiang Hao. Suddenly, Xing seemed to have thought of something. I heard that disciples of the Bright Moon sect attacked a certain faction. They witnessed an extremely terrifying misfortune there. Just as the people from that faction were about to spread the news, they were wiped out by the Bright Moon sect. Now, they refuse to disclose what they have discovered. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Those might be the people who had spied on him before. But why would they spy on him in the first place? Who had enmity with the Bright Moon sect? Among those with enmity with the Bright Moon sect, very few had any connection to him. Jiang Hao thought of one possibility. Gu Qing from the fallen immortal clan. This was the only thing he could think of. Most of his trouble started with the captives from the Lawless Tower. There were two people who had managed to leave from the Lawless Tower, Gu Qing and Mi Lingyue. Mi Lingyue was certainly not the one behind this, so Gu Qing was the likely suspect. Chapter 403 Chapter 403 Going to the Bright Moon Sect. Chapter 403, Going to the Bright Moon Sect. Jiang Hao was confused about how Gu Qing had managed to pass on the message to the fallen immortal clan. She had been at the Lawless Tower all along and was later taken away by Su Bai. She didn't have any contact with others. At most, he had gone there for a visit. Suddenly, it dawned on Jiang Hao. The mines. The mining site was the most unregulated place and the easiest place to pass on information. Gu Qing had a grudge against him, so she would undoubtedly use various methods to spread unfavorable news about him. I should have followed her to the mining site on her first day there. Jiang Hao sighed. He had nothing more to say. Unfortunately, there wouldn't be another chance. He could only deal with the current situation for now. However, the outcome he had imagined had not yet come to pass. I have a question, Gui said. According to Xing, there will always be people spying on the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. If everyone knows that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl is in Jiang Hao's hands in the Heavenly Note Sect, what will we do? It would be impossible for the whole Heavenly Note Sect to defend it, let alone a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. She had asked a good question, and Jiang Hao was pleased. That was the exact question he needed the answer to. If no one brought it up, he would have had to bring it up himself. Now that Gui had asked it, he was pleased. Xing hesitated for a moment. Can I take it away when the time comes? He asked Jiang Hao. Of course. Jiang Hao agreed without hesitation. He had planned for the Bright Moon Sect to take it away anyhow. However, since the person spying on him had been caught and no news had leaked, he didn't need to rush. Furthermore, he now had a guarantee of safety. All eyes turned to Dan Yuan. Then, it's settled. Dan Yuan nodded. Jiang Hao understood that no one was willing to take responsibility for the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Because of him, he could control the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. After all, he had prevented an eruption before. For the time being, no one else would get involved. A slight misstep could lead to destruction. The matter of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was too huge for everyone to remain calm. They felt that Jing was always quiet, but when he did speak, it was a big deal. Speaking of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, I've noticed that some overseas individuals have retreated. Both the Black Heaven Sect and the Immortal Sunset Sect have taken action. After all, once the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl is found, the danger lies in the southern region, and they obviously won't allow that, Gui said. Then, she looked at Jiang Hao. She couldn't have imagined that such a pearl could be handled by such a reserved person. And now, it was in the hands of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Was this a show of high regard? No matter how she looked at it, she didn't consider Jiang Hao special. After all, she had interacted with him for a while, and he always acted cautiously. Was it because of that? She realized that Jiang Hao wasn't very reckless and ambitious. He was a very calm and stable person. She should have tried to get him on their side back then. But it was too late now. Jing handing the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl to him spoke volumes. The matter of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl will certainly continue for some time. Those people won't give up so easily. With the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl in hand, there are far too many people it can intimidate, Lu said. Didn't I mention a group of people suddenly appearing overseas before? These people seem to be plotting something, and the surrounding seas have suddenly quietened down. Now, some heavenly kings are planning to investigate the matter. Jiang Hao felt that quite a few strange things were happening overseas. First, there was a strange phenomenon on the seabed, and now there was more strangeness on the small islands. But they hadn't brought about any significant impact, and he didn't know why. After that, Jiang Hao remained silent and listened to their discussion about the recent events. Gui asked the most questions, so Jiang Hao could also learn a lot. For instance, he learned what to be wary of when traveling to the eastern region. Although the Clear Sky School and the Bright Moon Sect were present there, one still needed to be extremely cautious. After all, the demonic sects in the eastern region were not to be underestimated. The eastern region was prosperous and filled with talent. A small misstep could easily lead to danger. Some time passed, and Jiang Hao exited the gathering. He let out a heavy sigh. Then he took out his notebook and began jotting down the key points of the gathering. First, the Saint Bandits mission was still ongoing. The individuals involved haven't been identified yet, but they are likely to contact those who advance using special method. Secondly, it was important to attend the Bright Moon Sect's Dao conference to promote the emergence of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Finally, the revelation that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was given to Jiang Hao. He learned from Xing that the spying individual might be from the fallen Immortal clan. The news hadn't spread yet. If rumors become widespread, the Bright Moon Sect will take over the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. These were the three main points. There was no need to be concerned about the other people targeting the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl for now. He didn't know much about overseas matters. Having a general understanding of the situation was enough. Of these 3 points, the first wasn't too important. The second required some consideration. The third was the most crucial. Now they all consider me to be associated with Jing. It's not necessarily a good thing for me, but at least I have a shield. As long as Jing stands firm, they won't do anything to me, which will buy me more time. Exposing the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl also carries risks, but currently, they don't seem interested in getting their hands on it. Jiang Hao thought it over and realized that once a karmic connection was established with the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. However, Jing could prevent the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl from erupting. Thus, it gave them a greater advantage. Naturally, Jing's arrangement received some recognition. More importantly, the impression that Hing had left in the gathering was significant. He seemed mysterious, quiet, and eccentric. Those were enough for now. The only thing lacking was a clear demonstration of strength. This upcoming trip to the Bright Moon Sect would expose his true identity. Jiang Hao sighed. He stopped overthinking things. He had made all the necessary arrangements, and everything seemed reasonable. He had arrived in the southern region as Jing, and when the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was stopped from erupting by the purple energy, Gui associated the purple energy with Jing. Furthermore, Xing had mentioned his name before and considered it special. He had also casually mentioned his intention to get in touch with him. It made sense that he had given the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl to him. Even if someone had spied his name and seen the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, it would still be within the realm of reason. This way, everyone attending the gathering would be implicated. If a major danger arose, Xing or Dan Yuan would undoubtedly intervene. Standing on the balcony, Jiang Hao exhaled a breath of relief. Everything was going relatively smoothly, but how long it would remain stable was uncertain. For now, he needed to focus on ascending to the Soul Ascension Realm. Only 10 more days remained. Soul Ascension Realm was right within reach. In a sect near the sea in the southern region, Su Bai woke up from his meditation. He stepped out of his room and arrived at the place where the fallen Immortal clan members were imprisoned. Su Bai, just kill us. You won't get any information from us, Butsong shouted. Is that so? Su Bai asked softly. Any last wishes? Chapter 404 Chapter 404 Spiritual Fire. Chapter 404 Spiritual Fire. Jiang Hao looked at his interface. He still lacked a bit of cultivation and lifeblood. He then headed to the Spirit Herb Garden. If he could find another blue bubble, he would be able to advance tonight. Ching-Cho, who was standing at the entrance of the spirit herb garden, immediately rushed over to report the situation. The main issue is with the outer sect. The spirit herb garden was just recently opened. The quality of the soil is unstable, and some of the spirit herbs are showing signs of withering. Although the disciples of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion have examined it, their own problems are even greater. Senior Sister Meow isn't free, so we're not sure who to ask for help. Jiang Hao walked all the way to the Blue Bubbles. After confirming that both Lifeblood and Cultivation were full, Jiang Hao sighed in relief. It seemed that there was no need to wait any longer. He could attempt to advance tonight. After advancing, he could finally sell the talismans he had. No more piling up of tasks. Lately, he had been using up talismans, and he had less than 1,000 spirit stones left. He had used mostly the Heaven Secrets 1 Lidden talismans and the Breath Concealment talisman. The materials were expensive, and the talismans couldn't be sold. Other than those that are withering, how are the other spirit herbs? Jiang Hao asked. Even if he was going to advance tonight, he still needed to handle the matters of the spirit herb garden. He couldn't rush things. Not very well. Ching-Cho shook his head. The spiritual energy there is insufficient, and the land can't be compared to a normal spirit herb garden. It's mainly because it's too large. The resources are spread thin after distribution, and the effects are slow. Jiang Hao nodded. This was a situation he had no control over. However, as long as there were more spirit herbs, the environment there could be changed. Once they persisted through this phase, they would enter a bountiful phase. As for the withering of the spirit herbs, it naturally needed attention. After all, many of them belonged to him. Even if they weren't his, too much withering could cause trouble. Everything would be dealt with calmly so that the seniors weren't alarmed. Having understood the surrounding situation, Jiang Hao didn't think much about it. This was his responsibility, but he had lived through similar situations in all these years. Compared to the other things he had faced, this was ordinary. Oh, by the way, Ching-Cho hesitated. Although the rumors aren't increasing in recent days, they are deeply rooted. They feel that you have accepted the blood wish path. Even the ordinary people are wary of you. Are they doing their tasks properly? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Ching-Cho nodded. That's good. Don't worry about it, Jiang Hao said. There was nothing inherently wrong with pursuing the blood wish path. It not only made him seem more like a disciple of the demonic sect, but it also provided him with a reason for advancement. Now, his excuse for advancement didn't have to depend solely on fortuitous encounters. People would assume the blood wish path played a part in it as well. Everything was going smoothly, except Han Ming. He still had to reach the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. When that time came, he would wait a bit longer before displaying his cultivation at the Golden Core realm. Once he achieved the Golden Core realm, his status in the Heavenly Note sect would rise. Under his watch, the Spirit Herb Garden wouldn't encounter issues, and it would facilitate his cultivation. The only trouble was whether he could continue guarding the Spirit Herb Garden. When it was evening, Jiang Hao returned to his courtyard. After making sure that everything was all right, he attempted to advance to the next realm. He had used the last of his spirit stones to purchase an array formation to prevent any unpleasant surprises. He also activated some Heaven Secrets hidden talismans around his house. Only then did he close his eyes and begin to cultivate. His lifeblood and cultivation were extracted. Boundless spiritual energy surged around him. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra circulated, and immediately, a purple aura enveloped him. Advancement was an extremely perilous process. Jiang Hao didn't dare to be distracted. At this moment, he felt the spiritual energy surging toward his primordial spirit. For a moment, it felt like the peak of the primordial spirit realm was being consumed by flames. Intense pain spread through his body. The burning sensation covered his entire being. Amidst the burning, Jiang Hao felt a light appear between his eyebrows. This was a divine ability of the primordial spirit called the Divine Might. The Divine Might was tempered by the flames of the primordial spirit. At that moment, Jiang Hao felt that his spirit was becoming increasingly pure and condensed. Under the flame of the primordial spirit, his lifeblood was also ignited. It tempered his body. Only by doing so could he support a powerful primordial spirit and unleash his full strength. This tempering process lasted for 3 days. At dawn, the purple energy gradually dissipated, and Jiang Hao's body appeared within the purple aura. When the purple aura completely dissipated, he opened his eyes. An inexplicable pressure emerged around him, and an intangible flame seemed capable of igniting everything around him. It was the spiritual flame of divine ability. This divine ability is quite powerful. After his advancement, Jiang Hao could perceive that the most significant change this time was in his divine ability. Previously, divine might could protect his primordial spirit and impose pressure on others. Now, his divine might was like a flame that could ignite with his consciousness. Those with weaker strength would experience unbearable suffering. If the flame wasn't extinguished, the agony wouldn't stop. Moreover, he could sense the power of a refined spirit. What was previously an intangible primordial spirit had now become solid, robust, and colossal. It could easily overpower the primordial spirit. Indeed, the process of refining the soul was terrifying. His former self was so weak compared to his current self. A short while later, he began absorbing the remaining cultivation to refine his realm. During the night, he made some changes to his backup treasures. For instance, the 9 Heavens battle armor set. The set hadn't been activated fully yet because his cultivation had been weak. Now, he could fully make use of its potential. The moon, slaying and mountain suppression techniques in his wrist guards needed to be replaced as well. Jiang Hao also needed to modify the reappearance of hidden spirit between his brows. At noon, he once again reached his peak. Afterward, he went to the courtyard to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flowers. This time, he needed to see how long it would take for the bubbles to appear. After he was done with his advancement, everything began to return to normal. During the day, he tended to the spirit herb garden. At night, he meditated and examined himself. He had only just advanced, and he needed time to adapt to his current power and strength. At 28 years old, he was at the soul ascension realm. He felt as though the entire sect was no match for him. It was easy to entertain thoughts like that which would lead him astray. The future was promising, so he felt that he had become invincible. Once such thinking became a habit, it would be hard to acknowledge one's flaws. One would feel as though their arrogance was just a natural state of being. That was the most terrifying thing. He needed to calm himself. It would be best if he spoke as little as possible during the next few days. Even 5 days later, no bubbles appeared near the heavenly fragrance Dao flowers. There was none on the 6th day too. On the 7th day, 2 blue bubbles appeared. An extra 2 days, but that's okay. That meant 1 cultivation point in 7 days. Around 4 each month. 52 in a year. 2 years would be needed for the next advancement. It's slower than before. It's a pity that Xianyuan Tai's flower won't be here for long, or else I could get blue bubbles from it too. But it might take 20 years to advance beyond the soul ascension realm. I was already quite fast in my advancement. Moreover, in a few more years, the immortal peach tree might become a divine tree. By then, he might get more blue bubbles. This would further increase his speed. He might advance in 1 year instead of 2. He just needed to wait for the immortal peach tree's next incarnation. The future held promise. Chapter 405 Chapter 405 Name List for the Trip to the Bright Moon Sect. Chapter 405 Name List for the Trip to the Bright Moon Sect. In early June, Jiang Hao stood before the peach tree and noticed that it had started to flower and bear fruit again. Moreover, the weather had become slightly hotter. The heat would become more apparent in the summer, but it was hard to feel it within the sect during the winter. He appraised the peach tree and found that it still needed 3 more incarnations to become a divine tree. It seems becoming a divine tree will take another decade or so. It's all right, but I'm afraid something unexpected might happen during that time. After that, Jiang Hao woke the spirit beast, and they headed to the spirit herb garden. How are Chu Chuan and the others? Jiang Hao asked. Things had settled down now, and he finally had the time to pay attention to their progress. The matter with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl might bring a lot of trouble. Fortunately, he was prepared and didn't need to worry too much. He needed to wait to see how the others would respond. However, he needed to find a way to attend the Bright Moon Sect's Tao conference. He hoped it wouldn't ruin the impression he left at the last gathering. Chu Chuan has advanced to the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, said the spirit beast. So quickly? Jiang Hao was surprised. Yesterday, he told us that he had become an inner sect disciple. He said he's different now and told Shouldn to bring it on. Then what? Well, he's getting his teeth fixed. Jiang Hao smiled. While Shouldn was also at the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, she was far from an ordinary disciple in the same realm. However, Chu Chuan's progress was remarkable. Has anyone been teaching Shouldn lately? Jiang Hao asked. She often goes to that stern person's house, and she insists on taking me along. But every time she falls asleep. The spirit beast sighed. Master, that person shows no respect for me. He is my master, said Jiang Hao. Oh, then I should show him a little respect, said the spirit beast. Is Shouldn willing to go there? Jiang Hao asked. Not very, the beast said. Why? It's a bit far from the cafeteria. Jiang Hao nodded. He decided to have Ching Chou inform Shouldn that if she could advance to the 9th stage soon, then she might make it to the Foundation establishment realm by the end of the year. That way, she won't have to keep listening to the teaching every day. What about Lin Ji? Jiang Hao asked. Very stable, said the spirit beast. Under the guidance of me, Lord Beast, he can now take a hit without being injured. How's his cultivation? Jiang Hao asked. Still at the 1st stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Many people in the sect feel that he's a waste of resources. Some are clamoring to ask seniors to intervene or report directly to the law enforcement hall, the spirit beast said. Jiang Hao wasn't concerned. His master had allowed Lin Ji to stay. Which inner disciple would dare to go against the cliff master's orders? Even true disciples wouldn't dare to challenge the master's decision. As for the law enforcement hall, they had no authority over the different branches. This was the cliff of broken hearts' internal matter. It was beyond the jurisdiction of the law enforcement hall. They wouldn't step in until a disciple was physically harmed. At what stage is he at for the Sun-Moon Lifeblood Refinement Cultivation Technique? Jiang Hao asked. At the 5th stage. Although he feels more star energy entering his body, his cultivation realm hasn't increased much, said the spirit beast. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed that the spirit beast hadn't been slacking off in its duties. On the contrary, it seemed to enjoy it. When they arrived at the spirit herb garden, a communication talisman appeared before them. It seemed the cliff master wanted Jiang Hao to meet him. What's the matter this time? Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He rushed over immediately. He found Han Ming, Mu Qi, Shouldn, and Ning Xian, along with a few other rarely seen seniors. Senior brother Jiang. Shouldn rushed over to him. Jiang Hao introduced her to the others one by one. He led her to Han Ming last. You can call him Senior Brother Han, Jiang Hao said. Senior Brother Han, hello, Shaoli said in greeting. Han Ming looked at her. In the future, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Although my strength is average, I can still offer some guidance. As for combat tips, I can help you much better in that aspect. Senior Brother Jiang doesn't have much combat experience. Indeed, Junior Brother Han's strength and abilities are beyond doubt, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Shaoli nodded. She was thinking about going to the Spirit Herb Garden when she was done here. Ching Chou had gone out of the sect. He promised her he would bring her some delicious food. After a short while, they all entered Ku Wu Chang's courtyard. Ku Wu Chang got straight to the point. The sect has already decided. In a few months, we will be going to the Bright Moon sect. As I will be leading the team this time, I can take a few more people with me. From Lifeblood Refinement Realm, I'm taking Shaoli along. From Foundation Establishment Realm, Jiang Hao. From Golden Core Realm, Mu Qi and Jiu Wu. And from Primordial Spirit Realm, Ning Xian and Tianli. Be prepared. We might depart at any time in the coming month. Jiang Hao was surprised. This was different from what he had expected. Why isn't Senior Brother Han included? Shaoli asked softly. Because he's too qualified, Mu Qi said with a smile. Oh. Little Li nodded. Senior Brother Han does seem really amazing. She was often at the Spirit Herb Garden. Miao Tinglian and Mu Qi also visited the garden frequently. They knew Han Ming quite well. Han Ming smiled and felt proud of himself when he heard their praises. Jiang Hao saw it now. Han Ming, at 27, was fundamentally still the same as he was years ago. If someone complimented and acknowledged him, he became approachable. But why was he chosen to go along? That left him completely puzzled. This journey wouldn't just take a few months. How would the law enforcement hall agree to it? And it wasn't part of his plan. Shaoli didn't mind. It would be a chance for her to go out and explore. Though the others were surprised, seeing Jiang Hao and Shaoli arrive had prepared them mentally. They didn't say much. After all, most of them were going because their master was leading them. Ku Wu Chang dismissed them after that. Jiang Hao followed the seniors and left. However, he returned to his master's house after a while again. Do you need something? Asked Ku Wu Chang. He wasn't surprised to see Jiang Hao back here. Master, can I request to give my spot to someone else? Asked Jiang Hao. To whom? Asked Ku Wu Chang. Junior Brother Chu Chuan, he said. Chu Chuan? Asked Ku Wu Chang with a frown. Why don't you want to go? There's quite a bit of work in the Spirit Herb Garden, and I might need to stay behind to take care of it. Ku Wu Chang looked at Jiang Hao. He was silent for a long while, then he said, All right. Jiang Hao thanked him and left. He felt that his master could remove his name from the law enforcement hall's suspect list. However, he felt that it was safer for him to be on the suspect list and inside the sect. He had offended too many people. If not for the list, the sect would have sent him on various missions. It would have been dangerous for him. 3 days later, the list of names for the trip to the Bright Moon sect was revealed. Many were chosen from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. From the Lifeblood Refinement Realm, the cliff had 2 names. One was Shaoli and the other was Chu Chuan. Both had recently become inner sect disciples, and both were quite young. Senior Brother Jiang, are you not coming with us? Shaoli asked with concern. Jiang Hao nodded. Take the beast with you. Really? Shaoli smiled. Master, have you finally discovered my potential? Asked the spirit beast. Get used to the outside world and evaluate Chu Chuan's progress on the way. I also need you to do something important. What is it, Master? The spirit beast asked. When you arrive at the Bright Moon sect, find a place and activate the ring like I taught you, said Jiang Hao. Chapter 406 Chapter 406 Mocked Again. Chapter 406 Mocked Again. Before the names were announced, Jiang Hao's intention was for the spirit beast to take Swan to the eastern region. However, it was too dangerous. So, he planned for Shouldn to go to the master and request to go to the Bright Moon Sect, and then take Swan along. Shouldn was no ordinary disciple. She was the next true disciple. The plan was to wait for Shouldn to reach the Foundation establishment realm. But the name list was announced faster than expected. And he was on it too. It would be fine for Shouldn to go, but he absolutely couldn't. At least not now when he had attracted the attention of Xing. Going to the Bright Moon Sect was like throwing oneself into a trap. Furthermore, his plan would be severely restricted. Also, if he gained any merit on the trip, it would be difficult to make it to the law enforcement hall's suspect list in the future. A few of the spies he knew had further use. There was no need to expose them yet. It was already enough for Shouldn to go. As for Swan, he always wanted to visit the Bright Moon Sect. He would go on his own even if not with the team. The worst-case scenario would be letting the spirit beast accompany him there. With enough spirit stones, magical treasures, and the spirit beast, the trip would be safe. This saved him a lot of trouble, but he still had to give them some spirit stones for emergencies. And talismans too. When going to the eastern region, these things might not be very useful, but it's always good to have them at hand. After teaching the beast how to use the rings, he let it play by itself. However, he instructed the beast that it needed to activate the ring outside the sect. It might not be possible to use it within. It was safer outside. Activating it inside the Bright Moon Sect was too dangerous. After all, it was a genuine immortal sect. Who could if experts were constantly inspecting the surroundings for such behaviors? If they were discovered, there would be no chance to escape. "Why aren't you going, junior brother Jiang?" asked Miao Tinglian curiously. "There's a lot to do in the Spirit Herb Garden," Jiang Hao said helplessly. "It's just some outer sect matters. But I don't have the time to help you guys anymore. The sect's mission this time is to investigate the Heavenly Saints sect. Don't they know what I did there in the past?" Miao Tinglian said indignantly. "Perhaps they do know, which is why they sent you?" Jiang Hao didn't dare say it aloud. "Forget it. I'm going to the law enforcement hall to get some people." With that, Miao Tinglian turned and left. Watching her leave, Jiang Hao decided to go to the outer sect. He needed to see what was going on with the withered spirit herbs. When he arrived at the outer sect, he found many people discussing the upcoming trip to the Bright Moon Sect. They seemed envious of people who were getting the chance to go there. Some even thought that after they became inner sect disciples, they might have a chance to go next time. Jiang Hao just listened quietly. Opportunities could sometimes be so unbelievable. Taking a step forward might lead to life-changing things. One would either be soaring to the heavens or plummeting to the abyss. This applied to his situation with the Bright Moon Sect as well. However, he chose to stay put. He didn't need more opportunities. Arriving at the outer sect's Spirit Herb Garden, he saw both Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators and Lifeblood Refinement Realm cultivators all over the place. Sometimes Jiang Hao wondered why he, a Soul Ascension Realm cultivator, was mingling with them. One of the top disciples had a perfect primordial spirit realm. Jiang Hao could compete for the 9th top disciple position. He caught himself. This kind of thinking would bring him down. Looking down on anyone might bring bitter consequences. Others were careless in their regard for him and attacked him recklessly. If he acted the same way, he might very well end up the way others had. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Jiang Hao arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden. Nowadays, numerous spirit herbs were cultivated here. The spiritual energy was denser, but the soil was still unsuitable. It took a long time for cultivation. "Senior brother Jiang," said one of the outer sect disciples in greeting. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. He looked around and found that most spirit herbs had withered. After inspecting it, he realized it was a common problem. The soil lacked nutrients, and the surrounding spiritual energy was insufficient. A vial of spirit liquid could solve the issue. But there were so many spirit herbs here. 1 vial per herb would consume an enormous amount. After hesitating, Jiang Hao said, "Bury all the withered herbs in the spirit field as nourishment." This surprised the others, but they still obeyed him. As he watched them bury the spirit herbs one by one, Jiang Hao felt like a pile of spirit stones was slipping away from him. However, it couldn't be helped. The soil here couldn't support so many spirit herbs. Sacrificing the ones that were about to wither so others with stronger vitality could survive was inevitable. Letting go now would prevent even greater loss. Many understood this principle, but few had the courage to make this decision. Ching Chou didn't dare, nor did the other disciples. Jiang Hao did it. It wasn't just about taking a chance with the seniors. He had his own reasons. Jiang Hao asked some questions about the situation. He wanted to find out whether anyone had come here to influence them. The answer he received was no. The person in charge of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion still treated them well. Jiang Hao took a look around. It was still the same senior as before. He had been in charge all this time. Jiang Hao took his leave after watching them bury the spirit herbs. On the way, he heard some people whisper about him. "Is that the one from the Cliff of Broken Hearts who cultivates the blood wish path? Is he kind to others, or is it all for their blood?" "Perhaps, but I heard the blood wish path is bloody. I was lucky enough to have seen what it is about. It was truly gruesome. That senior looks gentle and righteous, but I never expected him to be so cruel." Even if you see a kind and gentle senior in this sect, you still have to be cautious. We've seen plenty of this type of people in our sect. It's just that it's the first time it feels so shocking. I used to think he was a kind person. I really envied those people who worked under him, but now, I should consider myself fortunate not to be among them. Jiang Hao didn't pay them any mind. They were just talking behind his back after all. And once the blood wish path was established, there was nothing wrong with it. In the beginning, he had been used by various people precisely because he was a good person. Senior Sister Yun Ruo had been like that too, as were some others in the 100 Bones forest. Now they would weigh things carefully. As for his reputation, after 100 years, or 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years later, what would it matter? If he lived long, everything would become distant memories. The next day, after dealing with the spirit herbs, Jiang Hao went to set up a stall to sell talismans. The spirit beast and the others were heading out, so he needed to prepare some things for them, and that required spirit stones. Just as Jiang Hao had set up his stall, a senior in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm approached him. "Hey, it's been a couple of years since we last met. You seem to have advanced to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Does that mean you already know how to draw the 6 Golden Core talismans?" Duan Guan sneered. Jiang Hao looked at the senior in front of him. "Senior brother, you must be joking. I still can't." Indeed, he couldn't. "You still can't do that? It's really surprising that you're already at Foundation establishment realm and yet show no sign of progress," Duan Guan said mockingly. "I suppose you haven't even learned the power manipulation talisman yet?" "I learned it," Jiang Hao said. "Learned it? Then why aren't you selling it? Aren't you just boasting? Even I could say I know how to make them." Duan Guan snorted coldly. "With your attitude, you're practically wasting your talent for talisman making." After saying that, he threw down 3,000 spirit stones and took all of Jiang Hao's talismans. Jiang Hao looked astonished. 3,000? Was this senior really wealthy? Could he possibly be an alchemist as well? In truth, Jiang Hao had quite a few power manipulation talismans, but he just wanted to provoke the senior. Whenever the senior looked pissed, he ended up buying everything. Next time, if he didn't buy his talismans, he could take out the power manipulation talismans. Who would have thought that this senior would inquire about the 6 golden core talismans? He hadn't even prepared those. There was indeed nothing he could say. However, it was still surprising that the senior had bought all of Jiang Hao's talismans so unexpectedly. Chapter 407 Chapter 407 People Change. Chapter 407 People Change. For the next half-month, Jiang Hao sold talismans. Unfortunately, after senior brother Duan, his sales weren't doing well. He happened to know his name, and it seemed that he was indeed an alchemist. Moreover, his status was not low. Otherwise, with that mouth of his, it would bring him a lot of trouble. In the past half-month, he had only earned a total of 1,500 spirit stones. After that, he sold some ordinary yet valuable items, which were left behind by Yu Xian and by Ji. The total amount of spirit stones he had was 6,235 spirit stones. If it weren't for Duan Guan, his earnings would have been half. Although his words were harsh, he was wealthy and generous. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter such opportunities often. During this month, there had been no news about the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. It seemed that the information hadn't been leaked yet, and he didn't know how long it could be kept hidden. Once Shaoli and the others headed to the eastern region, he could set up a teleportation formation there. In case there were real problems in the future, he could escape there. However, there were too many experts over there. Once the teleportation formation was taken by someone, it would deactivate, and he wouldn't be able to use it to escape. He would have lost a valuable resource. The sect decided to depart in early September. The heads of the 3 main branches would lead the teams. Those ranches were the Cliff of Broken Hearts, the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, and the Law Enforcement Hall. For a while, Jiang Hao began to understand why his master had asked him to go with them. With the master of the Law Enforcement Hall present, he would naturally be under his surveillance, and he could stay there for as long as needed. As for the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, he couldn't attack him with the other masters around. As long as he performed well and the master was willing to speak for him, he was safe from danger, and he might also be removed from the suspect list of the Law Enforcement Hall. Regrettably, he had declined the offer. His master had intended to lend him a helping hand, but he lacked the determination. Although it was somewhat regrettable, he still hoped to ease the resentment in the heart of the person from Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Only in that way could he be completely safe. Now that person was heading to the Bright Moon Sect, and they probably wouldn't return for a year or more. He could feel a bit more at ease. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao sought out Chu Chuan. Before their departure, there were some things he wanted to discuss with him. "Are you going to test me this time?" Chu Chuan asked with excitement. Chu Chuan shouted loudly and attacked. He used fist techniques and spells. He constantly switched between them and did it fast. His awareness was strong, and his attacks were strong. He balanced offense and defense well, and his techniques were quite good. Although there were some flaws, it was quite impressive. After his opponent exhausted his moves, Jiang Hao began to counterattack. Every move struck Chu Chuan's weakest point. He didn't use much force, just enough to let him feel it. After a while, Chu Chuan collapsed to the ground. In the first half of the fight, he felt joy, but now, he only felt pain. It was really tormenting. "Actually, you did quite well. Who taught you those spells and techniques?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. "Lord Beast taught me. Senior Brother Qing gave me some guidance too, and I also figured out some myself," Chu Chuan said as he sat up. Jiang Hao nodded. The beast was taking its job seriously. Did you come here because of the matter with the Bright Moon Sect, Senior Brother Jiang? Chu Chuan was curious. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. There are a few things I need to talk to you about. Is it to tell me not to tell Chu Jie anything about you? Asked Chu Chuan. Jiang Hao shook his head. Not really. Chu Chuan looked puzzled. If not that, then what? After a moment of silence, Jiang Hao asked, How long have you been in the sect? 6 years, Chu Chuan said. How many years apart were you and Chu Jie when you parted ways? Jiang Hao asked again. I was 10 years old, and Chu Jie was 9. Chu Chuan was puzzled for a moment. Do you know what kind of sect the Bright Moon Sect is? It is extremely powerful. Yes, extremely powerful. One of the strongest sects there is. And Chu Jie is a disciple of that sect. She is not an ordinary disciple, but one of the gifted ones. Jiang Hao lowered his head. 6 years ago, you were just children and living your ordinary lives. But from the moment she entered the Bright Moon Sect, she became a treasure of that sect. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Chu Chuan shook his head. I don't understand. During these 6 years, Chu Jie was far from the servant girl you knew. She is now the most prominent disciple of the Bright Moon Sect. She is admired and respected by thousands of people. Her insights and perspectives will undergo drastic changes in such an environment. Jiang Hao looked at Chu Chuan. Do you mean that Chu Jie might have changed? Chu Chuan asked. Given the circumstances, she probably hasn't, Jiang Hao said. She sent Fang Jin to look for you after all. However, her unintentional words or actions might make you realize the gap between you two. You need to accept that, even if it isn't her intention. Moreover, she's in the Bright Moon Sect. Even though it is an immortal sect, there is no lack of jealousy among people. If someone like Chu Jie is close to you, it will invite prejudice and malice. You need to be able to handle that. How should I handle it? Chu Chuan was completely clueless. Hide your true abilities, act when the time is right, see through people's faults without making a fuss, sense deception without getting angry, be as inscrutable as water, and as steady as a mountain, said Jiang Hao. Always, keep your mind calm and let it guide your actions. Chu Chuan might not be crushed by any hardships, but he might attract trouble and meet an early demise. Teaching him when to advance and when to retreat would prevent him from getting into trouble. He had to grow up eventually. Although this was the demonic sect, Shouldn and the beast made sure to provide guidance for Chu Chuan. There were benefits but also drawbacks. He didn't understand the complexities of human emotions and the cunning of the human heart. Even if he reached 18 by the time he entered the Bright Moon Sect, he still wouldn't understand many things. And his unwillingness to comply might invite trouble, which could lead to fatal consequences. This restraint might be a good way for him to become stronger, but it could also easily ruin him. Anger and humiliation might make him stronger, but does he want to live his whole life in that kind of anger? Acting when the time is right and resolving everything with the force of thunder while trying to make others let go of their grievances toward them was the right thing to do. When Jiang Hao left, Chu Chuan was already back to practicing his move. No setback could break him. Otherwise, Jiang Hao wouldn't have said so much. The next day, Jiang Hao saw Lu Xingqian. He was momentarily stunned when he saw that Lu Xingqian was at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. What happened? He used the daily appraisal. Farewell. Jiang Hao was surprised. Is he going back? He also felt a bit disappointed. Lu Xingqian's presence had indeed been of tremendous help to him. Even though his departure wouldn't have a huge impact, it would certainly be inconvenient for Jiang Hao. However, the fact that the 3 of the remnant souls had never taken action was truly disappointing. Perhaps the 3 were wary of each other, and no one dared to make the first move. Unfortunately, it seemed he wouldn't be able to see what happens next. Chapter 408 Chapter 408 Finally Leaving. Chapter 408 Finally Leaving. Junior brother Jiang, haven't seen you for so long. Lu Xingchen smiled. It's been a while, senior brother Lu, Jiang Hao said. Indeed, they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. The law enforcement hall has been quite busy lately, and I've been swamped by work. Fortunately, that's over now, but new tasks have come up, Lu Xingchen said helplessly. New tasks. Jiang Hao was curious. This task might involve leaving the sect. Yes. Lu Xingchen walked alongside Jiang Hao. Junior brother Jiang, you know about the Bright Moon Sect's Dao conference, right? Jiang Hao nodded. Did a lot of people leave on that trip? Yes. Quite a few of us from the law enforcement hall are going too. I happen to be among them. Unlike the others, we need to check the route first, so we have to leave earlier. Jiang Hao was taken aback. He is going to the Bright Moon Sect. Quickly, he realized there wasn't much difference. The Clear Sky School was also located in the eastern region. This trip will take quite a while. I won't be able to come back in 1 to 2 years. I wonder what might happen within the sect during that time. Lu Xingchen sighed. That long. Jiang Hao also felt that was too long. With Lu Xingchen not around, he wouldn't have access to the information about the law enforcement hall. He was familiar only with Lu Xingchen. Moreover, they could conveniently use each other without any pressure since they were both undercover. Both had benefited without any trouble. It takes at least 2 years round trip, and the Dao conference lasts from 3 months to half a year, Lu Xingchen said. What do you think, junior brother Jiang? 3 to 4 years. Jiang Hao had thought about this, but he still felt that it was quite a long time. Fortunately, he wasn't going. 3 or 4 years would have been wasted. In 4 years, he could advance twice. Are you setting off in a few days, senior brother Lu? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Lu Xingchen nodded. I heard that you got the chance to go too, but you chose not to. It's too dangerous outside for me, Jiang Hao said. You do tend to stand out with your accomplishments. Lu Xingchen chuckled. But your current situation isn't as perilous as it seems. I heard that the person from the Sunset Immortal Sect gave up because they couldn't wait for you to leave the sect any longer. Gave up? Jiang Hao was surprised. Only 8 years had passed since the incident. The threat from the Sunset Immortal Sect was gone. Now, only the Heavenly Saint Sect remained. The Heavenly Saint Sect was getting wiped out, so they probably won't linger in the sect for long. For a moment, he felt much safer. What remained were only the Heavenly Joy Pavilion and the Fallen Immortal Clan. The Fallen Immortal Clan had spied on him once. If they were to do it again, the matter of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl would be discovered. By then, he wouldn't be able to cultivate with peace of mind. However, the people from Sunset Immortal Sect had only temporarily given UD. Once they've aired in front of him again, conflicts would still arise. As for the Heavenly Saint Sect, they hadn't given up altogether. It was just that they couldn't approach him yet. I should wait for the right time. 100 years from now, I'll go find them and ask them to let go of past grievances. If 100 years isn't enough, then 1,000. Someday they'll listen to me. Oh, it's been several years. There are so many matters in the cultivation world. Who remembers things that don't bring benefits? 8 years is enough time for a person to let go of their recklessness and assess the situation. It's not that difficult, Lu Xingchen said. Perhaps one day, junior brother Jiang, the sect will have internal conflicts. Continuing to wait and consume resources might not be as worthwhile as pursuing other avenues. Jiang Hao nodded. It would be best if things unfolded that way. However, regarding the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, they probably wouldn't give up. For example, senior sister Ming Yi was always hovering over him. She was still executing her plan. 8 years had passed, and she occasionally appeared to help him in the garden and disappeared again. Was she planning something big? Before Lu Xingchen left, he told Jiang Hao that the law enforcement hall had mentioned him again. Jiang Hao could only smile politely. He didn't want to give spirit stones to the law enforcement hall, but he might not have a choice. When the Tao conference began, he would have to go there, and it wasn't certain how much time that would take. But 3 months should be enough. Arriving at the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao began guiding Ching Chou in his cultivation. Ching Chou hadn't experienced any fortuitous encounters, nor did he possess any extraordinary talent. Luckily, he was willing to work hard and didn't waste his time. With Jiang Hao's guidance, he was progressing at a reasonable pace. As for how far he could go, Jiang Hao couldn't be sure. However, the Golden Core realm was definitely within his reach. It would be much more difficult to achieve beyond that realm. 2 months later, in early September, Jiang Hao gave the spirit beast 3,000 spirit stones. He hesitated for a moment and then he gave 1,000 spirit stones to Shaoli. A total of 4,000 spirit stones. Resources for the sect gathered over 9 years of foundation establishment realm would amount to that much. It seemed like a lot, but it would be scarce once they reached the eastern region. Looking at Chu Chuan, Jiang Hao sighed. After all, they were going to meet geniuses there. It would be embarrassing to not have enough spirit stones. Jiang Hao gave him 800. Close to 5,000 spirit stones were gone, just like that. He gave them most of what he had earned so far. He also gave them various talismans and pills. If there is danger, let Shaoli handle it. If there is a dispute, the beast will handle it, said Jiang Hao. Then, what should I do? Chu Chuan asked. 800 spirit stones. Chu Chuan hadn't seen that many spirit stones in his life. He felt like he was floating in the air. Listen to the beast's instructions, Jiang Hao said. Remember to obey the Cliff Master's orders. Don't wander around and don't cause trouble. Master, leave everything to me. The future of the eastern region will be filled with Lord Beast's legends soon, said the spirit beast. My courtyard is small. There's no room for legendary beasts of the east, Jiang Hao said. Master, you have no sense of humor at all. I was just joking, said the beast with a sigh. That's why you haven't been able to find a mistress, Master. Mistress? Shaoli looked puzzled. It's your sister-in-law, said the beast. Shaoli thought for a moment, and she recalled the senior sister she had seen before. I guess so. She wasn't entirely sure. Jiang Hao didn't pay them any further attention but instructed them to wait at the Cliff Master's place. Watching the 3 of them leave, Jiang Hao sighed. He couldn't help feeling worried about them. Chu Chuan possessed an indomitable spirit because of his immortal heart, but aside from that, he wasn't particularly outstanding. Shaoli could fight and eat but didn't excel in other areas. The beast was quite versatile, but it tended to cause trouble easily. The deceptive creature was anything but reassuring. However, the beast was about to achieve the Gold Core realm. Having a Gold Core demonic beast around should be safer. Jiang Hao stopped thinking about it and headed to the square outside the sect. There were quite a few people gathered there. This was where they could watch the team leave. Jiang Hao saw a massive sword fly out of the gate. Shaoli and the others were on the sword. Senior brother Jiang, I'll bring you some delicious food when I come back. Shaoli waved and shouted from above. Jiang Hao watched them leave without saying anything. With them gone, there would be no leader at the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He hoped no one would cause trouble. Without Shaoli and the beast, it seemed like there were many more things to worry about. He wouldn't have anyone he could ask about things. The beast was talented in deceiving and hiding its true abilities. It was quite suitable when he had to send it to gather information. It'll have to leave someday, and I'll have to get used to it slowly. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and stopped overthinking. Chapter 409. Chapter 409. Are you trying to drag me down? Chapter 409. Are you trying to drag me down? Returning to the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao began his peaceful days. He still had 3,000 spirit stones at hand. He didn't know how much it would take for another incarnation of the peach tree, but he wasn't worried for now. Because in a while, he would also head to the eastern region. There were things he had to deal with there. The peach blossom tree still had 2 years left for the next incarnation, so there was time. If time ran short, then he could wait an extra year. There was no rush. After all, both purple and golden bubbles were at 0 right now, so it didn't matter. The next day, Jiang Hao watered the immortal peach tree and the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He noticed that the peaches were ripening, but Shaoli wasn't around to eat them. Suddenly, I feel that Shaoli wasn't completely useless. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Herb Garden to start his work. This was a good opportunity to refine his state of mind. His cultivation had now reached the soul ascension realm. Even with the heaven extinction goo poison calming him, his state of mind was sometimes unreliable. Tending to herbs and doing ordinary work relieved him. It reminded him to stay humble. Power and spirit stones were both alluring. Only when one's state of mind was aligned with their cultivation realm could one avoid trouble. Every day, Jiang Hao would pick a peach from the tree for breakfast. However, he couldn't finish all the peaches on the tree even if he ate them every day. So, he gave some to Lin Ji and Qing Chou. Since the beast wasn't around, Jiang Hao occasionally went to guide Lin Ji in his cultivation. He was working hard. Unfortunately, Lin Ji felt hopeless. Over these years, he watched fellow disciples around him gradually improve their cultivation, and each one surpassed him. He lived with the new disciples, but many of them had moved on after advancing, while he still stayed behind. Everyone knew about him. A cultivator who was still at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm even after 6 years. He was mocked and bullied by his peers. But what bothered him the most were his 2 friends from the same hometown. They were just like him. They had started as ordinary people, but he remained at the lifeblood refinement realm while they had moved to greater heights. They had become inner sect disciples by now. That night, Lin Ji sat cross-legged on the ground and gazed up at the starry sky. He was confused. Lost in thought. Jiang Hao walked up from behind. It had been 3 months since Shaoli and the others had left. This was his 3rd time coming to look for Lin Ji. But outside the sect, many ordinary people were striving to get through the winter. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Lin Ji quickly stood up and bowed. What were you thinking about? Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. I don't really know. Lin Ji lowered his head. Maybe I miss my mother a bit. Are you doubting the path of cultivation because you can't advance? Asked Jiang Hao. No. Lin Ji quickly shook his head. It's just that things feel a bit strange. How can I change my current situation? I don't want to stay in one place forever. Jiang Hao fell silent for a while. There's no need to rush. You're fine for now. Is this really okay? Lin Ji was puzzled. Will I ever achieve something if I don't do anything about my current situation? A gentle breeze blew by as Jiang Hao looked up at the starry sky. His robes gently swayed in the wind. The great Tao is simple. It's unyielding when desireless, and all-encompassing when idle. Lin Ji looked baffled, but he had learned something. Don't rush it. Jiang Hao looked at him. Some people are born brilliant, while others are late bloomers. Lin Ji still didn't quite get it. But Jiang Hao didn't say anything more and started guiding Lin Ji in his cultivation. His learning was decent, and his comprehension was also quite good. Jiang Hao noticed that Lin Ji would always sweep the fallen leaves every day before starting his cultivation. He stopped asking questions and didn't seem perplexed anymore. Lin Ji's path was destined to be different from Chu Chuan's. Although both had been beaten up over the years, their experiences were entirely different. One was beaten up in a test for progress, while the other was bullied. 3 more months passed in this way. In early March, Jiang Hao stood by the riverside and watched the ripples in the water. He closed his eyes and felt the changes in the water's flow. His thoughts seemed to follow the sound of the water. He felt calm and serene. Over the past half-year, he had come to understand something. Peace alone wasn't enough. What was needed was a firm state of mind. It should be full of vitality yet tranquil. The mind should be like a creek where water poured in constantly but didn't cause any huge ripples. Suddenly, he felt someone standing beside him. A faint fragrance wafted up to his nose. Hong Yuye. Her image appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. He opened his eyes and saw a woman dressed in an orange and red gown. She stood beside him and looked at the water. "Senior, greetings." Jiang Hao greeted her respectfully. Her sudden appearance had disrupted his state of mind. The heaven extinction goo poison had lost its effect. It made his heart restless. "What have you been up to lately?" Hong Yuye looked at the water's surface. "Waiting for news," Jiang Hao said. He had been refining his state of mind during this time, but he had also been paying attention to information about the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Fortunately, there hadn't been any rumors circulating yet. So, he could maintain his calm for a while longer. As he interacted with the outside world, his future would be exposed to everyone's eyes. It was unavoidable. However, if he surpassed everyone in strength before that happened, everything would work out naturally. "Waiting for the clues I mentioned earlier?" Hong Yuye turned to look at him. "Yes," Jiang Hao said with a brave front. Being stared at like this made him feel stressed. Hong Yuye chuckled and walked into the courtyard. "Did the stone tablet have any gathering?" she asked. "Yes, once." Jiang Hao nodded. "Tell me what happened." Hong Yuye sat on a wooden chair in the courtyard. Jiang Hao followed suit and prepared some tea. "Things are a bit complicated." "Complicated?" Hong Yuye sounded intrigued. Jiang Hao didn't plan to hide the matter regarding the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. This was an important issue, and perhaps she could advise him. However, he wasn't in a rush to explain everything. He started from the beginning. He began by talking about the matter with the Saint Bandit. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao. "The so-called unique technique involves the blood energy you absorbed from the Saint Bandit? The blood wish path?" "Your insight is extraordinary, Senior," said Jiang Hao in praise. He had only touched the gourd once. Why was the aura still on his body? It should be quite faint. Otherwise, Hong Yuye wouldn't be speaking to him so amiably. Then, Jiang Hao continued with his explanation. He talked about his intention to go to the Bright Moon Sect. The appearance of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment indeed has its benefit. "When the time comes, I can go take a look," Hong Yuye said. "Senior, are you planning to go as well?" Jiang Hao was surprised. If Hong Yuye went along, it would be advantageous for him. First and foremost, his identity wouldn't be easily exposed. However, Hong Yuye didn't answer him. She just gestured for Jiang Hao to continue. After that, Jiang Hao began to talk about his own matters. "I informed them that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl is in the hands of Jiang Hao, which I, as Jing, handed over," he said. Hong Yuye, who was sipping tea, paused for a moment. Then, she lifted an eyebrow as she looked at him. She placed her teacup down and smiled. "Tell me more." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao told her that someone had spied on him. Therefore, He had to expose himself as a representative from the Heavenly Note Sect. The fictitious Jing would serve as a smokescreen. Furthermore, when danger arose, it could also implicate the Bright Moon Sect. Now that you're telling me this, are you also trying to drag me down with you? Hong Yuye asked with her eyebrows raised. Then, she chuckled. Chapter 410 Chapter 410 Struck by the Demoness Palm. Chapter 410 Struck by the Demoness Palm. Jiang Hao remained calm at Hong Yuye's questions. He acknowledged that his knowledge was inferior to hers. He knew his plan wasn't flawless, and he could not afford to offend her. Dragging the Bright Moon Sect into this was his only option. His success wasn't due to his exceptional skill, but because the Bright Moon Sect was in the light while he operated in the shadows. This was the key to his high success rate. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Hao's mind as he shook his head. Senior, you're overthinking. I've never considered that. Hong Yuye's brows slightly furrowed. Is it that you dare not or you don't want? Jiang Hao knew that it was because he didn't dare to. He had never considered this question before and didn't know how to respond. Therefore, he chose silence. If he talked less, he would make fewer mistakes. Aren't you usually very cautious? Why did you expose yourself this time? Hong Yuye raised her teacup to her lips once again. The leaves on the peach tree rustled softly, and Hong Yuye's dress swayed in the wind. She waited for Jiang Hao's response. After glancing at her briefly, Jiang Hao averted his gaze. Her posture and demeanor always influenced him. It was inevitable. Over the years, due to the influence of the heaven extinction goo poison, he had never harbored any thoughts about other women. No matter how beautiful they were, it didn't faze him at all. They were all the same. However, when Hong Yuye appeared, it always affected him. Fortunately, he could suppress these feelings and avoid getting embarrassed. It was my recklessness that led to this outcome, Jiang Hao said. He should have made a better choice in dealing with Gu Qing. While drinking tea, Hong Yuye gestured for Jiang Hao to continue. That was probably all there was to the gathering. He went into detail regarding the events revolving around the arrangement of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. If the Cultivation world discovered that the pearl was in his possession, they would hand it over to the Bright Moon Sect. Why didn't you go to the Bright Moon Sect? Hong Yuye curiously asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. If everyone assumes that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl is in the Bright Moon Sect, no one will focus on me. Going to the Bright Moon Sect with his current identity wasn't ideal. Besides the troubles it would invite, most of the people in the Bright Moon Sect wouldn't trust him. It would be better to stay where he was in case things went south. Seeing that Hong Yuye didn't say much, Jiang Hao continued with his explanations. He talked about the overseas individuals retreating and the anomalies on the small island. Hong Yuye listened without commenting on these matters. That's about it, Jiang Hao said. How long have you been at the gathering? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. 6 or 7 years, Jiang Hao said. His time undercover was almost as long as his time with Chu Chuan. Do you still remember the reason I had you go undercover? Hong Yuye asked while sipping her tea. To find the stone tablet and the mastermind behind it, Jiang Hao said. He still remembered it. However, that investigation had come to a halt. There was no progress on that front. The last time I came, you said you had information. And now? Hong Yuye asked with a smile. I'm still waiting, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye let out a laugh. Put down your teacup. Perplexed, Jiang Hao placed the teacup on the table. He suddenly felt a vast aura assaulting him. Bang! Before he could react, he found himself crashing into a wall. His back throbbed with pain. You can continue waiting for your information. I'm not in a hurry, Hong Yuye said nonchalantly while sipping her tea. Jiang Hao sensed that things weren't looking good. He couldn't understand Hong Yuye's intentions. It used to be threats, but now the approach had changed. This only made him more uneasy. He should quicken the search for the end of all things. A bit of progress could buy him a few more years. How long has Shouldn been gone? Hong Yuya looked at the peach tree and asked. The peach tree no longer bore fruits now. However, it wouldn't be long before it blossomed and bore fruit again. About half a year, Jiang Hao said. Half a year? Does that mean the Bright Moon Sect's Grand Tao Conference is about to commence? Hong Yuya poured herself another cup of tea and also refilled Jiang Hao's cup. Jiang Hao hesitated to pick up his teacup. He feared she might attack him again. It should still be some time away, Jiang Hao said. Lately, he would occasionally check the encrypted stone tablet, where the three individuals often talk. From that, he learned about the upcoming Grand Tao Conference of the Bright Moon Sect. It was planned for next year in June. That meant there was still over a year for him to go there. 1 year should be sufficient for the Heavenly Note sect to reach the Bright Moon Sect. Jiang Hao's concern was whether Swan could achieve the Foundation establishment realm before they arrive. If he was on the brink of advancement, there were Foundation establishment pills with the beast. Although his master might give them to him, Swan's growth would be observed throughout the journey. Despite his ordinary talent, his speed of advancement and his unyielding spirit were definitely commendable. These traits warranted a Foundation establishment pill as a reward. It seems you'll be going there soon as well. Hong Yuya beckoned Jiang Hao with a wave of her hand. Jiang Hao recalled making the same gesture in the Lawless Tower. He now understood how the Heavenly King and the others had felt. However, he couldn't afford to ignore her. He could only move forward slightly. At this moment, Hong Yuya's palm rested gently on his chest. Jiang Hao could hear his own heartbeat. With her palm pressed on his chest, there was only an arm's length between them. He could smell her fragrance. Such close contact made him feel concerned. Your heartbeat is a bit fast, Hong Yuya said. Recently, my cultivation has improved significantly, and my lifeblood and cultivation have become vigorous. It's natural for my heartbeat to be faster, Jiang Hao said hurriedly. Is that so? Hong Yuya sneered, and then she began to exert some force on her palm. Jiang Hao felt something leave marks on his body. He felt a prick of pain, but it quickly passed. When it was done, Hans Yuve withdrew her hand and looked at him. Look at your chest. Jiang Hao saw a red palm print on his chest, with crimson lines spreading around it. What is this? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. Do you want to learn it? Hong Yuya gestured for Jiang Hao to make tea. Unknowingly, they had already finished a whole pot. Try a different kind of tea this time, she said. Jiang Hao could only take out Snow Queen's spring tea. It was worth 50 spirit stones. The one they had previously was the 1,000-flower snow tea, which cost 200 spirit stones per unit. It seemed he had to go buy some tea leaves again. Naturally, he couldn't improve his status, or else he wouldn't be able to afford it within a few years. He brewed a fresh batch of tea. Does this technique have to be used like it was just now? More or less, Hong Yuya said while sipping her tea. Jiang Hao looked at the woman before him. However, her eyes turned icy, and he lowered his head involuntarily. What were you just thinking about? Hong Yuya suddenly asked. I was thinking that I probably won't be able to learn this technique, Jiang Hao said reluctantly. He still didn't understand the purpose of this technique. Later, he could appraise it. He wanted to see what kind of palm technique was involved so he could understand his situation better. Chapter 411 Chapter 411 A Palm Technique Used Only by Couples. Chapter 411 A Palm Technique Used Only by Couples. Hong Yuya got up. She didn't seem to mind Jiang Hao's mouthful of lies. She walked all the way to the hall and went up to the second floor. Finally, she arrived at Jiang Hao's table and gazed at the talisman-making tools. Draw a talisman, she said. I want to see how you do it. Jiang Hao followed her without thinking much and started making the talisman. It was the more challenging 10,000 swords talisman. After days of practice, he was different from before. His strokes were balanced and forceful. Each stroke was distinctive and imbued with power. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. When he finished, Hong Yuye took the talisman to inspect it. She then moved to the balcony. How long has it been since you slept? She asked. Jiang Hao was surprised at the question. Had he been poisoned again without his knowledge? Considering the dense spiritual energy in the courtyard, he felt that he might have been poisoned in some other way. It's been a while, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye turned to look at him. Single-mindedly pursuing something can easily damage your lifeblood. Jiang Hao was taken aback. At this moment, Hong Yuye began to fade. You've been serving me watery tea for a long time. It's still TNE same next time, come drink at my place, Hong Yuye said mockingly. Oh, she then completely vanished. Jiang Hao didn't even know where Hong Yuye lived, but he knew going there would be dangerous. He understood all of this, but what about my talisman? He began adjusting his state. Damage of the lifeblood? He hadn't noticed that. Perhaps he should try sleeping. Hong Yuye wouldn't harm him. At least not yet. He had enough value even if he was weak. If she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have let him thrive this long. He trusted Hong Yuye more than others. However, as he grew stronger, everything would become complicated. He needed to keep some hidden trump cards, something that no one else could fathom. Maybe some divine artifact. These things took time to cultivate. There was no need to rush. First, identify the condition and see what kind of palm this is. Jiang Hao looked at the crimson palm on his chest. He was somewhat concerned. He appraised it. Jiang Hao was stunned. It meant that Hong Yuye could only use it on him. If he wanted to learn it, he could only use it on her. Oh. It's similar to the golden rings, but somehow entirely different. Why would Hong Yuye use it on me? Maybe because he would head to the east soon, and she would find it hard to locate him. If he was far enough away, it would be extremely difficult to find him. After all, the distance was too great. Even Hong Yuye's strength might not cross such a distance. Jiang Hao thought that the possibility was very high and kept this in mind for possible use in the future. Of course, he had to guard against deliberate use by her. He needed to make sure of it. This palm technique wouldn't cause any harm to him, so he didn't care much. Instead, he lay down on the bed and tried to sleep. The next day, when he woke up, he felt much more alert. There wasn't a significant change, but his state of mind did seem better. It seems I'll need to sleep occasionally in the future. Daily cultivation and talisman making might not be enough. He went to the courtyard and looked at the surrounding spiritual energy. He had thought that Bai Yi had done something under the cover of night. It's been a while since I last went to take a look. I should go again. That night, Jiang Hao went to the 100 Bones forest. However, he returned quickly. Bai Yi was still in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, and his injuries were severe. Jiang Hao could only give up for now and continue observing. There was no news from senior brother Qian Chen. The deaths of junior sister Yu Xian and senior brother Bai Ji didn't seem to have caught his attention. No one had come to question him. As for Elian, she had come to meet him once. She apologized to him. It seemed she was still waiting for senior sister Yu Xian's return. Jiang Hao could understand. Yu Xian had truly treated her well, so it was natural for her to be worried. However, such kindness sometimes could turn out to be poison. With a slight misstep, both of them could end up dead from it. Jiang Hao also occasionally stood up for others. He might end up like Yu Xian if he wasn't careful. The only way to avoid this was to focus on cultivating. Apart from these things, there hadn't been any incidents in the spirit herb garden. The whole sect had entered a state of peace. Things had calmed down significantly. Jiang Hao was content with this. Occasionally, he would give some pointers to Qingqiu. When he had time, he went to observe Linji. Linji was doing good. Spring turned to autumn, and he repeated the same thing every day. Even when bullied, he tried to protect himself with all his might. But when faced with his two good friends, he was always reserved and silent. The gap in their cultivation was too vast. Those two friends of his visited him less frequently. Such a gap would lead to differences. Despite their strong friendship, they couldn't communicate with each other anymore when they were together. Has it changed them? Maybe not entirely. They were just different people heading down different paths in life. The further they go, the harder it would be to communicate with each other. One doesn't understand the world of higher realms, while the other can't grasp the hardships of lower realms. Lin Ji might not be handling things perfectly, but he was still persevering. He is indeed impressive, Jiang Hao muttered in praise as he looked from afar. Half a year had passed, and while the other hadn't made much progress in cultivation, his heart had steadied significantly. He practiced every day without pause and without losing his determination. He waited patiently. He would soon break out of the cocoon like a butterfly. Though he couldn't see hope yet, he hadn't given up and was no longer anxious. It was already September. Almost a year had passed since Shaoli and the others had left. Jiang Hao had spent the year peacefully as well. In a few more months, Shaoli and the others would arrive at the Bright Moon Sect. He would go to see them when that time came. I wonder if there's enough time for another advancement. He looked at his interface. I'm nearly 30 years old, halfway to achieving my cultivation. After that, he headed to the Spirit Herb Garden to attend to the spirit herbs. However, as soon as he arrived, a man approached him. Senior Brother Jiang. Who are you, Junior Brother? Jiang Hao frowned. The man's aura was chaotic, yet there were signs of a breakthrough. He was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His aura had a faint scent of blood. This person wasn't normal. It wasn't about his identity but the cultivation technique he practiced. I apologize for troubling you, Senior Brother Jiang. I am Pei Yuan, an inner sect disciple of the Flowing Waterfall. I have come to seek your advice on a few problems relating to my cultivation. He even took out 50 spirit stones. They were quite valuable. Cultivation problems? Jiang Hao didn't accept the spirit stones just yet. Yes, I wish to inquire about the blood wish path. It's quite rare, so I have no choice but to trouble you with my doubts, Pei Yuan said. Jiang Hao was taken aback. He had never expected such a thing to happen. Chapter 412 Chapter 412 If he couldn't learn it, then others shouldn't either. Chapter 412 If he couldn't learn it, then others shouldn't either. Looking at the junior, Jiang Hao was unsure how to proceed. Blood wish path. He had considered the various problems this rumor brought him, but he had never anticipated that someone would come to ask about how to cultivate it. He had never even seen the cultivation method of the blood wish path. He only knew that the early stages were extremely cruel, especially the refining of the blood wish gourd. It was abhorrent. To walk this path, one had to trample countless lives. Even if one succeeded, their aura would be unstable. It was far less stable than conventional cultivation method. The only benefit was faster progress. But the junior brother before him had a strange aura. It seemed his eagerness for quick gains was causing frequent issues. I would be immensely grateful if you could provide me some guidance, Senior Brother Jiang, Pei Yuan said and added 10 more spirit stones. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I am not knowledgeable about the blood wish path, Jiang Hao said. Rumors were just rumors, after all. The day he admitted to it would be the day he couldn't find any other choice. That day hadn't come yet. But such rumors could influence others. You really don't know? Pei-Yuan was surprised. It seemed he had come here for another answer. But many people have said that only you practice the blood wish path, and you do it well, Pei-Yuan said. Perhaps they are just rumors, Jiang Hao said. I must take my leave. Jiang Hao walked towards the spirit herb garden to continue tending to the spirit herbs. Pei-Yuan stood still for a moment, hesitated, and turned around to leave. He thought that Jiang Hao just didn't want to guide him. The more people practiced the blood wish path, the fiercer the competition would be. So, those who knew it claimed not to. However, he had been unable to make a breakthrough. If he continued like this, it would deplete his lifespan. Originally, it wouldn't be a problem, but several failures had left him in a desperate situation. At the thought of his impending death, his eyes turned hostile. If he couldn't succeed, then others shouldn't either. The blood wish path was extremely crucial and required a lot of effort. The loss of 1 or 2 people wasn't very significant, but what if everyone died? Pei-Yuan had a crazy idea, but he wouldn't take extreme actions until the end. In the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao glanced behind him and looked in the direction where Pei-Yuan had left. He frowned. Did his lack of knowledge bring him trouble? Those who cultivated the blood wish path were inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. After that, Jiang Hao continued with his own affairs but made some preparations. He just had to wait and see if the bait would be taken. Unfortunately, 2 months passed without any incident. What surprised him was that he encountered the junior brother again this morning. However, this time, the junior brother's aura was no longer chaotic. It was solid and pure, and the scent of blood was even stronger. Someone experienced had guided him. Jiang Hao knew it. Senior brother Jiang, I came to seek guidance regarding the blood wish path again. Pei-Yuan smiled. Gone were the previous humility and respect. This was a change brought about by power. Jiang Hao saw this and understood his thoughts to some extent. With someone experienced guiding him, his progress was swift. A promising future awaited him. Thus, he was confident and assured of his success. Jiang Hao had also encountered such situations, but he managed to control himself. Initially, he suppressed such thoughts to prevent any slip-ups, and then he got used to it and treated things calmly. He believed in growing stronger and acting when the time came. Facing his junior brother, Jiang Hao responded as he had before. Junior brother, you've really got the wrong person. I don't know anything about the blood wish path. How about we compete to see who reaches the golden core realm earlier? Pei-Yuan said. His eyes were icy. It was as though anyone who didn't make it fast would die. Jiang Hao appraised him. Who is Yin Wei? Jiang Hao thought that it would be senior brother Qian Chen guiding Pei-Yuan, but he didn't expect it to be someone he didn't know at all. However, he didn't make a fuss. He just shook his head and told Pei-Yuan that he was far from reaching the golden core realm. If this person wanted to act against him, he'd have to wait until after reaching the golden core realm. For now, there was no need to pay him any mind. He was more concerned about someone watching him. The appearance of the blood wish path had thrown him into a vortex. He was sure that Qian Chen had pushed him out to avoid other influences. Pei-Yuan was likely a pawn as well. However, this Yin Wei seemed strange. Jiang Hao didn't think much of it for now. It was already November. The immortal peach tree was once again full of fruit. He kept some and gave the rest to Qing Chou and Lin Ji. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt the stone tablet vibrate. It was a call for a gathering, and it would be tonight at midnight. There wasn't much time left until noon. This gathering would probably discuss the upcoming Bright Moon Sect's Dao Conference. Late at night, Jiang Hao took out the stone tablet and entered it. There were the same 4 people present with Dan Yuan. Are there any issues with your cultivation? Dan Yuan asked as usual. Once again, no one had any cultivation-related issues. What about the Saint Bandits? Asked Dan Yuan. When I was in the southern region, I heard some rumors about them. But I was in a hurry, so I didn't investigate further. It seems like the influence of the Saint Bandits has started spreading to various regions, Gui said. I haven't heard anything overseas. Lu shook his head. Because of the upcoming Bright Moon Sect's Tao conference, people have been arriving one after another. The members of the Saint Bandits have gone quiet. They are most likely relocating to other areas, Xing said. Jiang Hao remained silent. He hadn't come into contact with members of the Saint Bandit. Moreover, the information was spread out too thin. They only informed everyone about the situation and warned them to be cautious in their approach. It didn't amount to completing the mission. Dan Yuan nodded. He didn't dwell much on the topic. After all, this gathering wasn't for that. Has the date for the Bright Moon Sect's Tao conference been set? Asked Dan Yuan. It should happen in June next year, so there are still 6 months left, Xing said. Then, Xing turned to Gui and Jiang Hao. I've already arrived in the east, not far from Tianxing continent, Gui said. I'm almost there too, Jiang Hao said. He hadn't actually set out yet, but if Shaoli and the others arrived at the Bright Moon Sect soon, he could just arrive there. They might be almost there. My people have reached the eastern region too. Friend Xing, you can try to contact them, said Dan Yuan. Then, the stone tablet appeared in front of Xing. It was offering a communication method. All right. Xing nodded in gratitude. Then, he began to explain the new mission. There are a total of 3 locations. They are unpopulated and not very important. They are in the south, north, and west. You can choose where you want to go, Xing said. I'll go to the south, Gui said. She then looked at Jiang Hao. In that case, I'll go north, Jiang Hao said. He wanted to keep a distance from Gui. That left the west for Dan Yuan's people. He didn't know if Dan Yuan himself would appear there or someone else. Chapter 413 Chapter 413 Another Tooth. Chapter 413 Another Tooth. If it was Dan Yuan, it would be dangerous. If it were others, that would be fine. However, having Hong Yuye with them this time was a big help for him. As long as they didn't confront him directly, there usually wasn't much to worry about. This time they weren't going to take action anyway. They were there to just help with the conference. Everyone knew that those who could appear within the stone tablet were not ordinary people. Their influence far surpassed others. That's why Xing assigned them this mission. If they did what they had to and went their separate ways, there wouldn't be any problems. All right, I'll inform you about the location. It's quite a large area. You can pay attention to it. If you want to change your position and enter the Bright Moon Sect, you can do that too, said Xing. The stone tablet appeared in front of Jiang Hao and the other 2. Lu stood aside and observed. He couldn't participate for now. Soon, the stone tablet disappeared. Jiang Hao received the location from it. It was a mountain peak in Twin City. As for the exact situation, he would need to find out when he got there. But the mountain peak was indeed a better choice. The place would provide him with a good view and less possibility of getting ambushed. With the location confirmed, they checked whether there were other tasks. Gui had no tasks as she was rushing on the road. Jiang Hao had never issued tasks before. Everyone looked at Lu. I heard that Mi Lingyue has returned, but her cultivation has greatly decreased. Mu Longyue is paying a high price to find a method for her recovery. Do any of you have it? Lu asked. How did her cultivation decrease? Gui asked. Some say it's because of the Lawless Tower. I don't know what that tower is, Lu said. I know. It's where the Heavenly Note sect detains prisoners. Their cultivation is absorbed, and their realms shatter and weaken, Gui said. Indeed, I've heard that Gu Qing was in a similar state. Restoring her cultivation isn't so simple, Xing said. Several people looked at Jiang Hao. Don't look at me, Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He then turned to look at Dan Yuan. Dan Yuan smiled. Any decrease in cultivation won't be able to affect the original foundation. If there's nothing wrong with the body, with spirit stones and pills, recovery is possible. However, most people require a process. They need to keep nourishing their cultivation, one realm at a time. If they are overseas, using blue clear coral is the best. Seeing Lu nod, Dan Yuan said, "This will serve as the previous reward." Lu had a few questions in mind. He decided to use the rest of his questions carefully. Recently, I heard the news about Shouldn, Xing said. It's said that Bright Moon Sect invited him, but his master refused for the sake of advancement. Advancement? Dan Yuan was surprised. Did people from the Bright Moon Sect go? They did. Xing nodded. If this person truly possesses the sage's heart, once he advances, he will draw a portion of the luck of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Dan Yuan was quiet for a moment. He then smiled. However, if he really possesses the sage's heart, he definitely won't advance at that time. Shang An's advancement would affect the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If his reputation dominated the East, it would be the same. So, the Bright Moon Sect's people had gone to meet him. If he could advance a little later, it would be better for all of them. If both their disciple and Shang An advanced at the same time, it would affect the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would benefit the entire world, so the Clear Sky School would definitely take it seriously. Jiang Hao recalled Shang An in the corpse realm. He was indeed a good person, but he had suffered a lot. He had even deceived him once. Shang An intended to save the charm goddess. Jiang Hao had agreed to help him and then had hurtled him out of there. After that, it was hard to find him. Shang An also had no hope of entering the corpse realm again. The eastern region had no corpse realm flower. I wonder if I can see Shang An this time and witness just what an extraordinary genius looks like. Gui chuckled. Jiang Hao didn't really want to see Shang An. He would have some grievances against Jiang Hao. After that, Lu talked about the overseas situation. It was about a small island, which seemed to have gotten involved in conflict. It was causing losses on both sides. But it wasn't clear who was driving this conflict. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. The gathering ended. Back in his room, Jiang Hao took out his notebook and started jotting down the things he had learned. First, Dan Yuan's task was still ongoing. The Saint bandits were hiding in the east and had appeared in the south. Secondly, the mission for the Bright Moon Sect was confirmed. He needed to head to the Twin City Peak in the north. Thirdly, the cultivation lost from the Lawless Tower could be recultivated. It required some kind of nourishing process. Finally, Shang An was about to advance. It was highly probable that he was taking a different path, and perhaps he had given up on the charm goddess. Previously in the corpse realm, Jiang Hao saw that Shang An had used the mantra of oblivion to advance. But Shang An couldn't possibly forget the charm goddess. She should definitely take a different path. After that, there was the matter of the overseas small island. Looking at these records, Jiang Hao felt that the second point was the most important. It was also the most likely location where he might encounter unexpected situations. He relied on Shaoli and the spirit beast to enter the Bright Moon Sect. But if those two caused any trouble, it would take Jiang Hao forever to reach the Bright Moon Sect. Jiang Hao closed the book and decided to take a nap. He felt it would be good for his state of mind. In the eastern sky, a huge ship moved forward. On the ship's deck, Chu Chuan was sent flying backward. His face was swollen and bruised, and his body was covered in injuries. Shouldn descended from the sky. Her fist slammed down. Bang! Swan coughed up a mouthful of blood and his aura weakened. "Junior brother, you should get up. Let's continue," Shouldn said excitedly. Shouldn was now at the Foundation establishment realm. Swan was at the 9th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. He had asked for the fight. They were about to arrive at the Bright Moon Sect, and he still hadn't advanced to the Foundation establishment realm. So, he had asked Shouldn to help him. "Here, I have a delicious treat for you," said the spirit beast and fed Swan a healing pill. Swan's injuries were somewhat healed. "Let's continue," Swan said defiantly. Shouldn appeared even younger than him, as if he were being beaten by a child. How could he accept that? Bang! Another punch and a tooth that had been just fixed flew out of Swan's mouth. Ku Wu-chang was standing at the edge and watching everything. He had become accustomed to it. Mu-chi and Han Ming were both by his side. "It seems that junior brother Chu is also about to advance," Mu-chi said with a smile. Shouldn had now become a true disciple. No one had expected Shouldn to reach the Foundation establishment realm within the year. There were no signs. They only realized it when Shouldn woke up the next day and complained about hunger. Han Ming looked at Shouldn and felt the pressure. However, he had his own goals and didn't need to pay much attention to them for now. Ku Wu-chang sighed softly. It was useless to try to instruct Shouldn, as she would fall asleep after listening for a moment. And whether she understood the cultivation method or not didn't matter. He stopped trying to teach her. Shouldn excitedly ate a few more bowls of rice. Ku Wu-chang walked inside and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Mu-chi led Han Ming toward Swan. "Junior brother Chu, would you like to spar with senior brother Han?" Mu-chi asked with a smile. Swan nodded. Senior brother Han would give him some pointers. The people from other sects nearby were no longer surprised when they saw this. "I heard they're from the demonic sect. It seems like they enjoy bullying their fellow disciples. Stay on guard. Who knows when they might suddenly become aggressive." Han Ming didn't even bother listening to them. They were just a bunch of small fries. Chapter 414 Chapter 414 Became the Team Leader. Chapter 414 Became the Team Leader. While Jiang Hao was waiting for Shouldn and the others to arrive at the Bright Moon Sect, he received a sect mission. This mission was different from the previous ones. It involved clearing the sea fog cave beside the mining site. The cave produced poisonous mist, and their goal on this trip was to use magical artifacts to clear the mist. The sect would provide talismans, pills, and tools to disperse the mist. As long as they were careful, there wouldn't be much danger. What was unusual this time was that he, as someone who had achieved the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, became the leader of this mission. The only good thing about this mission was that they didn't need to stay in the toxic mist for a long time. Staying inside for too long would lead to poisoning that would affect their cultivation. Therefore, they usually went during the day and returned at night. They could come out whenever they completed the task. After handing over the Spirit Herb Garden to Ching Cho, Jiang Hao headed to the Law Enforcement Hall. On the way, he visited the task hall. It was still the same senior sister from last time. "Want new missions?" She smiled. "Let me check." After flipping through the mission book, she said, "There are relatively simple tracking missions. It's to find out about a Foundation establishment trader and a Golden Core trader. There's also a mission to recruit new disciples, plus a mission to eliminate traitors." She looked at Jiang Hao. "Junior brother Jiang, you can accept them now. The weather outside is snobby. It's inconvenient to travel. We've also eased up on compensation. Just 1,200 spirit stones, which can be paid off within 5 years, with no additional interest. You earn 50 spirit stones per month, which is more than enough. Jiang Hao was speechless. It sounded quite reasonable, but it wasn't the right time to go out yet. Each expedition had a time limit of 3 months. It was already December, and they would have to pay the spirit stones before Shouldn and the others even arrived. Maybe next time, Jiang Hao said. He left it hanging so that his refusal wouldn't seem abrupt. Are you really not taking even one mission? The senior sister asked. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. These people were eager for others to accept the missions so that they could get spirit stones. Anyone who returned alive from the missions would eventually have to pay off the debt. They would even help introduce missions to put people at ease while doing their work and earning spirit stones. Jiang Hao didn't think about it further. Because in a while, he would have to come back to deliver the spirit stones. After more than a year, he had saved up to 12,000 spirit stones. Among them, he had given 3,000 to Shouldn and the others when they left, and he earned 9,000 over the past year. With his current skill in making talismans, he couldn't even earn 1,000 in a month. Mainly because the sect had entered a period of rest, so there were fewer people using talismans. They weren't selling well since there were many other talisman makers. Although his quality was better, the difference in these talismans wasn't significant. And he couldn't lower the price either. That would offend many people. It was better to take the middle ground. Jiang Hao headed to the location where they were supposed to gather. He faintly heard people mentioning him. I heard that the senior brother from the Cliff of Broken Hearts is leading the team this time. He practices the blood wish path. We need to be careful, said a woman. She was the only woman among the 3 people. She was Qiao Xiu from the 100 Bones Forest and was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. What is the blood wish path? I prefer senior brother Jing Shurjiu from the Ice Moon Valley to lead the team. I heard he's been at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm for a long time and is on the verge of the Golden Core realm. If he leads, there shouldn't be any issues. Jiang Hao could tell that the one speaking was Wu Shi from the Thunderfire Peak and was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He was in his 30s. Senior brother and senior sister, it's almost time. Senior brother Jiang might be arriving soon, said the other person. He was an outer sect disciple from the Law Enforcement Hall, GBN. He was at the 9th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm. He had exceptional talent. Once they quieted down, Jiang Hao walked over to them. He didn't want them to worry that he might hold grudges against them. If that happened, it would affect subsequent missions. Since he was leading, he wanted to complete the mission quickly and continue earning spirit stones. The immortal peach tree would undergo incarnation this year. The spirit stones he had saved weren't enough. He could only hope that he could sell everything he had on this trip. He should be able to gather enough spirit stones. When he arrived, the 3 greeted him. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao nodded. Have you received the items provided by the sect? We did. The 3 nodded. Let's go, Jiang Hao said. Then, he flew up on his sword. However, he suddenly thought of something and snapped his fingers. Ji Bian flew along with him. He hadn't reached the Foundation establishment realm yet. Ji Bian bowed and thanked him. This mission only had 4 people. It was 1 less than usual. Jiang Hao was fine with it. More people meant more trouble. This mission wasn't difficult. They just needed to be careful. They only had to push the toxic mist a few hundred meters away. Then, they would have a safe period of 3 to 6 months before the mist returned, which would become the next sect mission. Many places in the sect were like this, and disciples were responsible for handling them. Places like Devil's Dens, Mining Caves, and the Sea Fog Cave were common. There were many more places like these. After a short while, Jiang Hao arrived at a barren hillside near the mining site, which had been heavily excavated. It is said that the sea fog cave was accidentally uncovered during mining. After that, it required annual cleanup. "Take an antidote pill and follow me in," Jiang Hao said as he casually swallowed a pill. He could see the toxic mist here, but it didn't seem to affect him. Xiao Xiu had her hair in pigtails. She followed behind Jiang Hao cautiously. More than the toxic mist, she seemed more afraid of the person in front of her. The other two kept watch on their surroundings. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to them. The toxic mist in the sea fog cave was white, and it was easy to distinguish when encountering the poisonous mist from the normal mist. Although there aren't many dangers here, there are still some formidable creatures within the toxic mist. They are said to be extremely fast, and once they catch you, you might not be able to return, Jiang Hao said. As the team leader, he didn't want anything to happen to these people. Xiao Xiu didn't take it seriously. She had heard about these things, but she knew that the probability of encountering a dangerous creature was very low. It wasn't that terrifying. She assumed that Jiang Hao was just trying to win them over so that he could use them for his blood wish path. Ji Bian and Wu Shi had similar thoughts. They didn't consider the danger here to be that great. If they stayed a little further away, they could easily avoid it. They could evade the dangers if they were quick enough. They also had defensive spells, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. Jiang Hao was unaware of their thoughts. Even if he knew what they were thinking, he wouldn't have cared much. There was a chance that they would encounter such a creature. It was better to be cautious. Soon, they encountered a white mist that was unusually dense. It was expanding outward like cumulus clouds. It wasn't spreading very fast, but it was still creepy because they didn't know what was inside the mist. "Let's begin," Jiang Hao said. Some lightning talismans shot out. Boom! The talismans exploded within and thinned the mist. At this point, Jiang Hao held a transparent gourd and activated his technique. The toxic mist was rapidly absorbed. It doesn't feel too difficult indeed. The only issue is that the toxic mist can easily infiltrate the body and cause subtle changes with prolonged exposure. The others maintained their distance while using magical artifacts to absorb the toxic mist. By evening, Jiang Hao was done with the mission and led the group away. They couldn't continue. He could clearly see that if these people continued, their cultivation would decrease. Leaving now was the best choice. However, they seemed somewhat dissatisfied to leave so early. How long would it take to complete a mission like this? But faced with someone who was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, they dared not say anything. Chapter 4:15 Chapter 4:15 The Light in Despair. Chapter 4:15 The Light in Despair. For half a month, Jiang Hao continued the mission with the group and returned home in the evening. The others felt that they returned too quickly. Sometimes they wanted to complain that a task that could be completed in 2 months was taking so long, and it was uncertain if it could even be finished in 4 months. However, no one dared to voice such complaints to Jiang Hao. They could only nod along. They began to doubt whether Jiang Hao was really someone who practiced the blood wish path. If he was, then it seemed he had no intention of turning them into sources of blood for the blood wish path. Come to think of it, not everyone can become a source of blood for the path. "We've been overthinking," Xiao Xiu said. "I wonder how much longer this will take. Should we talk to senior brother Jiang?" Wu Shi asked. "But what if senior brother Jiang has his own reasons? Saying anything might just delay him," Ji Bian said. Everyone fell silent. It might be better to delay a little rather than offend a senior and become the next target. Being targeted in this place might mean never getting out again. That would be a real disaster. A delay of 2 more months wouldn't cost them their lives, and they could still cultivate at night. It wouldn't waste too much time. "Let's pick up the pace during the daytime," Xiao Xiu said helplessly. Now, I'll have to endure the ridicule of my fellow disciples when I return. It took 4 months for a task in the Sea Fog Cave. They finished theirs in just 2 months. Wu Shi and Ji Bian could only nod in agreement. Junior brother Ji, you're from the Law Enforcement Hall, right? Wu Shi asked. Why don't you go and talk to them? The Law Enforcement Hall holds considerable influence. Ji Bian quickly shook his head. Senior brother, please don't put me in a difficult position. Senior brother Jiang is someone famous in the Law Enforcement Hall and also ranks high in the Merit Hall. I'm only an outer sect disciple. Even the seniors in the Law Enforcement Hall and the Merit Hall respect him. I heard the senior in the Task Hall saying that senior brother Jiang hasn't accepted any missions from them so far. The three sighed in defeat. It seemed there was no other choice. They could only endure it for as long as they could. Soon, Jiang Hao walked over to them. Although he didn't hear what these people were saying, he could understand their feelings. Some matters were inconvenient to say aloud, so they remained silent. This was the demonic sect where some seniors who led teams were capricious, and others had no say. He had encountered this before, and now he was becoming that kind of person. Many people exchanged ideas and discussed matters, but he didn't want to participate. It would waste his time. He needed to finish things here quickly. They went deep into the Sea Fog Cave. The surroundings grew damp and there was no light. They could only rely on magical artifacts for light. Another half a month passed, and Jiang Hao's group pushed forward bit by bit. The deeper they went, the smoother the walls became, as if they were artificially carved. I heard there are ruins here, and fierce creatures inhabit this place, Wu Shi said. I heard there's nothing inside except for some ancient relics from who knows when. The Sect's people have explored this place long ago, Xiao Xiu said. Jiang Hao looked around. Be careful. We're quite deep now. There might be demonic beasts around. The others nodded, but they didn't treat the matter like a big deal. They weren't ignorant of these things. Afterward, they continued to push forward using magical artifacts and talismans. Once they ran out of sect-provided talismans, they would need to rely on their own spells. They would have to use lightning spells. Otherwise, their progress would be slow. As Jiang Hao looked around, he suddenly spotted some inscriptions on a wall ahead. Although curious, he didn't approach it immediately. He waited until they had pushed the toxic mist forward before going to inspect the inscriptions. He made sure he was within a safe zone. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback when he saw the inscriptions. It wasn't ordinary text. It was the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Why was it always the Heavenly Spirit tribe? He had heard that tribe's language in the corpse realm before. He thought he would be able to translate those words quickly, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to decipher them to this day. However, the text on this wall was understandable. It looked slightly distorted, as if it had been scratched by claws. These are special characters. I've heard some seniors say there's nothing special about them, Ji Bian said. Jiang Hao nodded. There was indeed nothing special about them. Still, they made him feel strange. The inscription read, "You watch me sink to the depths of the sea. Not only are you not in pain, but you're also laughing at my failure." The depths of the sea. Jiang Hao looked at the white mist. Could this place lead to the depths of the sea? It didn't seem very likely. As for whether anyone had investigated this possibility, he had no idea. But he wasn't in a position to investigate. He should just complete the mission and leave as soon as possible. It had been a month already, and another half-month would be enough to complete the mission. The cave grew even larger, as if they were entering a ruin. At this point, Xiao Xiu noticed something emitting golden light in front of the mist. She was surprised. She sensed that it wasn't an ordinary object. She had heard that valuable treasures could be found in places like these. Senior Brother Wu, keep an eye on our surroundings. I'll go pick it up, Xiao Xiu said when she noticed that Wu Shi had also spotted it. Junior sister, wait until we've pushed the mist forward before picking it up. Senior Brother Jiang reminded us to be extra careful this time, Wu Shi said. He also wanted to retrieve the object, but he couldn't act rashly. He mentioned Jiang Hao in the hopes that she would give up. This way, he would have a chance. If she found it, she would own most of it even if she shared some of it with them. However, Xiao Xiu had already moved forward. Wu Shi could only give up with a sigh. As for danger, there really wasn't much to be concerned about. They had been here for a month. If it was dangerous, they would have encountered it long ago. Xiao Xiu felt the same. Soon, she reached the object and picked it up. To her surprise, it was only a piece of stone. The stone was emitting a golden light, but she had no idea what it was. Just as she was about to put it away, the white mist suddenly surged. As she stood up, Xiao Xiu saw a tentacle slithering toward her. In a split second, she was ensnared by it and pulled inside. Everything happened too quickly. She hadn't even had time to react. She looked at Wu Shi in fear and hoped she would be rescued. She was instantly pulled into the white mist. She felt terror and despair. Jiao Su felt helpless. She trembled in fear. The icy cold robbed her of her strength. Just then, a streak of blade light shone through. Boom! The entire tentacle was severed by a single slash. While she was still puzzled, a hand grabbed her and pulled her away. However, she felt numerous tentacles emerging from the mist. Demonic sound slash. Boom! A tremendous sound rang out and the tentacles were blocked. Xiao Xiu felt the person pulling her away urgently. It seemed like the person was leading her away from the abyss of death. The next moment, her vision cleared. The white mist vanished and she was left lying on the ground. She turned to see a figure beside her who was swinging his blade. Moonslaying! At this moment, massive tentacles appeared. Moonlight flashed. With a thunderous crash, the blade collided with the tentacles. For an instant, the tentacles recoiled in pain. Xiao Xiu felt as if she had been pulled away by this person from falling into despair. He had saved her. She felt fear and relief at the same time. Jiang Hao turned to Xiao Xiu. Rest for a while before we continue, he said calmly. He didn't say anything more. Jiang Hao no longer paid them any attention. Instead, he looked at the white mist. He wasn't sure if it had been an illusion. He felt there was something inside. This place wasn't safe. Chapter 416 Chapter 416 Isn't this too fast? Chapter 416 Isn't this too fast? In front of the ruins, Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought about what had happened. The presence of figures within the sea fog cave was something he hadn't expected. He had never heard of such a thing happening anywhere. Beasts were common, and he knew that the beasts weren't particularly strong. But a human, this was beyond normal. He didn't know if this figure had just appeared or had been there before. If it had been there before, then it wasn't a big deal. But if it had just appeared, the possibility of other unexpected surprises was high. Currently, there didn't seem to be any issues, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Continue pushing forward, Jiang Hao said while looking at Wu Shi and Ji Bian, who were still in shock. Only then did the two of them snap out of it and begin working. This time, they didn't dare to slack off in any way, and they avoided getting too close to the toxic mist. The speed of the tentacles was too fast, and they couldn't keep up at all. A small mistake could lead to being completely devoured. Wu Shi wasn't someone without insight. He could sense just how timely Jiang Hao's intervention had been. His strength, action, and timing had been impeccable. He had a feeling that if it had been any other Foundation establishment realm cultivator, it wouldn't have been as easy to rescue Xiao Xiu. Jiang Hao didn't make any further discoveries. He didn't see any more inscriptions either. Everything was progressing smoothly. Let's head back. Be here on time tomorrow. This time, no one had any complaints. They even breathed a sigh of relief. Over the next few days, no unexpected incidents occurred. It was mid-January when Xiao Xiu and the others were waiting at the cave entrance as usual. Something strange happened, Ji Bian said. I've got something strange to report too, Xiao Xiu said. What strange things? Wu Shi asked. Ji Bian quickly said, Senior Sister Qiao, you go first. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xiu said, Remember when I said that Senior Brother Jiang practiced the blood wish path and warned you to be careful? I remember, but you also said he didn't actually want us to become blood wish path practitioners, right? Wu Shi asked curiously. Yes, that's right. That's the strange part. Xiao Xiu sighed. I suddenly feel like it's not a big deal to offer my blood for the path. You may not understand, but the impact of escaping death has deeply affected me. Wu Shi and Ji Bian thought about it. It would make anyone feel like returning a favor, but they would probably feel unhappy after a while. If they were only good enough to be a source of nourishment for others, they might as well die. What about you, junior brother Ji? Wu Shi asked. I asked some seniors, and they said that our current situation is where they arrived after almost 2 months, Ji Bian said seriously. Xiao Xiu and the others were stunned. Could they be mistaken? Wu Shi asked. No, I asked very clearly. I didn't believe it at first, so I described our situation in detail. They said this is already near the completion of the mission, Ji Bian said. But we've only been on the mission for a little over a month. Moreover, we constantly took a break. Shouldn't it take 4 months to complete? How is it possible that it's already near the end? How did we do it quicker than normal? Xiao Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Before they could continue discussing it further, Jiang Hao arrived. They had no choice but to follow him into the cave to complete the mission. Jiang Hao looked around. He felt that they could complete the task today. As long as nothing went wrong today, they wouldn't need to return to this place again. He could also avoid unexpected dangers. The closer it got to the last day, the more he needed to stay calm. He didn't say anything more than usual and didn't mention that they would complete the mission today. He treated it like any other day. When evening arrived, Jiang Hao saw a stone tablet. He didn't rush over to it as it was still in the mist. He waited until the white mist was pushed far enough back before he approached the stone tablet. 3 words were written on it: Heavenly Note Sect. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned around, he suddenly noticed a line of text at the corner of the stone tablet. It was written in the language of the Heavenly Spirit tribe. It was unclear who had left it there, but it seemed like it was something intrinsic to the stone tablet. The meaning of the line was, Do you want supreme talent? Come find me, and I will grant it to you. Jiang Hao ignored it. He had no intention of exploring it. He simply turned around and led the group away. Let's go back. He didn't say it was over. He was worried that someone might be eavesdropping. Jiang Hao didn't leave in a hurry either. He did feel that someone was spying on him. Even so, he didn't dare to speed up recklessly. They left at a normal pace. If they sped up, it might appear as if they were afraid, and whoever it was would pursue them. After safely leaving the sea fog cave, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. It's over. He looked at Xiao Xiu and the others. You can go and report the completion of the mission. You don't need to come here tomorrow. With that, he left on his sword. The 3 of them stood in place. They were stunned. They exchanged curious glances. We agreed on 4 months, but I didn't expect it to end this early, Xiao Xiu said in disbelief. Since they had arrived here, everything had progressed at a rate beyond her expectations. It was too fast. They couldn't even understand why it had gone this quickly. Other seniors struggled for 2 months to complete this task. Their group had taken constant breaks, and they still finished the task earlier than expected. They had prepared themselves to be mocked, but now they were the envy of others. Wu Shi was also shocked. He had heard this morning that the mission would be complete, and now it was done. He couldn't believe it. Ji Bian chuckled. Did we stumble upon the quickest method? Maybe it's been simplified. Regardless, once they got back, they could use this news to exchange for some spirit stones. Oh, I forgot to ask. Xiao Xiu flew on her sword amidst the surprised gazes of the two. One need to ask. In the surprised gazes of these two, Xiao Xiu rose on her sword, saying, I need to ask senior brother whether he wants a blood vow. The next day, at the 100 Flowers Lake, petals gently fell on the lake's surface. Whoosh! There was a rustling sound as numerous petals fell from the flowers. Hong Yuye stood at the edge of the lake as her red dress swayed in the wind. Hong Yuye watched as the petals fell into the lake. Then, she returned to the pavilion. After she sat down, a white figure arrived. Sect Master, Baiji said. Speak. Hong Yuye looked at Baiji indifferently. Today, the people from the Law Enforcement Hall went to inspect the mission at the Sea Fog Cave and found a line of text on the stone tablet, Baiji said seriously. What's the content? Hong Yuye asked. It's a prophecy from the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Our people don't understand it very well, but the sentence was translated. It seems to say, do you want supreme talent? Come find me, and I will grant it to you. I'm still trying to find someone to check if the sentence has any other meaning, said Baiji. Is there anything strange? Hong Yuye asked. The person leading the team this time was Jiang Hao. Apart from completing the mission at an extremely fast pace, there were no other anomalies. However, there must be someone behind Jiang Hao. He might not have noticed that the person behind him could also sense it. Of course, it's possible that he's aware but feels that it exceeds his current capabilities. Therefore, to avoid drawing too much attention from us, he chose to conceal it. Our people have started investigating, and there might be some information soon, Baiji said seriously. Chapter 417 Chapter 417 The One Who Erected the Monument. Chapter 417 The One Who Erected the Monument. Hong Yuye was silent for a moment. She didn't immediately give her opinion on the matter. Then, she said, Go on. Recently, there have been rumors within the sect concerning the Blood Wish Path, and the central figure in these rumors is Jiang Hao. It's being said that he's practicing the Blood Wish Path, Baiji said. What's the truth? Hong Yuye asked. He is definitely not practicing the Blood Wish Path. However, he hasn't offered any explanation or response to these rumors. I suspect that he didn't spread the rumors, but he might have intended to use the rumors to his advantage to justify his advancement. If he does that, then no one would notice the person behind him, Baiji said. Hong Yuye poured Nursult a cup OTT. Not else. This situation might actually benefit us, so we've been waiting for it to be more evident. We might find some flaws in his actions, and it might lead us to the person behind him, Baiji said. Then, is he a traitor or a spy? Asked Hong Yuye. We're still suspicious. He hasn't betrayed the sect so far in any aspect. He seems to be a decent person and isn't reckless or impatient. It's not without reason that someone powerful would take a fancy to him, said Baiji. What about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? Hong Yuye asked as she put down her teacup. Apart from Zhuang Yuzhen, no one has meddled with the flower, Baiji said. She then hesitated. The person behind Jiang Hao remains hidden in the shadows. It's not out of the question that he might also have his sights on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Continue the investigation, Hong Yuya said. Baiji nodded. She understood that the sect master intended to uncover the person behind all of this. Once Jiang Hao's accomplice was exposed, he would find it hard to leave the Heavenly Note sect, and there was no need for him to do so. After that, Baiji briefed Hong Yuya about the end of all things. According to the information so far, they seem to be plotting something on a small island using the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. But we're still uncertain about the person in contact with Azure Mountain. The investigation is ongoing. The team heading to the Bright Moon Sect has already arrived in the eastern region and is on their way to the sect. She then went on to explain some other matters. After Baiji finished her report, the sect master didn't immediately respond. Baiji felt puzzled. When she looked up, she realized that the sect master's mind wasn't focused on their conversation. However, it didn't take long for Hong Yuya to snap back to the present. Who was it that erected the monument in the sea fog cave back then? It was Lady Qingyu, Baiji said. Ah, her, Hong Yuya's tone softened. Baiji understood why. This was because the sect master was brought into the sect by Lady Qingyu from the outside world. It was said that Lady Qingyu had only a short time left to live back then. She was merely in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Although she was strong, she was getting old. Her position within the sect wasn't high, but no one dared to provoke her. At that time, she had brought back a young girl during one of her trips outside. That young girl was the current sect master. The event had occurred over 100 years ago. Nobody in the sect dared to disrespect Lady Qingyu, even though she had passed away nearly 100 years ago. Keep an eye on those who practice the blood wish path within the sect, especially those close to the sea fog cave, Hong Yuya said. Understood. Then, she recounted the earlier matters once again. With that, she left the 100 Flowers Lake. She needed to make arrangements. The depths of the sea fog cave must hide something, so we need to be careful. As for Jiang Hao, we can give him some more time. The sect master wants him to be investigated further, but she also doesn't want to restrict him. The sect currently needs to recuperate and can't afford to deploy too many people. However, based on the sect master's intentions, even if there are issues within the sea fog cave, it wouldn't be a problem. Someone is trying to achieve their goal by using others. It's important to involve as few people as necessary for this. Once these things were settled, Baiji knew what to do next. Jiang Hao completed his mission but still felt uneasy. The figure he saw in the sea fog cave and the feeling of being watched didn't seem like mere illusions. Should I inform Elder Baiji about this? When he was reporting the completion of the mission, the senior had asked him about it. But he hadn't dared to say anything. There was a danger if these things were revealed recklessly. It might not be safe for him to make any noise regarding the figure in the cave. He felt helpless when considering the female disciple who was on his team. She had caught up with him yesterday and offered her blood to be used for his blood wish path in exchange for saving her life. She seems to think that I'm practicing the blood wish path and that I saved her only to get blood from her. He had thanked her for her goodwill and then politely declined. After he did that, she seemed relieved. That was to be expected. Those who weren't involved with the blood vow path wouldn't understand what it was all about. It could potentially impact their cultivation or other aspect. Jiang Hao didn't know how this would play out because he had never seen the techniques of the blood wish path. Putting these thoughts aside, he began to consider how to pass the message to Elder Baiji. Then, he went to the Lawless Tower. Inside the tower, he met the black-robed woman. "It's been a while since you visited, junior brother Jiang," she said. Jiang Hao smiled. "Yes. I was on a mission at the sea fog cave. It's strange, but once when I was in the white mist, I thought I saw someone. However, no one was there the next second. I don't know if it was just an illusion or if the poisonous fog was to blame. You saw a figure? Asked the black-robed woman in surprise. What did it look like? I don't know, Jiang Hao shook his head. I've recently received an assignment from Elder Baiji to investigate the Sea Fog Cave. Junior brother Jiang, please let me know if you have any unusual experiences, the black-robed woman said. Investigate the Sea Fog Cave? Jiang Hao was taken aback. It seemed that Elder Baiji had already caught wind of something. At that moment, he felt even more uneasy. It appeared that the figure he encountered was indeed unusual. Besides the figure, I also felt as if I was being observed. I can't pinpoint it, but I just felt like we needed to leave the cave as soon as possible, he said awkwardly. I apologize if it sounds silly. No, junior brother Jiang. You've done well. This is very important information. If you ever have any doubts, feel free to come and ask me, the black-robed woman said. Jiang Hao nodded in gratitude. He was relieved that his words were taken seriously. He wouldn't have said anything if it hadn't felt unusual to him. After that, Jiang Hao went to find Zhuang Yuzhen. Without Mi Lingyue, the place was much quieter. Zhuang Yuzhen rarely spoke. Even when King Hai Luo wanted to engage in conversation, there was no response. So, Jiang Hao talked casually with him. He discussed topics related to the northern region, overseas matters, and even the Blood Wish Path. It appeared that the Blood Wish Path was mainly practiced in the southern region. There were no practitioners elsewhere, but there were similar cultivation methods. 3.5 months later, it was already early May. While watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, Jiang Hao sensed the activation of the communication talisman. It was the spirit beast and Shao Li's talisman. It seems they've arrived. He headed to the task hall. Senior sister, do you have any new missions? Jiang Hao looked at the familiar face of the senior. We do, said the senior sister eagerly when she recognized him. There are 2 missions. One is to recruit a disciple who our sect initially showed interest in, but was snatched away by the Black Heaven sect. So, the task is to bring him back. The other is to track down a Golden Core realm trader. Both of these missions are suitable for you, junior brother Jiang. What if I fail? Jiang Hao asked. The compensation is 2,500 spirit stones, said the senior sister with a chuckle. With more people taking on missions lately, we've been under more pressure. That's why we've increased the price. But don't worry, junior brother Jiang, there's still a 5-year deadline. 50 spirit stones per month should be enough to pay the fine. The first 5 months are interest-free. Only the later period will incur an interest. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 4:18 Chapter 4:18 Golden Core Demon. Chapter 4:18 Golden Core Demon. Jiang Hao received a mission from the task hall and then turned to leave. It was the task of recruiting disciples, with a compensation of 2,500 spirit stones. The deadline hadn't changed. It was still 3 months away. 3 months. With his foundation establishment realm, if the other party returned to the Black Heaven sect, the round trip would take more than 3 months. Jiang Hao didn't think much about it. Anyway, he didn't intend to complete it. The more people he brought back, the greater the impact on him. This time, he didn't plan to delay his journey. Shao Li and the others had just settled down. It might not be long before they entered the Bright Moon sect. If he didn't go now, he would miss the opportunity. Back at the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao informed Ching Chou about his departure. The Outer Sect's Spirit Herb Garden was now on track. As long as there were no unexpected incidents within the sect, there wouldn't be any major issues there. Those who used to harass and cause trouble in the Spirit Herb Garden had become much more self-aware because of unexpected deaths and injuries. However, it was uncertain how long the peace would last. But by the time Jiang Hao ascended to the Golden Core realm, none of these people would dare offend him. As for the dangers in the sect at the moment, only the Sea Fog Cave was the most prominent one. Jiang Hao felt that there was something unusual about it. However, 3 months had passed, and it seemed like there was no progress. Going out now would also provide a chance to avoid whatever was there. If there was danger, he wouldn't need to get involved. Cultivating the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment seemed to be even more perilous. "How long will you be gone this time, senior brother Jiang?" Qingqiu asked. He felt uneasy without Jiang Hao around. Han Ming, Miao Tinglian, and Mu Qi were all absent. If he wanted help, there was no one to turn to. The most harrowing thing was the fact that even the spirit beast wasn't around. With Lord Beast present, he felt much more at ease. After instructing Qingqiu, Jiang Hao went to where Lin Ji was. Since he might be away for 3 months, he needed to give Lin Ji some guidance. Lin Ji wasn't the same little kid he used to be. He was now an 18-year-old youth. He was cutting bamboo in the bamboo forest. Despite being in the sect for several years, he was still at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. "Senior brother Jiang." Lin Ji stopped his work when he saw Jiang Hao. "How's your progress?" Jiang Hao asked. "About the same as before," Lin Ji said. "I heard that both of your friends have already reached the Foundation Establishment realm." Reaching Foundation Establishment realm at 18 years old was a formidable achievement. Their talent was comparable to Han Ming's. Unfortunately, they weren't a match for Han Ming yet. They could only compare in terms of the speed of their cultivation, but they wouldn't be able to catch up in the later stages. Of course, it didn't rule out the fact that they had enough opportunities and put in enough effort. It was just extremely difficult to catch up to Han Ming. In the past, Han Ming participated in the war with Azure Mountain and the Heavenly Saint Sect. Whenever there was a battle, he was ready to march. Moreover, he managed to survive every time with considerable achievements. Luck, strength, talent, determination, and execution. Han Ming had them all. I also heard that Senior brother Lin reached the Foundation Establishment realm first. Senior sister Zhao should be close too, Lin Ji said. "Are you in a hurry to reach the Foundation Establishment realm?" Jiang Hao asked. Lin Ji lowered his head and then smiled bitterly. "I'm hopeful, but not in a hurry." Jiang Hao nodded. "Practice diligently, read more books, and observe others more. Read the Book of Sages." Apart from the hardships he faced, Lin Ji would have to face 2 more difficulties. If his progress was slow, it would lead him to despair. However, if he progressed rapidly, he would think himself invincible and lose himself. He had overcome the former, but the latter still needed time to come to fruition. After giving some more guidance on cultivation, Jiang Hao left. Later that night, he glanced at his interface. 30 years old. Jiang Hao felt quite emotional when he looked at his age. Lin Ji was 18. Shaoli was 19. But somehow, he had already turned 30. The time had passed so fast. He still felt like he was only 19. That was the first time he had seen Hongyu. Except for that single trip, he hadn't gone out since then. He had wanted to find his stepmother and his family, but now it seemed he might not have the chance. He still didn't know where they had gone. He had searched through all the nearby cities, but there was no news of them. If he had younger siblings, maybe he could hear about them in the future. If not, his past remained frozen at the time he used to be a 5-year-old child. Sometimes he wondered how things would have turned out if he hadn't been sold. Perhaps he would have died in famine, or maybe he would have survived and then been sent to work by his stepmother once he reached a certain age. When he got a bit older, he might have chosen to leave them and start a family. He could have found a wife and lived a peaceful life. If his luck was rotten, he would have suffered throughout his life. Maybe his 10-year-old self would have rebelled and run away to the Heavenly Note sect anyway. Unfortunately, he could only speculate. Jiang Hao looked at his cultivation and lifeblood and didn't pay attention to his wandering thoughts. Nearly 2 years had passed, and they were finally full again. Without hesitation, he began to advance. Late at night the next day, Jiang Hao used the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman and disappeared. In Tianqing Prefecture in the east, the night sky was filled with stars, and disciples occasionally soared through it. Not far from the Bright Moon Sect there was a city. The city was brightly lit and was adorned with flowers. Most of the people passing through had an extraordinary aura, as if there were no ordinary people among them. This was a city mostly inhabited by cultivators. It was called Star Moon City. The inns and lodgings in the city were almost fully occupied. The inn named Eternal Traveler was also fully booked. At this moment, most of the people in the inn were cultivating, while the occupants of one room were sound asleep. Inside the room, the furnishings were simple. A young girl smacked her lips in her sleep as if she saw something delicious in her dreams. A spirit beast was sprawled out on the table, asleep. A puddle of drool formed beneath its mouth. A faint light appeared on the ground. A figure surrounded by purple energy silently materialized in the room. The person looked at the beast and realized that it had already reached the Golden Core realm. Then, he glanced at the girl on the bed. She had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Indeed, neither of these two stayed the same for long. Shaking his head silently, he extended his hand and 2 golden rings appeared from the ground and fell into the hands of the girl and the beast. He no longer needed them. Jiang Hao turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, he felt a sudden burning pain in his chest. He opened his shirt to look at his chest. The one heart palm that was imprinted on his chest flashed briefly and disappeared. When it disappeared, a figure in red appeared beside him. It was a familiar shadow with a familiar fragrance. Hong Yuye. Just as he was about to turn around, the beast suddenly shot into the air and dropped back down to the ground. The beast, which had been perfectly fine before, now had a swollen face. Looking at the beast with a bruised and swollen face, Jiang Hao sensed that it was a warning. Chapter 419 Chapter 419 Demoness explains One Heart Palm. Chapter 419 Demoness explains One Heart Palm. Jiang Hao let out a sigh as he looked at the beast, which was in a very bad condition. The beast still had some dignity. Hong Yuye never targeted anyone but the beast. It was admirable that it survived the encounter every time. Senior. Jiang Hao turned and respectfully bowed. Hong Yuye was dressed in a red and white gown. Her hair fell down her shoulders and chest. She looked elegant and classy. She was just about to say something when an urgent voice sounded from behind. Beast. My meat bun. Shouldn even kicked her blanket away, and it flew away from the bed. Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. Did she only even dream about food? Hong Yuye looked at Shouldn and took a step forward. Then, she covered Shouldn with a blanket. In her sleep, Shouldn sniffed. Senior sister, she was half awake and in a daze. How old is she this year? Hong Yuye asked. She's supposed to be 19, Jiang Hao said. The age of dragons differed from that of humans. Shouldn had never changed even after all these years. She was the same as when she first entered the sect. She hadn't grown at all. She hasn't grown mentally nor physically, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao was helpless. He had only requested Shouldn to stay out of trouble and not cause any commotion. More importantly, it depended on the beast. Currently, Shouldn was growing well. She was fearless in the cliff of broken hearts. The most important thing for her was food. Jiang Hao looked at his chest and realized that the one heart palm had disappeared. The purpose of this palm technique was for Hong Yuye to travel long distances. From the south to the east, the distance was great. Even Hong Yuye found it difficult to cross it. That's why the one heart was left on him. It allowed them to travel together. However, it seemed like this palm technique could only be used once. Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of something. If he was married to many people across the north, west, east, and south, would it be easier for him to travel great distances with the help of this palm technique? Would it be even more convenient than the golden rings? He wanted to learn this technique. Just as Hong Yuye was about to turn away from the sleeping Shaoli grabbed her hand in her sleep and hugged it to her. Mom! Jiang Hao was a bit worried. Even if Shaoli didn't do that intentionally, it was easy for Hong Yuye to get riled up. Are you worried about her? Hong Yuye didn't pull her hand away. She just turned to look at Jiang Hao. Shaoli is young. She didn't mean to offend you, senior, said Jiang Hao. Has she remained by your side after her parents died? Asked Hong Yuye as she looked at Shaoli. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. Not exactly. After Shaoli's parents died, the beast stayed with her and comforted her. I'm not good at that, so I couldn't do much for her. Shaoli tightly clung to Hong Yuye's hand and didn't let go. Hong Yuye moved a bit closer to her. Why would someone like you stay in a demonic sect? Hong Yuye gestured for Jiang Hao to stand beside her. Senior, you must be kidding, said Jiang Hao. That doesn't have anything to do with where I am. You're easily influenced by emotions, Hong Yuye said calmly. Emotions. Jiang Hao thought of Shaoli's old parents, who were struggling with their health. They held on and waited for Shaoli to return home every time. He also thought of Lin Ji's mother. Even though she was suffering from a serious illness, she traveled dozens of miles to get a protective talisman for her child. She bore the burden until she heard the good news. After that, she finally let go. He thought of his stepmother and his family. Though his memories of them weren't very vivid, he was determined not to forget. Regardless of whether they were kind or harsh to him, he wanted to see them again. He didn't even know why he wanted it, but he wanted to see them one last time anyway. Jiang Hao shook his head. Senior, you must be joking. His weaknesses were too obvious, and for him, that was a disaster. Hong Yuye glanced at him in front of her and didn't think much of his lie. Were you just thinking about the palm technique on your chest? She asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer. He was thinking about it, but he didn't dare voice his thoughts. The technique is called the One Heart Palm. Do you know the conditions for activating it? Hong Yuye asked. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. The One Heart Palm requires a relationship between a man and a woman for it to activate successfully. To use it, you just need to leave an imprint on the body, like I did earlier, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao didn't respond. He already knew all of this. Are you thinking that once you learn this technique and have a relationship with many women, you can go anywhere? Hong Yuye sneered. Why do you think it's called the One Heart Palm and not the Many Hearts Palm? If you have a relationship with a second person, the One Heart Palm can't be used. So, once you've mastered it, you can only use it on me. Do you still want to learn? Hong Yuye smiled sinisterly. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't answer. He did want to learn it. If there was danger, he could immediately go to Hong Yuye. Even if she was too terrifying and might be unpredictable, she was his safe bet. If he was on the brink of death, going to Hong Yuye would undoubtedly provide a way out. However, earning it was one thing. Leaving an imprint on someone else's body was another. Hong Yuye had left an imprint on his chest. He didn't dare do the same to her. That would turn out to be deadly. With a sigh, Jiang Hao also gave up on the idea of learning it. Red Yuye didn't say anything either. She just watched Shaoli. After a while, Shaoli finally let go of her hand and went back to dreaming about food. Hong Yuye pulled her hand back and disappeared with Jiang Hao. Ah! The spirit beast wailed and held its face in pain. Then it looked around. Beast, what's wrong with you? Shaoli was startled awake. I thought the master was here, said the beast. Where? Shaoli looked around but didn't see anyone. She sniffed again but didn't smell anything. She looked at the spirit beast. Your face is swollen again. That is a favor from an acquaintance. The master must be nearby. Jiang Hao had already arrived at the street. The place was brightly lit. It was a city that never slept. Star Moon City. It's near the Bright Moon Sect. It's said that many sects gather here, Jiang Hao said. It's busier than the cities you've visited before, Hong Yuye said. Indeed, it was bustling. Jiang Hao was amazed. The streets were paved with jade and stone, and towering pavilions filled the area. Everything looked beautiful. The entire city seemed to have formed naturally, and its grandeur was impeccable. It looked very festive. The city was truly remarkable. Where do you plan to go, senior? Asked Jiang Hao. Go where? Hong Yuye looked at him with a smile. Haven't we hung out before? Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. Were they just going to observe and not get involved? That was fine too, as it wouldn't affect his plans for later. However, her sudden appearance had disrupted his arrangements a bit. He needed to find a place to buy some tea first. Chapter 420. Chapter 420. You know how to bargain? Chapter 420. You know how to bargain. Jiang Hao walked into a pavilion somewhat helplessly. He thought he would find a place for Hong Yuye to stay and go out alone to buy tea. Unfortunately, Hong Yuye came along with him to the city. He had no choice but to take her along to buy tea leaves. The pavilion didn't look very big, so Jiang Hao dared to explore it. He was worried that the price for the tea would be too expensive here than at the Heavenly Note Sect. The place was filled with spirit tea. No one was there to welcome him, so he explored the place alone. Soon, he saw the 1,000-flower tea. It was priced at 181 spirit stones. It was unexpectedly cheaper, but the minimum purchase was 25 grams. If he bought and resold it, he could make a decent amount of money. Then he saw Snow Queen Spring, which was priced at 70 spirit stones for 5 grams. That was 20 spirit stones more expensive than what he bought at his sect. If he could set up a stall here, he could sell it for 60 and still make a profit. He could fully utilize the golden rings and come here to sell things. Leaving the sect wouldn't be too difficult either. He could take on a mission from the law enforcement hall and set aside 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones as compensation. But unfortunately, nothing was that simple. Tea leaves weren't easy to sell either. What would you like to buy, fellow disciples? Asked a young woman. She was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Was this all a Golden Core realm cultivator capable of? It made sense somehow. The city was crowded, and there wasn't much opportunity. Competition was fierce. Help me get. The moment Hong Yuye spoke, Jiang Hao felt anxious. Ancient spirit tea, he said hurriedly. He had seen that tea in the Heavenly Note Sect before. It was priced at 500 spirit stones for 5 grams. All right, please follow me. The young woman was quite surprised, but she nodded and smiled. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to turn around. If Red Yuye had just asked for red azure tea, he would have gone bankrupt. He could only cut her off. Fortunately, it seemed that ancient spirit tea still met her standard. The woman prepared to brew a pot of tea. Please have a taste and check the quality first. Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye sat down and waited. Only after they were seated did the young woman sit down. She was very polite and professional, which surprised Jiang Hao. She was at the Golden Core realm, while they only displayed their cultivation at the Foundation Establishment realm. Hong Yuye must have suppressed her cultivation to be on par with his. After a while, a pot of ancient spirit tea was ready. The woman poured them each a cup. Please try it. If you like it, you can buy the tea. If not, then this pot of tea can be considered a gift from the pavilion. Jiang Hao's attention wasn't on the tea but on the brewing process. It was rather complicated. He picked up the cup, and the fragrance wafted into his nose. He took a sip. It was slightly bitter. As it cooled down, he felt the spiritual energy surge into his body. It gave him the feeling of being among the mountains and rivers. This tea was good. Jiang Hao turned to look at Hong Yuye. At this moment, the cup had just left her lips. This is average quality. The young woman was surprised. She smiled. Your assessment is similar to our pavilion master's. I can lower the price by 30 spirit stones. It'll be 450 spirit stones now. What do the two of you think? Hong Yuye didn't say anything. The woman turned to Jiang Hao. He hadn't expected her to lower the price. In the end, he bought 50 g of ancient spirit tea and 50 g of red sleeve tea. He got a discount of another 80 spirit stones. In total, it cost him 5,300 spirit stones for everything. The tea should last until the end of the trip. Now, he was left with 11,168 spirit stones. All the spirit stones he earned over 2 years were spent here. After getting used to the surroundings, he decided to find a place to set up a stall and sell his goods. He hoped to accumulate enough spirit stones for the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. He had one concern. His cultivation realm was in the middle stage of the soul ascension realm. He didn't know if it would be enough to set up a stall here. After all, this was a city near the Bright Moon Sect. If someone were to cause trouble, they might be at the soul ascension realm or higher. He needed to be prepared. When they left the pavilion, Hong Yuye looked at him. You know how to bargain. It can save some spirit stones. Jiang Hao nodded. But what if she had refused to sell it? Hong Yuye asked. That's all right. We never know until we try, after all, Jiang Hao said. I never saw you take a gamble before. Well, it's different. Gambles include risk. I just want to be careful with certain things, said Jiang Hao. How old are you this year? 30. Hong Yuye fell silent. She seemed deep in thought. Jiang Hao didn't know what she was thinking. But it meant that the two of them had known each other for 10 years, and soon it would be 11. 11 years had swiftly passed by. Where do you want to go next, senior? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye was silent for a while, then, she said, let's go to the riverside. It was nighttime, and the stars and moon were radiant in the sky. At the riverside of Star Moon City, the reflection of the stars fell on the water's surface. Jiang Hao rented a boat. Hong Yuye stood at the bow of the boat, while he ferried the boat at the stern. In the darkness of the night, Jiang Hao gently sailed the boat through the river. A gentle breeze rustled Hong Yuye's hair, and her robes swayed lightly. She looked ethereal. Ha! A sudden voice echoed. Jiang Hao turned to see a man standing on another boat nearby. He was drinking wine and laughing merrily. However, he seemed somewhat puzzled. When did I find myself on the sea of stars again? Ha! The stars on the water are quite something, though a bit dizzying. This is good wine. Ha! The man was a bit incoherent. He seemed to be drunk. Hong Yuye also looked at him. She heard a resigned voice behind her. Unaware of the heavens while drunk and sound asleep while crossing the Milky Way. She looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. How do you know that? My father was a scholar, so I learned some things, said Jiang Hao. His memory of his father was quite vague. He only remembered his father occasionally going out to sell calligraphy. Now that he thought about it, the business must have been good. The family had lived well. although his meals were quite plain because his stepmother didn't give him much. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and stood on the surface of the river. He gazed at Jiang Hao. "Apologies for the interruption," said the middle-aged man politely. "May I ask if the poem you just recited was composed by you, fellow disciple?" Jiang Hao greeted him politely. Then, he shook his head. "Senior, you've misunderstood. That was a line of poetry I heard somewhere before. I'm not knowledgeable about such matters." The person's aura was restrained, so it was difficult to discern their cultivation realm, but he emanated a certain kind of pressure. This was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. Even the drunk person from before was the same. Many powerful cultivators had gathered here. If it weren't for the Bright Moon Sect monitoring the place, things might have gotten out of hand. Chapter 421 Chapter 421 We Were Tricked. Hahaha. Chapter 421 We Were Tricked. Hahaha. Isn't that so? The middle-aged man expressed some regret. I wonder who composed it. Could you introduce me to the author? Jiang Hao shook his head. He probably passed away. I see. The middle-aged man didn't press him further but raised the wine bottle in his hand. Would you care for some wine, fellow disciple? Thank you for your kind offer, but I don't drink, Jiang Hao said. It seems it really wasn't your poem. What a pity, the middle-aged man sighed in disappointment. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. Well then, sorry for bothering you. The middle-aged man turned and walked away. Jiang Hao paid no mind and moved away from the area and continued downstream. Hong Yuya didn't turn around, and he didn't dare to look at her either. The wooden boat didn't need to be returned. So, they left it downstream. The middle-aged man watched the boat leave and stood beside the drunken man. Such a shame, really a pity. The intoxicated man lay at the bow of the boat and gazed at his reflection in the water. He chuckled, unaware of the heavens while drunk. Sound asleep while crossing the Milky Way. I like it. Ha ha ha. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were unfocused. He was pretty good-looking. The middle-aged man beside him had a bit of stubble. He looked wise. Let's see where this poem came from. With a wave of his hand, the starry river surged, and the constellations shifted. Soon, he was left dumbfounded in place. Where are we? The middle-aged man asked. The man at the bow of the boat suddenly burst into laughter. Right here. We were tricked. Ha ha. He laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. He found it amusing that they were deceived. He trembled with laughter and suddenly fell into the water. The middle-aged man paid no attention to his cries for help. It really is him. It seems he doesn't like us. No, I should go see where they are and pay them a visit. First, ugh, save me, please. The drunk man struggled in the water. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao walked out of the inn. After returning from the river yesterday, they found an inn. Cost 3 spirit stones for one night. They had taken 2 rooms. The location was a bit secluded, and it was not a popular inn, but the facilities were decent. It cost them 6 spirit stones a day for 2 rooms. That was about 180 spirit stones a month. The Sect's resources for 3 months wouldn't be enough to cover 1 month's stay here. In places with more people, some things were cheap, while others were expensive. Lodging shouldn't be a necessity for cultivators, but the prices were still steep. The entire inn was covered by formations. That morning, he brewed tea for Hong Yuya and bought some pastries. After that, he wanted to go out and attend to his own matters. First, he needed to find a place to set up his stall. Then, he wanted to visit the Twin City Peak. It was already May. In another month, the Tao Conference would take place. He had to be present then. Otherwise, the mission would fail. In a few days, the gathering would likely begin again. Xing might inquire about their location to make sure they could arrive on time. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment wasn't a small matter. No one dared to be careless. During the day, the streets were bustling with more people than at night. People roamed the streets in groups of 2s and 3s. Everything seemed normal. After a while, Jiang Hao found a spot for his stall, which required spirit stones to activate. After getting a rough idea of the prices, he spent 10 spirit stones to open the stall for the day. This time he displayed spirit herbs, pill formulas, pills, magical treasures, and talismans in his stall. He didn't bring out the blood gourd. It might come in handy, so he wanted to keep it. Before long, a woman appeared at his stall. She looked at the pull formula. "How much is this?" 3,000 spirit stones, Jiang Hao said. He wasn't sure about the value of the pill furnace in other places, but here it wasn't worth much. 3,000 was the average price. Others were selling it for less. "This is too expensive." The woman took a quick look and put the furnace down. It seemed she didn't even intend to negotiate. Jiang Hao was speechless. He could only wait. "How much for a healing talisman?" asked a young man. After hearing the price, the person walked away. "Too pricey." Jiang Hao had priced the items according to the standards of the Bright Moon Sect. He had also asked around about the prices here. While they might be a bit cheaper, the difference wasn't that significant. He didn't know why these people found his things so expensive. Helplessly, he could only continue to wait. By afternoon, Jiang Hao hadn't sold anything yet. Doing business was proving more difficult than he had anticipated. Although many people asked about his products, they didn't buy any. It was either too expensive or the items were too ordinary. It wasn't until evening that he finally understood what was happening. He lacked competitiveness. His items were commonplace and abundant in this place. Anybody could find cheaper options at another stall. Even if the prices were similar, the other vendors had a variety of the same product. There was simply no reason for anyone to choose him. "Looks like I need to lower the prices." But he wasn't in a rush. He closed his stall and walked around. He asked for items and their prices to compare them to his own. He couldn't set the price too low, after all. At the same time, he wanted to assess the strengths of these vendors, so he could prevent them from retaliating. In the end, he decided to raise his cultivation to the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm and lower the prices for his items. He would only lower the items for the products that weren't available here. And by leveraging these lower prices, he could encourage people to buy other things as well. After bringing some food back to the inn, Jiang Hao once again set up his stall. At night, with more people around, he didn't slack off. Luckily, the stall was reserved for the whole day, so he could use it any time. "How much is this pill furnace?" asked a woman. 2,300, Jiang Hao said. The woman was about to put it down when she caught herself. She didn't voice her thoughts but picked up the pill furnace again to examine it more closely. This time, she was looking at it with great interest. After making sure the quality was decent, she doubted that she had heard wrong. "How much for this in spirit stones?" 2,300, Jiang Hao said again. He had seen similar pill furnaces before. The lowest price for it in this area was 2,800. Initially, he had priced it at 3,000, which was a fair valuation. Now, he was offering it at a cheaper rate than the market price. Anyone who knew the market wouldn't change their vendor unless they got a better deal. "What about these pill formulas?" The woman didn't put down the pill furnace this time. 500 for one, Jiang Hao said. The pill formula was of the gold core realm. It was ordinary but still worth 500 spirit stones. "What about these spirit herbs?" she asked again. In the end, the woman spent 7,000 spirit stones in purchasing the pill furnace, some spirit herbs formulas, and pills. With 7,000 spirit stones in hand, Jiang Hao sighed in relief. He realized that the items in Yu Xian's storage treasures were very valuable. There was also a spirit sword. At the very least, it could be sold for 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones. In the sect, it would fetch 5,000 or 6,000. Prices for magical treasures were generally lower here. In the end, he sold the spirit sword for a lower price too. Unfortunately, the person only bought the sword and nothing else. Fortunately, 3,500 spirit stones for a spirit sword wasn't much of a loss. He now had a total of 21,600 spirit stones. At this point, even though he still had spirit herbs and pills to sell, Jiang Hao wanted to find a place that traded in magical treasures. He still had a fair number of spirit swords to get rid of. You want to sell magical treasures to us? The woman at the counter of one of the pavilions that dealt with magical treasures was amused. We don't buy regular magical treasures here. What kind of magical treasure do you have? Jiang Hao took out a spirit sword. It was just an ordinary one. This spirit sword is priced at 10 spirit stones here, but we're not interested. The woman shook their head. I can sell it to you for 4 spirit stones each, and I have several thousands of them, Jiang Hao said. The woman at the counter was taken aback. Several thousand. Fellow disciple, please come this way, the woman said politely and led the way. Chapter 422 Chapter 422 True Harmony. Chapter 422 True Harmony. Esteemed guest, please take care, said the woman as she bid him farewell. Next time you have magical treasures, please consider us first. The prices are negotiable. Jiang Hao gave a simple nod in return and turned to leave. This time, he had sold all the spirit swords, spirit sabers, and spirit spears. He had over 4,000 spirit weapons. He sold them all and earned around 16,000 spirit stones. Accumulating a lot of spirit weapons over the years wasn't without benefit. He still had a few daggers left, but he kept them for sneak attack. Now, he had over 37,000 spirit stones. The immortal peach tree would cost over 20 or 30,000 spirit stones for the next incarnation. He would still be left with several thousand spirit stones after that. For a moment, he didn't know how to spend it all. Since he had reached a higher realm in cultivation, some spirit herbs no longer produced enough bubbles to help him in his cultivation. The further he went, the more he needed divine and sacred items to trigger blue bubbles. Even high-grade spirit herb seeds, which had a high probability of producing blue bubbles, had a much lower chance now. After returning, I need to find a way to get the Candlelight Pill Pavilion to send me some high-grade seeds for nurturing. If I somehow display a golden core realm cultivation, they might agree willingly. It was already late at night and he should be heading back. However, on his way back, 2 people blocked his path. One was a disheveled-haired youth, and the other was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Jiang Hao remembered these 2. He had met them both during that time on the boat. Their strength exceeded his expectations. Fellow disciple, we meet again. It seems fate is at work. The middle-aged man smiled. I am Wan Xiu. I'm just a commoner who enjoys poems. The disheveled youth hiccuped. I'm Si Cheng. I am Jiang Hao Tian. What can I do for you, seniors? Jiang Hao asked. It was clear they had come looking for him. We want to ask, does the poet you mentioned have any more verses in that poem? Wan Xiu asked politely. I only remember that one verse, Jiang Hao said truthfully. Just one verse. Wan Xiu sighed. Will you be able to remember the rest of the verses? Jiang Hao frowned. The person seemed to be implying something. Does he think I composed the poem? Jiang Hao felt troubled. Such powerful individuals couldn't be easily fooled by a cultivator like him. It would be best to clarify the situation as soon as possible. Senior, you might have misunderstood. I didn't compose the poem, Jiang Hao said. Then, is it the young woman from yesterday? Siqing asked. Young woman? Jiang Hao's heart raced, but he remained calm. Not quite. It was composed by a deceased senior. Wan Xiu and Siqing exchanged a glance. They felt that Jiang Hao wasn't being dishonest. Had they made a mistake? The two invited Jiang Hao to their loft for a drink. When an expert extended an invitation, he could only go along. With Hong Yuye not around, he needed to be cautious in the presence of such seniors. Provoking them wouldn't benefit him in any way. Indeed, the city was brimming with formidable experts. At the riverside loft, Jiang Hao and the two sat by the window. It overlooked the boats sailing on the river. It was quite lively tonight, with many figures bustling about on the largest boat. It's a wonderful thing to be young. I heard that there's a young woman on that boat, and she is exceptionally talented. I wonder if any of you will get to meet her, Wan Xiu said with a smile. This wine is just average. Siqing shook his head. Jiang Hao focused on his food. As for the bustling boat below, he wasn't interested at all. In his eyes, even the most extraordinary woman was no different from an ordinary one. Aren't you curious about this young woman? Wan Xiu asked. She's just the alchemist from the Bright Moon Sect. She shows off a little magic here and there. Her talent isn't that remarkable, Siqing casually said. Oh? Then who would you consider truly remarkable? Wan Xiu asked. Could it be that you fancy that newly recruited young woman? She's still young and can't be considered truly remarkable, mainly because she lacks her own opinions. Without unique ideas that leave an impact, she can't truly be called remarkable. Siqing sipped his wine. You should just focus on your drink, Wan Xiu said. Don't be so critical. When you're young, that doesn't apply. It's impressive to be exceptionally talented to astound their peers. He looked at Jiang Hao. What do you think, fellow disciple? I think both perspectives are valid, said Jiang Hao. Wan Xiu burst into laughter but didn't press him further. Instead, he looked at the large boat outside. At that moment, a figure flew out from the boat. The first to emerge was a woman dressed in white. She appeared ethereal under the moonlight. Following closely behind was a scholarly-looking man. The two of them seemed to be comparing their movement technique. Soul Ascension Realm. Jiang Hao was surprised. They were weaker than he had anticipated. He had thought the majority of experts on this boat would be at the return to Void Realm. It seemed that wasn't the case everywhere. This made him feel safer. At least he wouldn't easily encounter those above the Soul Ascension Realm. If they were at the Soul Ascension Realm, he could afford to escape. After all, with the 9 Heavens battle armor and the golden rings, he would have some means to flee from danger. However, he couldn't be reckless. A moment of carelessness might mean severe injuries that he wouldn't be able to recover from. Is that young woman playing games with someone? Her movement technique is quite impressive, Wan Xiu said. Siqing squinted his eyes and glanced outside. Her 1,000 dragon step isn't bad. As for the person behind her, is he using the light and dust technique from the Astronomical Academy? Light and dust? Jiang Hao asked. You don't know? That's normal. Few people practice light and dust after all, Wan Xiu said. Jiang Hao squinted and looked at the man more carefully. There was indeed a vague resemblance in the technique he used. However, it was just a faint similarity, and everything else was completely different. He could barely keep up. The reason why the man was able to keep up with the woman so far was solely due to his cultivation advantage. The 1,000 dragon step was quite formidable, while light and dust from the Astronomical Academy was rather ordinary. So, this is light and dust technique, Jiang Hao sighed. This technique was different from the one he practiced. Speaking of light and dust, according to the people from the Astronomical Academy, it's an extremely powerful body technique, but no matter how their people practice it, it ends up like this. It's not too bad, but it's not outstanding either, Wan Xiu said. Is it a lost technique? Jiang Hao asked. Not exactly. This body technique was learned by a relatively senior disciple of the Astronomical Academy while he was outside. It was a fortuitous encounter. When he returned with it, he claimed it could astonish the world. Unfortunately, he spent his whole life without achieving much with it. In the end, he left it within the Astronomical Academy for others to learn. He hoped someone would fulfill his last wish and achieve true harmony with the light, said Wan Xiu. Unfortunately, after so many years, it's still the same. No matter how one learns it, it remains like this. Maybe he didn't learn it fully, or perhaps he created it himself. Either way, the end result is the same. That person was so sure when he spoke about it. It didn't sound like he was lying. I'm also quite curious about the light and dust technique that he envisioned, said Si Qing. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed that he had learned the complete light and dust technique. Just a moment ago, he was worried about being accused of stealing the Astronomical Academy's technique. Now, it seemed they had learned it from outside their academy as well. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 423 Chapter 423 Don't you feel an impulse to compose a poem? Chapter 423 Don't you feel an impulse to compose a poem? Jiang Hao and the two seniors watched the two people chasing each other in the sky. They didn't use any other techniques. They just flashed by in the sky like stars. It was breathtaking. Boom! The two figures suddenly clashed. Immediately after, the man from the Astronomical Academy fell. With a thud, he crashed into Jiang Hao and the others. Thankfully, the loft wasn't damaged. Fellow disciples, did you lose? Wan Xiu asked with a smile. Isn't it obvious? Si Qing munched on some peanuts. Jiang Hao remained silent. The opponent was at the middle stage of Soul Ascension Realm, which was roughly equivalent to his own strength. It was best to avoid unnecessary interactions. However, he was quite curious about how he appeared right now. Had these two seniors seen through him? Hong Yuye hadn't given him any indication that she had seen through him. The young man looked at them. Apologies, seniors. He hesitated for a moment. It was probably because he noticed that one of them was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Hao understood the young man's hesitation. He always displayed his cultivation realm at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. At first, he had displayed his cultivation at the peak of Foundation establishment realm, but Hong Yuye seemed to prefer it when he was at the late stage. So, he lowered his realm. It was probably because Hong Yuye might have set her cultivation at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. If he set it at the late stage, then he would be the junior and she would be the senior. He didn't mind this arrangement. Your talent is not bad. Why are you so determined to be just like everyone else and cultivate the light and dust technique? Wan Xiu asked. The young man sighed. I think it was my arrogance. I wanted to be the one to surpass everyone else who had failed at this. At that point, the woman also landed in front of the loft. Apologies for disturbing you, seniors. No problem. Si Qing waved his hand. We three just happened to be sitting here. Don't worry. Hua Han nodded. She was quite puzzled as she looked at Jiang Hao. She didn't understand why someone at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm was present with the other two seniors. Then, she respectfully said, Then, I won't disturb you anymore. Wait a moment. Since we're here anyway, it would be stingy of us not to give you some guidance. Wan Xiu looked at Si Qing and Jiang Hao. Which one of you will come with me? My abilities are limited, Jiang Hao said. He couldn't guide these people. These people were in the Soul Ascension realm and were from immortal sections. What authority did he even have to provide them with guidance? These two might have a slightly better impression of him due to Hong Yuye's influence. My abilities are also limited, Siqing said. Hua Han thought Jiang Hao was being honest, but when the other senior said the same, she was confused. She wondered if this Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator could really provide her with some guidance. The disciples of the Astronomical Academy remained silent. Wan Xiu looked at Hua Han. All right then, you can choose one of us at random. If they're willing to guide you, it's your fate. If not, then it's not meant to be. Wan Xiu's casual approach made Jiang Hao feel that the strong were often unpredictable. It would be best to choose Senior Wan Xiu. After all, he was the one who initiated this. Hua Han fell silent for a moment, then she looked at Jiang Hao. Following that, her white sleeves flicked, and she whisked away the half-moon blade Jiang Hao had placed at the side. Senior, please pardon me. Instantly, she activated the Myriad Dragon Travel Technique and left. Jiang Hao was speechless. That blade had cost him 3,000 spirit stones. He hadn't expected his saber to be snatched away. This kid doesn't know her own limit. Siqing sighed. Fellow disciple, do you want to intervene or should I? Asked Wan Xiu. I'll handle it, Jiang Hao said helplessly. The opponent was at the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm. Luckily, he could keep up. Then, his cultivation changed. He was now also at the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm. This surprised He Gu from the Astronomical Academy. Wan Xiu and Siqing were not surprised. They seemed interested in seeing how Jiang Hao would retrieve the item. Under the moonlight, a faint light radiated from Jiang Hao's body, but it quickly became as insignificant as dust. Soon, he vanished from his spot. He Gu didn't know how it was possible, but Jiang Hao seemed to be everywhere in the moonlight and nowhere at all. He Gu felt deeply moved. He felt that he was looking at something extraordinary. Yet, he couldn't put a finger on it. At this moment, Siqing opened his mouth in astonishment. Light and dust? Indeed, light and dust. Wan Xiu was also surprised. They suddenly understood why Jiang Hao had asked about the light and dust technique before. It turned out this was how light and dust was supposed to be truly used. To comprehend the heavens and the earth with one's state of mind, to merge with them and borrow power from them. Impressive. I wonder how it will be at its peak. Wan Xiu looked at the drunk man next to him with a smile. Weren't you just saying you wanted to witness what true harmony with light and dust looks like? Walking through the world while hiding among the crowd. Siqing chuckled. It is no wonder he seemed extraordinary. At this moment, He Gu was filled with excitement. This is what light and dust is supposed to be like. Just a glance told him it was real. To be in harmony with the light and the dust at the same time. The reason he couldn't learn it properly was because he couldn't enter the right state of mind. In the next instant, Jiang Hao was back. The blade was at his side again. Hua Han, who was still flying in the sky, felt puzzled. But when she noticed the blade was missing, she knew that Jiang Hao had already taken action. Returning to the loft, she assumed the two seniors had done it. However, before she could speak, He Gu suddenly bowed to Jiang Hao. Thank you so much, Senior. It was an honor to see you do that. Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. He had two movement techniques that he used. One was Demonic Sound 1,000 miles, and the other one was Light and Dust technique. Demonic Sound 1,000 miles was too obvious, so he had chosen to use Light and Dust. Hua Han was astonished. She didn't even know what had happened. All right. That's it for today. Siqing waved his hand and the two people returned to their boat. Fellow disciple, what are you doing at the Bright Moon Sect? Wan Xiu asked. I am here for the Tao conference, said Jiang Hao. Do you know the purpose of this conference? Wan Xiu asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. Being too truthful might lead to trouble. Wan Xiu didn't mind. He looked at the beautiful scenery below. Don't you feel an impulse to compose a poem at such a beautiful scene? They still don't believe that I didn't write that poem. Jiang Hao felt helpless. Afterward, they pulled Jiang Hao onto a boat. In the end, he still didn't compose a poem. They were a bit disappointed. After that, Jiang Hao bid them farewell. This way, they probably wouldn't bother him anymore. Even if they really believed that he wrote that poem, he was truly out of ideas. Take this with you. Si Qing tossed him a jade pendant. This item will allow you to enter the Bright Moon Sect and participate in the Tao conference. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised but still nodded in gratitude. Then, he turned and left. In the Eternal Traveler Inn, Chu Chuan felt restless. He looked at the beast before him and sought its advice. Lord Beast, what should I do tomorrow so that Chu Jie won't think I'm poor? Chapter 424 Chapter 424 Lord Beast is influential. Chapter 424 Lord Beast is influential. The spirit beast stood on the table and said solemnly, As long as you are spiritually rich, your Chu Jie won't ever see you as a poor wretch. Spiritually rich? Chu Chuan asked. He didn't understand. Clothes, Shaoli said. My mother used to tell me not to wear torn clothes, or else people would think our family can't afford clothes, which means we're very poor. But my parents never bought clothes for themselves. They always bought them for me. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Chu Chuan felt that Shaoli was still like a child. After all these years, she hadn't grown much taller. He was now much taller than Shaoli, but unfortunately, he still couldn't match her in strength. Now that Chu Chuan had advanced to the Foundation establishment realm, he was excited. However, as he got closer to his goal, the only thing that worried him was seeing Chu Jie again. He couldn't quite imagine what Chu Jie might look like now. The next day, Chu Chuan said, Spirit Beast, I'm setting off. How about you come with me? He was dressed in some decent outfit that he had bought yesterday. It had cost him 2 spirit stones, and he felt a bit reluctant. Only the spirit beast and Shaoli could afford not to care about spending spirit stones on unnecessary things like these. Don't worry, Chu Chuan. Although I don't have much else, I do have many friends. Just mention my name when you're out and it will be fine, the spirit beast said in assurance. Really? Chu Chuan couldn't believe it. However, the spirit beast had no reason to deceive him. Seeing Shaoli nodding, he suddenly thought that maybe it would really work. But for such matters, it was better not to use it unless absolutely necessary. After saying goodbye to the spirit beast and Shaoli, Chu Chuan took a deep breath and headed to the location. On the way, he straightened his clothes and fixed his hair. He was afraid of embarrassing himself if he appeared messy. Why am I so nervous? Chu Chuan wondered. After all, he was just meeting Chu Jie. There was no need to be so nervous. Perhaps it was because of his imagination. Chu Jie had become something of a prodigy. They were supposed to meet outside the city on the way to the Bright Moon Sect. There was a large tree there. When Chu Chuan arrived, he didn't see anyone. That was expected since he had arrived early. He thought that coming early would help him prepare mentally, but waiting made him feel even more anxious. He kept wondering if Chu Jie would be disappointed and if he would embarrass himself in front of her. Besides these concerns, he also wanted to make a good impression. After some time, Chu Chuan saw a figure approaching. It was a young woman wearing a light blue robe. In just a few breaths, they were less than a foot apart. Her hair was tied into a bun. Her skin was as fair as snow. She was beautiful. Although her robe was simple enough, she still looked radiant. It was like she was a moon among the stars. Chu Chuan couldn't believe his eyes. Despite Jiang Hao's repeated warnings that Chu Jie was extraordinary, and she might have changed over the years, Chu Chuan was still taken aback. Her presence was too captivating. It made everyone else feel insignificant. Chu Jie? Chu Chuan stammered. She opened her mouth as if to address him as young master, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Just call me Chu Chuan. He smiled awkwardly. Young master, Chu Jie said hesitantly. Chu Chuan smiled softly. Have you been well? I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't recognize you either, Chu Jie said. She approached Chu Chuan somewhat awkwardly. You're different from what I imagined. What did you imagine? Chu Chuan asked curiously. Like some of the seniors here. Elegant and refined. Chu Chuan chuckled. He had always been on the receiving end of beatings. How could he be elegant and refined? Have I changed a lot? Chu Jie asked. Well, yes, in a good way. You stand out like a blossoming flower, Chu Chuan said. Chu Jie nodded absent-mindedly, as if she had heard similar compliments many times before. By the way, since we rarely get to see each other, how about we go shopping? I'll buy you a gift, Chu Chuan said. Sure. Chu Jie nodded and smiled. I know a place with beautiful hairpins. Then, let's go, Chu Chuan said. A hairpin was something he could afford. After a while, the two of them arrived at a quaint street with few people. However, Chu Chuan could sense that this place was extraordinary. He couldn't quite put his finger on what made it special. It's up ahead, Chu Jie said. Chu Chuan nodded and followed along. There was no turning back now. He had over 500 spirit stones on him, so he should be able to buy something nice. Soon, they arrived at a shop that sold wooden product. There weren't many customers there. Behind the counter sat a young woman. This is it. The hairpins here are the most beautiful, and they don't have duplicates, Chu Jie said and smiled. Chu Chuan nodded. Then, I'll buy one. Chu Jie looked at some of the things and showed them to Chu Chuan. In the end, she picked a light blue hairpin. Chu Chuan looked at it carefully and realized that it was just an ordinary hairpin. It wasn't a magical treasure. He felt relieved. However, when the receptionist told him the price, he was taken aback. 600 spirit stones. Yes, 600, the shopkeeper said. Chu Chuan was stunned. How could a simple hairpin cost 600 spirit stones? He only had 570 spirit stones on him. Should he ask Chu Jie to pay for it? That was too embarrassing. Chu Chuan recalled what the spirit beast had told him. Please, Lord Beast, help me, he whispered. Huh? Did you say something? Asked the woman at the counter. I was just asking where do I put the spirit stones, said Chu Chuan. His face turned red. Put them here, said the woman as she brought out a treasure bowl. If it's the full amount, it'll glow. But if the money is short, it'll spit it out. I see, Chu Chuan said awkwardly. He then placed all the spirit stones into the bowl. He was only short by 30. He hoped it could be overlooked. Please, Lord Beast, help me. As soon as Chu Chuan placed all the spirit stones into the bowl, it lit up. That meant the bowl was full of all 600 spirit stones. Huh! Chu Chuan was stunned. Is the spirit beast really that powerful? No, thank you. Chu Jie quickly shook her head. The two of them walked out of the store. On the side of the shop, Jiang Hao stood at the entrance. He let out a sigh. Even from a distance, he could tell how uncomfortable Chu Chuan had felt. If it weren't for the spirit beast's sudden intervention, Chu Chuan would likely have faced some difficulties. The reason the treasure bowl was filled was that the spirit beast had used its innate talent for deception to supplement the missing spirit stones. When he turned to look at the other side, Shaoli was following along with the spirit beast. Jiang Hao sighed softly. Some things and some people never changed. Chapter 425 Chapter 425 A Simple Poem. Chapter 425 A Simple Poem. Watching them leave, Jiang Hao understood that Chu Chuan's journey was just the beginning. When he entered the Bright Moon Sect later, he might face some challenges, but those challenges wouldn't crush him. Everything that couldn't kill him would ultimately make him stronger. However, he couldn't predict the direction where those two would end up. The human heart is the most difficult thing to understand. Chu Chuan was somewhat predictable, but he had no knowledge of Chu Jie's personality. It was impossible to guess. Afterward, he began searching for flower petals. Hong Yue wanted a bath, and he needed to find silver moon petals. The silver moon petals were expensive, but they were also rare. This street was the only place to find them. This street had stalls from seniors of the sect who had nothing better to do. They sold various items, including handicrafts, pills, and magical treasures that they didn't want to throw away. Therefore, the prices were uncertain, and there were many different things. After searching for a long time, he finally found the silver moon petals. They cost 500 spirit stones per portion, which was relatively cheap. He bought 5 portions in total to ensure he had enough for later. He now had 35,000 spirit stones left. When he returned to the inn, he felt the stone tablet vibrating. It was a gathering scheduled for tonight. It was probably a last-minute meeting related to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Back at the inn, Hong Yue was bathing. Jiang Hao faced away from the folding screen as she bathed. To distract himself, he mentioned the gathering. Tonight? Hong Yue asked. Yes, tonight. Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, the sound of water pouring over her body followed. To avoid thinking too much, he decided to go to the Twin City Peak first to gather information. Do you have a map of the Bright Moon Sect? Hong Yue asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. He had seen one while setting up his stall and bought a copy. It wasn't too expensive, but there were cheaper versions with limited information. Those only covered the surrounding routes and names. When he took it out, the map flew to the folding screen behind him. Where do you want to go? Hong Yue asked. Twin City Peak, Jiang Hao said. He hoped she would offer some insight. However, she remained silent. It seemed she had nothing to say. The water splashed. Jiang Hao couldn't help but wonder if she was still looking at the map. Turning around might be fatal, so he waited patiently. After a long while, he heard her stepping out of the water. Soon, she stood beside him. She was dressed in a red and white gown. A faint fragrance entered his senses. It was somewhat familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He glanced sideways and saw that her long hair was damp at the tip. Let's go out, Hong Yue said. She opened the door and walked out. Jiang Hao glanced at the tub. With a wave of his hand, he disposed of the water. Inside the Bright Moon Sect, He was deep in thought in one of the courtyards. He felt like he missed something. He paced around and hoped he would figure it out soon. Perhaps it's the state of mind? What kind of state of mind is needed to use light and dust? He understood how to practice it, but he didn't know what he was doing wrong. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in. Are you still thinking about light and dust? Just give up. It's useless. If it were really that powerful, the one who left the technique behind wouldn't have met a tragic end. No, Senior Chang, you're wrong, he said in excitement. I've seen the real light and dust technique being used. He was nowhere and everywhere at once. Is it a kind of body technique? Chang Zizai asked. Yes, that's right. He nodded. I received guidance from a senior, but I still couldn't comprehend it. Perhaps it's my state of mind that's lacking. The most crucial aspect of light and dust doesn't seem to be the technique itself, but the state of mind. State of mind. Chang Zizai shook his head. Many people have a high state of mind, but no one has been able to learn that technique perfectly. Who is this person you're talking about? Well, he do thought for a moment and then shook his head. I don't know, but Hua-Han from the Bright Moon Sect might know. It seems she knew one of the seniors that we met. Tell me the whole thing, Chang Zizai said. He do recounted everything that had happened, and Chang Zizai listened attentively. After hearing it all, he was surprised. It seemed that those 3 individuals were quite something. I need to go and ask, Chang Zizai said. By the way, our disciples have been criticized for morning reading exercises outside the sect. Should we consider suspending it? He do asked. No need. It doesn't affect them, Chang Zizai said. But we've been unable to refute their claim, and it's quite uncomfortable, he do said. Don't worry about it, Chang Zizai said. All right. Has anything else happened lately? Well, not much, but I heard a poem in the Star River. A poem? Yes, or half of one anyway. It goes, unaware of the heavens while drunk. Sound asleep while crossing the Milky Way. Chang Zizai looked surprised but quickly shook his head. It's just a line from a poem. It doesn't mean anything. Focus on your cultivation. He do nodded. His mind was focused on light and dust. At night, Jiang Hao stood atop the Twin City Peak. These mountain peaks were extremely high and offered a wide view of the city below. Is this place truly just a simple location? It looks so grand. Jiang Hao was amazed. It's at the end, so the location isn't important, Hong Yuya said. She then turned to face him. Tomorrow, let's go and check out the Bright Moon Sect. All right. Jiang Hao nodded. It would be easy to enter with the item given to him by that senior. If he were alone, he might not dare to use it, but with Hong Yuya it was much safer. They stayed on the mountain peak until midnight when the gathering finally began. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and took out the stone tablet and entered it. Soon, all 4 of them were gathered there. This time, Dan Yuan didn't appear. This is an impromptu gathering. It seems Senior Dan Yuan has urgent matters to attend to, Xing said. Lu and Gui weren't surprised. It seemed that such things had happened before. Jiang Hao remained silent. Have you all arrived? Xing asked. I'm already in Star Moon City, Gui said. I'm here too, Jiang Hao said. From what I know, many people outside are aware of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Although many hope for success, some want to take advantage and disrupt it, Xing said as he looked at Jiang Hao and Gui. So, it could be quite dangerous, but your area isn't that important, so the level of danger will be reduced. However, I'm not sure if it's suitable for you. Have you checked out the location? I have no issues. But there's something I need to remind you. I'll be entering that area, and it's best if your people don't get too close. Otherwise, I can't guarantee their safety, Gui said. No problem. Xing nodded. Then, he turned to Jiang Hao. What about you, Jing? I'm fine with it, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuya hadn't made any requests. That being said, I must remind you that the end of all things might also participate. They're unpredictable, and your situation may not be as optimistic as you expect, Lu said. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, felt delighted. This might be an opportunity to capture someone from the end of all things. It would greatly help with his investigation. After all, it was more dangerous for him if he made no progress in this undercover task. Chapter 426 Chapter 426 In Need of an Extraordinary Genius. Chapter 426 In Need of an Extraordinary Genius. It wasn't surprising that the end of all things was involved, given their goal of destruction. The Bright Moon Sect should be able to handle them. However, it was a bit troublesome because they were everywhere, and no one knew if they had already entered the Bright Moon Sect. Anyone from any sect could potentially be a member of the end of all things. It's early June right now. You'll need to go to the respective areas. I'm not entirely sure how long you'll need to stay there, but it might tentatively be 3 months at most, Xing said. 3 months without doing anything is a bit boring. Can we at least watch the Tao conference? Asked Gui. You can use formations to teleport, or you can enter the Bright Moon Sect during regular times to watch the conference. The most crucial part is being there during the critical moments, Xing said. Jiang Hao nodded. This arrangement was convenient for him. Getting there was easy. Moreover, he had the golden rings, so it was convenient. If Hong Yuye decided to lend a hand, it would be even easier. I think there might be quite a few people taking action this time. I've heard some rumors that suggest that the Bright Moon Sect is planning to seize others' luck to complete their Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. This is not good news and could potentially affect the Tao Conference, Lu said. I've heard about it too, but many people tend to believe rumors rather than the confirmations provided by the sects, Gui said. Jiang Hao hadn't heard of such rumors. Even if he had, he wouldn't have believed them. They were just using the situation to their advantage. If there were any issues, Hong Yuye would have told him. Besides, depriving others of their luck was not as easy and contradicted the principles of Heavenly Tao. It was impossible to complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and become a person of great luck. That's indeed what I've heard. It was probably spread by the fallen immortal clan. If things get too serious, it might affect the success of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. However, the current sect master of the Bright Moon Sect has gone to the Clear Sky School. It seems he intends to invite Shouldn to assist with the Heavenly Tao. I believe the genius in the corpse realm could also accomplish this, but we don't know where they are. Do any of you have any information about that? Xing asked. He looked at Gui and Jiang Hao. They were the only ones who had entered the corpse realm. Unfortunately, both of them shook their heads. Jiang Hao knew that the extraordinary genius was probably Hong Yuye because he had been there with her. Since she was attending the conference, there should be no problem. There was no need for Shouldn to be involved. After discussing some more details about the Bright Moon Sect, Lu brought up something important. There's something I need to remind you all of. Do you remember the changes in the seabed? It seems someone has entered it and discovered that it's not about a treasure, but about someone breaking a seal. This happened several years ago. Also, the issue with the small island that we discussed earlier has been uncovered. It was someone from the end of all things searching for something. Now they are under attack. Although it was destroyed, it's unclear whether they found what they were looking for. Jiang Hao grew concerned. Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, he said. It made sense that they would search for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl using the remnants of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. This was a matter that Jiang Hao could only remind them of. He couldn't get involved. However, it left others feeling concerned. Jiang Hao's words shocked everyone. He had mentioned it before too and told them that the end of all things was looking for it. Gui was aghast. Looks like I need to pay more attention to this. Lu sighed. This time, he was in trouble overseas. After some more discussion, they ended the gathering. When Jiang Hao woke up, he saw the moonlight. Under the moonlight stood an elegant person with her hair swaying in the wind. There was also a faint fragrance in the air. When she turned around, her gaze was calm. She said, "Tell me everything." Her eyes, even though calm, were still astonishing under the moonlight. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao began to tell her everything about the Bright Moon Sect, the arrangements made by Xing, the rumors, and the sect's response. Throughout his explanation, Hong Yuye remained silent. When he mentioned the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, she raised an eyebrow. "Do you think the pearl is overseas? Isn't it?" Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. However, Hong Yuye didn't respond. Instead, she smiled mysteriously. For a moment, Jiang Hao felt uneasy but couldn't get an answer. Helplessly, he continued to speak about other matters. Apart from the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, they didn't need to pay much attention to anything else for now. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment would require patience. They didn't need to worry too much about what might happen. The Bright Moon Sect would handle it on their own. They could only do what was within their capabilities. Once they had confirmed the situation, they would proceed to the Bright Moon Sect. Ordinary people couldn't approach the Bright Moon Sect easily, as it was covered by formations. However, since the Tao Conference was happening, finding the Bright Moon Sect was now easier. Nevertheless, not just anyone could enter the Sect's gates. Before dawn, they arrived at the Bright Moon Sect's gate. It was a passageway leading to the mountains. The moon cast silvery shadows. Jiang Hao was astonished. It was indeed different from the gates of the Heavenly Note Sect. At the mountain gate there stood a woman. There was also a young man beside her who was drinking. Jiang Hao was impressed. The auras of these two individuals seemed endless. It was like a vast ocean. Their spiritual energy surged like tumultuous waves. "May I ask if you two have an invitation?" asked the woman. Jiang Hao took out the jade pendant given to him by the man yesterday. It had the words Bright Moon written on it, with sun and moon motifs surrounding it. When the woman saw the jade pendant, she was somewhat surprised. She then gestured for the young man sitting on the ground to take a look. With a glance, the young man instantly sobered up. He then stood up and returned the jade pendant with both hands. "I apologize for not recognizing two esteemed seniors. Please forgive my rudeness." "Please forgive us for any inconvenience," said the woman in respect. Jiang Hao took back the jade pendant. He felt a little embarrassed. The strength of these two individuals far exceeded his. The reason he possessed this jade pendant was because of Hongyue, but he couldn't reveal that. After exchanging some polite words, he walked inside with Hongyue. Watching the two depart, the woman let out a sigh of relief. "Has the Grand Master come out of seclusion?" she asked. "How should I know? Anyone who can obtain the ancestral jade pendant is not ordinary. But they seem to be from different stages of the Foundation establishment realm. I thought they were from some small sect and were here to join the event," said the young man. "Being gatekeepers is not an easy task." The woman, Ning Yin, sighed. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been sentenced to 100 years of gatekeeping," said the drunk man, Ing Shuetian. "What's there to be scared of? Many seniors are still waiting in line behind us to take their turn as gatekeepers. It's said that they're scheduled for duty 1,000 years from now. We got ahead of them, so we can be a bit proud," Ning Yin said. Ing Shuetian was speechless. When he thought about it, it made sense. Most juniors who weren't strong enough didn't get a chance at all. They didn't have the same level of freedom as Ning Yin and Ing Shuetian, who could engage in conversation while on gatekeeping duty. Chapter 427 Chapter 427 I Can't Stop Laughing. Chapter 427 I Can't Stop Laughing. Entering the Bright Moon Sect, Jiang Hao felt somewhat strange. Were the people of the Bright Moon Sect really this powerful? Even the gatekeeper was so strong that he felt like even the leaders of ordinary sects might not be able to match them. If the Bright Moon Sect was like this throughout, then the Clear Sky School must be similar. It was no wonder Shang An's master wasn't even allowed through the gates. By now, it was already getting brighter outside. Jiang Hao looked around the Bright Moon Sect. It was surrounded by a road of magical patterns, and immortal cranes circled in the sky. The spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the Heavenly Note Sect. Before, he thought that the Heavenly Note Sect was pretty good, but compared to this place, it seemed somewhat poor. The foundation of the Bright Moon Sect was simply incomparable to sects like the Heavenly Note Sect. In their sect, disciples in the Soul Ascension realm were rare. But here, even return to Void Realm cultivators were quite common. This place is indeed extraordinary. Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. Where did you get that jade pendant? It was given to me by a senior. The one who got drunk on the Star River? He gave it to me, Jiang Hao said. Why don't you stay here, then? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. The real reason he was being valued wasn't because of the poem he recited. It was because Hong Yuye was by his side. To make them look at him with higher regard, she must be on equal footing with them. If he wanted to stay in the Bright Moon Sect with the jade pendant, Hong Yuye would have to stay, too. If that happened, it didn't make much difference where they went. Furthermore, offending the Heavenly Note sect would lead to trouble. Even if they crossed the boundaries of the East and West, they would come after them. It wasn't worth it. After walking for some time, they heard some disciples reading aloud. Jiang Hao looked over and saw that there were scholars far away engaged in morning reading. They exuded a strong aura of righteousness. I can't stand these scholars. They disturb our rest every day. Can't they do their morning reading somewhere further away? Said a woman. Jiang Hao was curious and approached them. Hong Yuye followed. She seemed curious about the scholars too. But the closer they got, the more they felt unwelcome. Here they come again. Louder every day, as if they're afraid the others won't know they're reading in the morning. A young man sighed. Every day at this time, I have to get up and listen to them reading. It was interesting at first, but now it's just noisy. I've already reported it to the Bright Moon Sect's people, but it seems they haven't responded, said a woman helplessly. Why not use some soundproof formations? Jiang Hao asked. No way, their righteous aura is too strong. Ordinary formations are useless. Besides, it doesn't really have that much impact. No one wants to put in the effort to set up such a formation, said a young man. That's true. Jiang Hao nodded. There really wasn't much that could be done. Then, why not find another place? He asked. Who should find another place? Them or us? Asked a woman at the primordial spirit realm. If they won't move, why should we? They can read and we can complain. Let's see who can stand it longer, said someone furiously. Is that so? It seems you have quite a grudge against the scholars of the Astronomical Academy. The aura of righteousness can cleanse the evil energy of the world. If you listen attentively, there are benefits to it, said a middle-aged man as he walked over to them. He was a senior at the Astronomical Academy and had come over to see if he could persuade these people to let the scholar be. That's true, but after the first cleansing, what's the point of further cleansing? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Asked someone. Just listen attentively and understand the wisdom of the sages. Gain insight into the hearts of the sages, said the middle-aged man. These are scholars from the Academy of Celestial Arts, not just the Astronomical Academy. The world has more than just one astronomical academy. Everyone has their own path and ideals. If the Astronomical Academy is considered correct just because it's powerful, then where does the Clear Sky School stand? A man asked. Chang Zizai froze. He then smiled. Jiang Hao was just listening on the sidelines and didn't participate in the debate. There was really no right or wrong in such matters. After all, no one could prove it. Some people read in the morning, while others just made noise. It was common behavior. After all, in the world of the four great sects, how could just one sect be dominant? Do you also find the morning reading too noisy? Chang Zizai asked Jiang Hao. Not really. Jiang Hao shook his head and looked at the scholars from the Astronomical Academy. The sound of disciples reading reminded him of something. Upon hearing this, Chang Zizai was delighted that someone had not come to speak ill of them. However, the people beside him were not convinced. Why? Because you're also from the Astronomical Academy? Are you also one of them? Jiang Hao pointed to the brightening sky. 3 watches see the lamp's light glow. 5 times the roosters crow. This is when a true man studies. Chang Zizai suddenly froze. He repeated Jiang Hao's words. 3 watches see the lamp's light glow. 5 times the roosters crow. This is when a true man studies. Wonderful. He wanted to ask Jiang Hao about the continuation of this poem. But when he looked up, he was gone. Where is he? Where did he go? In his shock, he had lost the opportunity to befriend the person. Did you see where that person went? Chang Zizai asked the people around him. They also seemed surprised by the poem. None of them had seen where Jiang Hao had gone. Chang Zizai left in frustration. He needed to go and find the person. Meanwhile, Wan Xiu and his companion happened to arrive there while wandering around. They had also heard that someone was cursing the scholars from the Astronomical Academy, so they came to join in on the commotion. I'll curse them later, and you throw a few spirit stones to cheer for me. Others will surely follow suit and pay you in spirit stones. Then I'll buy you a drink, Wan Xiu said. You have no shame. His companion gave him a disdainful look. Unless you're buying flower wine tonight. Of course. Wan Xiu laughed. The two heard the sound of reading and quickly approached the crowd and found that these people didn't seem to be complaining anymore. Something was not right. Wan Xiu approached someone and asked, "Aren't you angry?" "No. I'm not angry anymore," the person said. "Why?" 3 watches see the lamp's light glow. 5 times the roosters crow. This is when a true man studies. After saying that, he took out a book. Wan Xiu was astonished. Did you write that poem? No, it's not mine. It's from someone. I don't know where they went, said the young man. Wan Xiu asked about the person who had recited the poem. The answer he got was that the person was nothing special. It was just an ordinary person along with a woman. He was at the late stage and the woman was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Wan Xiu was stunned. Meanwhile, his companion burst into laughter. You've been fooled again. He said he didn't remember, and now he suddenly comes up with another line. He's just messing with you. Ah, I can't stop laughing. His companion was laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach. Wan Xiu looked around. He saw a large lake and kicked his companion into it. With a loud splash, the drunk man fell in and called for help. Chapter 428 Chapter 428 A Toad Chasing After a Swan. Chapter 428 A Toad Chasing After a Swan. In the bright moon sect, the narrow mountain path was imbued with magical patterns along the stairs. It seemed to transform into something extraordinary by the influence of immortal energy. Every step gave off a sense of stability and peace. It made the mind and the heart calm. The surrounding flower bushes were extraordinary as well. Their auras harmonized, and the spiritual energy flowed. Frequently, cranes flew by in the sky. Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye were side by side as they walked up the stairs. Was that poem you just recited taught to you by your father? Hong Yuye asked. Yes, I heard it from my father when I was a child. Jiang Hao nodded. It was indeed true, but it was not his father. Is it good? Hong Yuye asked. Not necessarily. It might evoke some feelings in scholars, but other cultivators might see it as pretentious or meaningless, Jiang Hao said. And you don't mind it? She asked. Jiang Hao nodded. 1,000 people would come and go. Jiang Hao only needed to stay true to himself. As time passed, his cultivation would continue to grow, and his lifespan would increase. He would encounter many people along the way. Some would just pass by, while others would barely cross paths with him. These people often held grudges or spoke ill of him because of a single word he said. Should he really care about them? They were just passing travelers and were fleeting like clouds in the sky. Such people would be plentiful in the world. Why should he bother with them? The sound of footsteps resounded, and Hong Yuye continued toward the mountain peak. On the way, she looked at him and smiled. What if someone still wants you to compose poetry for them? I really don't know how to. Jiang Hao smiled wryly. Hong Yuye fell silent and continued to climb the stone steps. Jiang Hao followed her. After a while, they reached the top of the mountain, which seemed to be a place for practicing technique. Many people were engaged in discussions. This kind of cultivation environment was beneficial to many. Jiang Hao's gaze stopped at a corner. Chu Chuan was also practicing there. Although he had already reached the foundation establishment realm, he had not stopped cultivating. It seemed he was eager to become stronger. At this moment, a few people approached Chu Chuan. Jiang Hao was curious. He watched to see what would happen. Chu Chuan also noticed that some people were approaching him. 3 men and 2 women. He stopped cultivating and looked at the 5 people. Are you Chu Chuan? The leader of the group asked with contempt. Who are you? Chu Chuan asked politely. I heard you're from the same hometown as Chu Jie. Yu Sha sneered. With your shabby appearance, you're not here to swindle Chu Jie's spirit stones, are you? She's still young and inexperienced. What vile things are you planning? Do you think we don't know what people like you might be up to? Chu Chuan frowned. What could I possibly be planning? He asked coldly. Don't you know yourself? Yu Sha stepped closer to Chu Chuan, and his aura spread out. In an instant, a powerful aura pressed down on Chu Chuan. Do you really think it's so remarkable to reach the foundation establishment realm at a young age? Yu Sha sneered. It looks like you're solely focused on improving your cultivation while being utterly clueless about everything else. Do you honestly think we would believe you when you say you came all this way just to meet the person from the same hometown? You're probably a toad chasing after the swan. Chu Chuan was infuriated as he stared at the person in front of him. He seemed ready to fight. But at this moment, Yu Sha's hand rested on Chu Chuan's shoulder, and his strength was suppressed. Am I right? Are you angry because you're embarrassed you got caught? You. Sha asked. Look into the mirror once in a while. Don't you know who junior sister Chu Jie is? She is the most precious treasure of the Bright Moon Sect, one of the most powerful sects in the world. And what are you worth? Chu Chuan retorted. You country bumpkin, don't provoke me. During the Tao conference, I'll request a suppression of cultivation to fight you. Then you'll understand what despair is and you'll realize you're nothing, Yu Sha said. Yu Sha withdrew his aura and turned to leave. At this point, a young woman looked at Chu Chuan. How many spirit stones does your sect provide per month? She asked kindly. Chu Chuan was puzzled by her question, but he couldn't bring himself to answer and remained silent. The young girl sighed in helplessness and turned to leave. The 5 people from the Bright Moon Sect left, and the people around them began to gossip and point fingers. It seemed like they were mocking Chu Chuan. They enjoyed the drama. In the end, Chu Chuan returned to his original spot and resumed his cultivation. His eyes were filled with anger, and his fist techniques were even fiercer than before. The humiliation and pressure did not make him buckle. Instead, it ignited his inner desire to become even stronger. Jiang Hao watched him and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there hadn't been a fight. If they had clashed, Chu Chuan would have had to endure even greater humiliation. In the eyes of others, it would be like treating him as an outcast. Such an experience might make him grow stronger faster, but his peace of mind would be eroded. In the end, he wouldn't be himself anymore. He's not bad, Hong Yuye said. Yes, but I'm afraid he might not be able to control himself. He might end up causing trouble, said Jiang Hao. The Bright Moon Sect was a suitable place for Chu Chuan. Due to Chu Jie's presence, there would inevitably be people targeting him, but those people wouldn't dare to take real action. They wouldn't clash with him because of Chu Jie, and also because this was an immortal sect. An immortal sect had strict laws against harassment and indiscriminate killing of disciples. The person who had just confronted Chu Chuan had no intention of attacking him at all, and he needed a valid reason to do so. The Tao conference would be such an opportunity. What did you teach him? Hong Yue asked. I told him to conceal his abilities, and only act at the right moment, Jiang Hao said. Like how you faced me? Hong Yue asked with a half-smile. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. One wouldn't dare. Hong Yue chuckled but didn't press him further. She walked towards an empty area. The young girl who had left with Yu Sha and the others didn't follow them. Instead, she went her own way and arrived at a loft. The moon was shining brightly here, and the spiritual energy was several times denser than outside. Magical formations surrounded the area. There were stars everywhere. It was like something out of a fairy tale. This was Chu Jie's residence. Junior sister Chu Jie, the young woman Tao Yun, called out. The door opened and a young girl in a white gown appeared. Starlight surrounded her as she walked out. Senior sister Tao Yun, you're looking for me? Chu Jie smiled. Yes. Tao Yun nodded. At this moment, she noticed the hairpin on Chu Jie's head. Is that a gift from the person who's from the same hometown as you? Tao Yun asked. Yes. Chu Jie nodded. I was worried that he might not have enough spirit stones, so I didn't suggest buying a magical treasure. This is very ordinary and not so expensive. Not expensive? Tao Yun had wanted to talk with her about something else, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. In truth, 600 spirit stones were indeed not expensive here. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, Chu Jie, do you think 600 might actually be a lot of spirit stones for your fellow townsmen? It can't be. Chu Jie thought about it for a moment. My seniors spend several thousand or even more spirit stones when they buy something. 500 or 600 spirit stones wouldn't be enough for them to purchase anything. Chapter 429 Chapter 429 Stripping Away of Luck. Chapter 429 Stripping Away of Luck. Tao Yun fell silent. At this point, she had already entered Chu Jie's courtyard. She sat down and thought about how to make her understand. Is your relationship with your fellow townsmen good? It was good when we were kids, but when we met today, it seemed like there was a kind of distance between us, said Chu Jie truthfully. Then, when he gave you the gift, was he trying to burden you? Tao Yun asked. Of course not, said Chu Jie immediately. Then, let me explain it to you, junior sister Chu, Tao Yun said. Do you know which sect he belongs to? I heard it's a demonic sect, Chu Jie said. Yes, the Heavenly Note sect. It's an obscure sect in the southern region. It is a demonic sect, said Tao Yun. Their strength is decent, but their sect has only been established for a few decades since they expanded. In contrast, our Bright Moon sect is incomparable. Then, in such a sect, how many spirit stones would an outer sect disciple typically earn? Tao Yun said. The Heavenly Note sect is different from us. The disciples only become inner sect disciples after reaching the foundation establishment realm. Your fellow townsmen reached the foundation establishment realm only recently, maybe around a year or two ago. How many spirit stones does an outer sect disciple earn? Chu Jie asked with concern. The answer far exceeded her expectations. Tao Yun stretched out one slender finger. 1. Outer sect disciples there typically start their journey with 1 spirit stone. It increases to 20 when they reach the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Even with 20 spirit stones a month, saving 100 or 600 spirit stones might take several years if he can be very frugal with his spending. It goes without saying that cultivators constantly need magic treasures, pills, and talismans to improve their cultivation, she said. How many years do you think it took him to save 600 spirit stones, considering the fact that he only recently achieved the Foundation establishment realm? How could he have managed to save so many spirit stones? Chu Jie was left stunned. She found it unbelievable. I didn't know. She stood up. She wanted to find Chu Chuan but quickly sat back down. I can't leave. My master said I could only see him once. I have to wait until I've successfully achieved the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. She then looked at Tao Yun. Senior Sister Tao, can you talk to him for me, please? I really don't know what to do. Jiang Hao walked around the Bright Moon Sect. He wanted to find where disciples from the Clear Sky School were located. He wanted to see how strong the Clear Sky School was. He was also curious whether Louis Xingqian would be recognized by members of the Clear Sky School. If they did recognize him, what would happen? It had been almost 2 years, and he had no idea about the condition of the remnant souls in his body. Without seeing Louis Xingqian, he couldn't assess the situation. He spent the entire day wandering aimlessly and following Hong Yuye around. It wasn't until evening that Hong Yuye left the Bright Moon Sect, and they returned to their inn. Don't disturb me for the next few days, she said before heading back to her room. Jiang Hao didn't mind. Tomorrow, he could continue with selling his wares. He had extra time to craft talismans and cultivate. By now, he had reached the middle stage of the Soul Ascension realm. He could now learn the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. He could also try practicing the techniques from the Hong Meng Heart Sutra too. Over the next few days, Jiang Hao rarely ventured outside. Aside from clearing away any excess items on his person, he spent his time studying the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade and brushing up on the 3 other forms he had learned before. He also took out the Nameless Manual and studied it again. He gained new insights into the light and dust technique. The Bright Moon Sect was a vast place, and he would inevitably encounter people he didn't want to meet again, like Wan Xiu and his companion. On the 3rd day of selling his wares at the stall, they found him and asked if he remembered any other poems. Jiang Hao could only shake his head in defeat. Then, they asked about his father, which made Jiang Hao feel uncomfortable. These senior cultivators had no sense of restraint. Jiang Hao had always felt like he was being watched when he went outside. He knew it was them. To avoid them, he chose not to go outside at all. Fortunately, he had sold all of his items, so he only had to concentrate on his cultivation. It had been half a month, and he was primarily focusing on comprehending his previous techniques, particularly the Nameless Manual. He felt that he had gained a deeper understanding to control his powers. From rough understanding to minute details, he studied everything. The more he studied, the more he felt that he had greater control over the power within his body. However, compared to Su Bai, he was still nowhere close to reaching his level. But there was no need to rush. He took it step by step. In this half a month, Hong Yuye still hadn't come out of her room, and Jiang Hao wasn't sure what she was up to. On the other hand, he had successfully understood the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. This move was called No Regrets. It was about going forward relentlessly and leaving no room for retreat or fear. The more fearless the wielder, the greater the power unleashed by this strike. However, using this move might result in temporary mental damage that might leave the wielder unable to use the blade anymore. If used without hesitation, this strike could be incredibly powerful, but it bordered on self-sacrifice. Whether it drained the user's strength depended on the power released by the strike. If it far exceeded the user's current strength, they might become powerless, but if it was used in moderation, it wouldn't affect the user much. This move mainly depends on one's state of mind. This needs the mindset of putting your life on the line to achieve the greatest power, Jiang Hao read aloud. However, he felt that this move wasn't suitable for him. He never allowed himself to reach such a desperate situation. Even in danger, he always tried to conserve his strength and look for opportunities rather than confront the situation head-on. If there truly were no alternatives, he would use it, but he would try to avoid it as much as possible. It was unlikely that he would be able to use this move effectively in ordinary situations. Maybe I can modify it and let Chu Chuan take a look. It might be more suitable for him. Chu Chuan was someone who grew stronger with each battle, and his path was anything but smooth. His unrelenting state of mind fit the technique. However, Jiang Hao was only just learning these forms of the heavenly blade. Modifying it would be too challenging for him. After putting away the book, Jiang Hao headed downstairs to have a meal. At the table, there were people discussing something. "Have you heard this rumor?" a middle-aged man whispered. Jiang Hao sipped his tea and listened to what the rumor was about. "What rumor?" a young man at the table asked. "I heard that the reason why Bright Moon Sect invited so many cultivators this time is for one purpose only," the middle-aged man said cautiously. He looked around before speaking again. "It's said that they invited so many to strip away the luck of those participating in the Tao Conference so that a genius disciple can achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment." "Stripping away luck? Is that true?" asked a skeptical girl at the table. "Where there's smoke, there's fire. Moreover, the Bright Moon Sect hasn't responded to this rumor at all. Even if it's not true, it might still harm the cultivators' luck," the middle-aged man said. "The rumor must be false. I mean, why would the Bright Moon Sect do something like that? The people from the Clear Sky School, the Mountain Sea Sword Sect, and the Astronomical Academy are all here," said a young man in disbelief. "But is it possible that they want to join forces to harvest our luck?" the middle-aged man asked. "I don't believe that," the young man said. Jiang Hao felt worried when he heard this. The rumors had started to spread. It had already begun. It might spread so rapidly that it might end up affecting the Tao Conference. If it reached that point, Shouldn would come over. He wondered how the Bright Moon Sect would deal with this in the future. Chapter 430 Chapter 430 I Love Making New Friends. Chapter 430 I Love Making New Friends. Jiang Hao went out for a stroll and found that the rumors were spreading. Some even started to think seriously about it. Once rumors spread, they couldn't be stopped. No matter how much the truth is explained, those who doubt will continue to doubt it. You're truly ignorant. Even though you can't get close to the main gate of the Bright Moon Sect, you're worried about what will happen after you enter it. If you're afraid, you can just turn around and leave. Go far away from Star Moon City. But how do you know if it's true or not? Ridiculous. It's obvious that someone can't stand the success of the Bright Moon Sect and has spread these baseless rumors. Why would someone be risking their lives to spread the information? Jiang Hao wandered around various places and found many people debating whether the rumors were true. "Fellow disciple Jiang, we meet again," said a surprised voice from behind. Jiang Hao felt helpless as he turned to look. It was Wan Xiu and Si Qing once again. They seemed to be watching him. Basic courtesy was still important, no matter what he felt. "Seniors, what a coincidence!" Si Qing laughed. "How about a drink?" Jiang Hao had no choice but to agree. They went to the same loft as before. The massive river was clear and still during the day. He saw an occasional boat pass by. Even during the day there were people around. The place still looked beautiful. "Where do you study, my friend?" Wan Xiu asked curiously. "Just a small place," Jiang Hao said. "Your father must be highly educated, right?" Wan Xiu asked again. "No, he was just an ordinary scholar. Compared to you two, he is nothing," Jiang Hao said truthfully. These two seemed to like poetry and calligraphy, but it was useless to them. According to them, it was just a way to be cultured. Wan Xiu didn't ask any further questions, and he looked at the people on the opposite shore. I heard a lot of rumors lately. People say that the Bright Moon Sect wants to steal people's luck. I heard about it too, Jiang Hao said. What do you think, my friend? Wan Xiu asked. Jiang Hao looked at them and shook his head. I'm not very knowledgeable on such matters. Do you feel like it's true or false? Si Qing asked. Jiang Hao always felt that these two were trying to persuade him to join them. Because of Hong Yuye, they thought he was someone important. If he didn't say anything, they wouldn't let him be. Seniors, there's no need to test me. I'm just here out of curiosity and to explore. Of course, I'm also curious about Foundation establishment. Wan Xiu chuckled awkwardly. Do you think it's possible, my friend? Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. It's possible. The two of them paused, then smiled knowingly. By the way, that young lady, is she your partner? Si Qing asked. He was a little drunk. Jiang Hao almost spat out the wine. She's my senior sister, Jiang Hao said. Wan Xiu and Si Qing looked at each other and nodded with a smile. I see. Jiang Hao felt like they might have misunderstood something. But it didn't matter as long as Hong Yuye didn't find out. In a little over 10 days the Tao conference would begin. It should be quite lively by then, and he could also see the power of various sections. Most importantly, he might encounter the end of all things. Maybe he could capture someone alive from there and interrogate them. He didn't expect to find the person behind the stone tablet, obviously. However, it would be great if he could find a way to contact them. He also needed to be cautious of the fallen immortal clan. They had special methods to pry into others' secret. He wanted to avoid them if possible. If he did encounter them, he would try not to attract their attention. Friend, do you feel like reciting a poem? Asked Wan Xiu. Jiang Hao was speechless. He was curious if all high-level cultivators were like this. Back at the inn, he waited for time to pass. By now, he had sold everything he could. He now had 38,650 spirit stones. He had also bought a lot of materials for making talismans. Even though the things he sold were cheap, the materials he bought were cheaper. It seemed that there was fierce competition here, and the cost was low. Another 10 days passed. Jiang Hao realized that there were only 3 days left until the Tao conference. Hong Yuye still hadn't come out of her room. It had been quite a while. It might be dangerous for him to go to the conference alone. The Bright Moon Sect was an immortal sect, and the other sects that were attending weren't weak. He was at the middle stage of the Soul Ascension realm. He was considered only decent, but he would be a match for any of the seniors if it came to a fight. With Hong Yuye by his side, many things would be easier. It was supposed to be 2 days, but she's been locked in for over 20 days. Jiang Hao was becoming concerned. He used his spiritual sense to check. There was an aura behind the door. He hesitated. He didn't know whether to go in. I'll wait for 2 more days. Jiang Hao could only sit and wait in the inn. He listened to the rumors to see if there were any new developments. In my opinion, we have the right to know. But the Bright Moon Sect hasn't said a word. It makes us lose faith in them. The Bright Moon Sect is an immortal sect, and we should trust them. These are just rumors. Are we choosing to believe in the rumors more than the Bright Moon Sect? But the Bright Moon Sect hasn't said a word, and I'm worried. They should at least explain or clarify things. What do you think, fellow disciples? It makes sense. I've been waiting for the Bright Moon Sect to clarify things, but they have been very quiet. Jiang Hao turned to look at the young man who was speaking. He initially expressed disbelief in the rumors, but later expressed his concern that the Bright Moon Sect hadn't clarified anything. It certainly made the Bright Moon Sect look suspicious. He appears to be in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. but his cultivation is somewhat inscrutable to me. At this point, the other person seemed infuriated. I won't say anything more. I'm going to go and ask about this whole thing. Jiang Hao appraised him. Outside Star Moon City, some people had gathered in a cave. The rumors have spread far and wide. Even the Bright Moon Sect can't withstand such rumors. With people's doubts in their faith, succeeding in the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment will be extremely difficult. Someone let out a laugh. That's not enough. When the disciple who is about to start the foundation establishment appears at the Tao conference, we'll make the people voice their doubts. By then, will the Bright Moon Sect still be able to complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? That's still not enough. The Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl has already been sent. When the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl disrupts the Great Luck, a little kid about to start the foundation establishment won't be able to bear it. The Saint Bandits are also keeping an eye on that little kid. Even if the Bright Moon Sect manages to protect the child, they won't be able to succeed with it. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Succeeding in the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was extremely difficult as it was. Any disturbance could easily lead to failure. By the way, where's Lu Quan? Why hasn't he come yet? He went to the city to spread rumors. Why would he do that? Forget it. Let's go and make sure he doesn't get us into any trouble. A few people agreed. Just as they were about to leave, a man with a bottle of wine in hand walked into the cave with a smile. Done so soon? Aren't you going to talk about it more? After all, we only heard a little. The others were shocked. Run! However, just as they tried to flee, the whole cave collapsed, and a figure appeared in the sky in a radiant light. Why run? We're all friends here. Sit down and talk. I love making new friends. Chapter 431 Chapter 431 Learning the One Heart Palm. Chapter 431 Learning the One Heart Palm. The next day, Jiang Hao was still sitting in the inn and listening to the conversations of the people around him. Yesterday, he had appraised someone. He found out that the person was from the fallen Immortal clan and was going to meet up with his companions. He had used the contact information left by Wan Xiu and Si Qing and told them everything. He didn't know what had happened after that. If these two were taking action, then it seemed plausible that no one would be their match. So far, he hadn't felt that anyone could compare to them. The Tao conference was starting the day after tomorrow. Yet, Hong Yuye still hadn't come out of her room. After careful thought, he decided to go to her room. He didn't find any barriers. The only protective barriers were the ones they had set up when they first rented the room. Jiang Hao approached her room. He thought of knocking but decided against it. He chose to go in silently. This way, he wouldn't disturb her. If everything was fine with her, he could leave quietly. There was no sound from Hong Yuye at all. He wanted to check in on her. When he was about to go in, the door suddenly opened from inside. His hand hovered in the air close to the person who had opened the door. If he had gone even an inch forward, his hand would have touched her. Hong Yuye stared at him and smiled. In an instant, a chill spread throughout the entire inn. Jiang Hao quickly withdrew his hand and lowered his head. "Senior, I didn't mean to." Bang! A vast aura surged and sent Jiang Hao flying. The people in the inn only felt a chill but didn't notice anything unusual. The sudden coldness came and went very quickly, so no one paid much attention. Jiang Hao held his face and got up from the floor. He had just hit his face against the wall. Hong Yuye had used her power to push him from outside the room, and he had crashed into the wall. It was an accident. He hadn't expected Hong Yuye to open the door so suddenly. He was curious. He wondered what would have happened if he had entered the room. Would he be dead by now? It was better not to be curious about such things. He could end up dead. When he regained his composure, Hong Yuye was already sitting at the table. Jiang Hao didn't dare hesitate and went over to make tea. What were you trying to do just now? Hong Yuye asked as she raised her teacup. I was just about to knock on the door to check in on you, Senior. The Tao conference is approaching. You use your palm to knock on the door? Hong Yuye sipped her tea. I apologize, Senior. Jiang Hao bowed respectfully. Hong Yuye looked at the person in front of her. How long until the Tao conference? It's the day after tomorrow, Jiang Hao said. It was time. Otherwise, he would never dare to push on her door. The day after tomorrow? Hong Yuye sipped her tea. Are you prepared? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. He had indeed made all the other preparations, but the most important one was still Hong Yi. She was unpredictable and beyond anything he had ever encountered. For example, he knew his meeting with Wan Xiu and Si Cheng was because of her. If it were just him, they wouldn't be so courteous to him. Although Hong Yuye hadn't done much, her mere presence was impactful. Hong Yuye didn't seem to care about the rumors and the fallen immortal clan. It seemed that these matters were nothing to her. She was probably more interested in the great Thousand God Sect, the end of all things, and the stone tablet. The stone tablet was probably her greatest interest. Before, she used to collect the stone tablets, but not anymore. Collecting more of them would affect the gathering. It would be even harder to find the person behind the stone tablet. It's quite difficult to succeed in the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. No one will know how it will go until the very end, said Hong Yuye as she put down her teacup. But for the good of the whole world, it is important for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment to succeed. Jiang Hao nodded. The Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl had appeared, and the Earth Extreme Silence Pearl was also being sought after. These items were all apocalyptic. Once they appeared, ordinary people couldn't withstand the destruction. Only those with great luck could suppress these things. For many, there was a benefit to someone achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Even demonic sects acknowledged it. After finishing the tea, Hong Yuye walked behind the folding screen. Prepare the water. Jiang Hao knew that Hong Yuye wanted to bathe. After testing the water temperature, Jiang Hao sat down with his back to the folding screen. He could hear the sound of clothes being taken off and the sound of water as someone entered the tub. Images flashed through his mind. At this moment, a book suddenly fell in front of him. I won't make you help me for nothing, said Hong Yuye from behind. Jiang Hao picked up the book and looked at it. There were 3 words on it, one heart palm. Even if he learned this technique, it wouldn't be of use. He examined the book curiously. The one heart palm was created by a couple. Their love was supposedly forbidden. On the night they were separated, they created this palm technique. They planned to elope afterward. The woman was confined, and the man traversed endless distances to reach her. As long as this palm technique succeeded, the woman would be by his side in an instant. Jiang Hao read further. He found that the subsequent pages contained the cultivation method for the palm technique. What happened next? Jiang Hao was curious. Did they elope in the end? Why was their love forbidden? The cultivation world was vast and boundless, and what was considered forbidden in one place might not be so in another. What could be so forbidden that the entire world would despise it? He couldn't understand. Are you curious to know if they succeeded? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. Yes. From this book, it seems the palm technique was successfully created. So, they should have succeeded in eloping together, right? They failed, Hong Yuye said. Why? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Because that man was involved with other women, the one heart palm failed, Hong Yuye said. So, if one person is involved with many others, both will fail? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Hong Yuye nodded. Is it possible that the woman might have been the problem? Jiang Hao asked. Hing Yuye remained silent. Jiang Hao dared not say more. He continued reading and found out that the technique was supposed to be cast on the chest. He wondered if it could be cast on the back instead of the chest. If the back was an option, he had a chance to use it. But casting it on the chest. Jiang Hao shook his head. That was impossible. Hong Ye might go berserk and just kill him at that point. After that, he began to comprehend the technique. It wasn't until late at night that he had an epiphany. There was no sound behind him. Senior. He called twice, but Hong Yuye didn't respond. He turned around and saw that Hong Yuye was lying in the wooden tub. He approached the folding screen and found that Hong Yuye had fallen asleep. He shook his head and sat back down to read more about the One Heart Palm. On the day of the Dao conference, Jiang Hao emerged from Hong Yuye's room. He had been reading about the One Heart Palm all along. It wasn't a difficult technique, but it was somewhat strange. It seemed to be related to one's state of mind as well. If one had a strong aversion toward someone, the technique couldn't be used at all. This surprised Jiang Hao. Chapter 432 Chapter 432 The Gap Between Heaven and Earth. Chapter 432 The Gap Between Heaven and Earth. On the way to the Bright Moon Sect, Jiang Hao glanced at Hong Yuye. After learning that she didn't reject him too much, he felt a bit strange. He was surprised. After careful consideration, he realized that not being rejected didn't mean much. He didn't reject people who spread rumors about him, but that didn't mean he thought highly of them either. Could go either way. Perhaps the mindset of the strong was similar to that. Jiang Hao couldn't help but think positively about it. He didn't dare to show it at all. The consequences of being too clever were something he couldn't afford. He couldn't even imagine the state of mind of someone like Hong Yuye. If he jumped to conclusions based on some small guesses, what awaited him would be an endless abyss. The only safe approach was to get stronger. He had learned almost everything about One Heart Palm. He only lacked practice. The only person he could practice it with was the woman beside him. Do you want to try the One Heart Palm? Hong Yuye suddenly turned to him and asked teasingly. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a bit. Then, he shook his head. I was just thinking about the Dao conference and wondering what would happen there. Hong Yuye chuckled but didn't say anything. This time, they were heading directly to the Bright Moon Sect and not to the Arelvin Peak. It was time for the development of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, so they weren't in a hurry. As they approached the Bright Moon Sect, more and more people appeared around them. Some were not strong enough to live in the Bright Moon Sect, so they were heading there slowly. Some flew on their swords while others walked. There are so many people, and their strength is formidable, Jiang Hao said as he watched the crowd. The Dao conference of the Bright Moon Sect attracted only the strongest individuals. Even if they were not the absolute strongest, they were among the top elite. They either had enough opportunities or astonishing talent. For example, there were two individuals from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Mu Qi and Han Ming. He knew them and recognized them at the Bright Moon Sect. There was also Lu Xingqian, who was even more extraordinary. There were 3 remnant souls inside him, a true dragon, a sorcerer, and a blood demon. Each remnant soul had an extraordinary background, but they were all held captive. It was clear how strong Lu Xingqian was. Jiang Hao believed that he couldn't do something like that. He couldn't hold them captive for so long, let alone devour them. He was curious about how these 3 remnant souls would resist. If they resisted, they might win, but if they didn't, Lu Xingqian would get bored and devour them. Is there anyone among these people who belongs to the end of all things? Hong Yuye asked. It's hard to say. The end of all things mostly looks at experience and temperament. People filled with hatred, anger, and darkness are the most likely to join them, Jiang Hao said. And such people were impossible to spot, which was the tricky part. The people of the end of all things were the hardest to find. Any stranger could be one of them. Although there was a way to appraise them, it would take too long because there were too many people. They could only rely on their own observations. As long as Chu Jie doesn't appear, those people wouldn't rush to come out. On their way to the central square, Jiang Hao saw a group of people. Leading them was his master, Ku Wuchang, and behind him were many others. Among them, he saw Shaoli holding the spirit beast. She was excited. "Beast, will there be food later?" Shaoli asked. "After it's over, we can have a meal. Remember to mention my name then, and you'll get more food," the beast said solemnly. "Can we keep eating like that?" "Yes. You have to keep mentioning my name." "Really? Do you still not know who I am?" "I know you treat people with integrity." Chu Chuan nodded. He believed that the beast was absolutely right. Jiang Hao walked past them without attracting anyone's attention. It was only when their group had gone far away that Hong Yuye spoke up. "Shaoli regards you as an older brother, which doesn't seem like you at all." "What do you mean, senior?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. Hong Yuye chuckled. "She doesn't lie like you." Jiang Hao couldn't respond. It seemed that the spirit beast wasn't a bad influence on Shaoli. He wasn't unsure what the beast had been teaching her. The spirit beast was adept at lying more than most, after all. Jiang Hao glanced at Chu Chuan and thought about how those who wanted to target him would do so during the Dao conference. It was unclear whether he could handle it. The gap between him and Chu Jie would become apparent after the Dao conference. An ordinary sect disciple, and the most outstanding foundation establishment realm cultivator. He could even influence the future course of the world. How would Chu Chuan face such a person? The gap between them couldn't be crossed with just effort. The gap was there. It would become more and more evident, and wider as time passed. It wasn't a matter of one person falling behind. It was a matter of the other person soaring to great height. Childhood friendships would gradually fade away in the face of such a gap. That was inevitable. Jiang Hao sighed and looked at the others. "Where is Lu Xingqian?" Jiang Hao was quite surprised. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at the central square and showed his jade pendant. He was invited to a high seat on the side. He looked around after taking his seat. There were many arenas in the center, and there were many marked areas around them. Each belonged to a different sections. Jiang Hao found the Heavenly Note Sect. Compared to other sects, the Heavenly Note Sect was indeed inferior in terms of heritage and strength. The fact that the Bright Moon Sect had invited them was already quite impressive. Soon, Jiang Hao and the others sat down. Others began to take their seats as well. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3. They all seemed familiar with each other. Each of them had extraordinary cultivation. Soon, they saw Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye, and they seemed surprised. The two were seated in the most central position. Not everyone was invited to be seated there. The center seats were reserved for the most important people. "May I ask who you are?" Chang Zizai came over to greet them. Jiang Hao stood up to return the greeting. "It's you." Chang Zizai expressed surprise and delight. "I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect to find you here." Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected that a few words he had exchanged would make these senior cultivators remember him. The 2 other seniors had gone all out in watching and stalking him everywhere. Fortunately, they didn't intend to do anything. They were only here for the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Jiang Hao didn't recognize this particular cultivator. "Can I sit here?" Chang Zizai pointed to the seat next to Jiang Hao. "Of course, senior," Jiang Hao said politely. "Calling me senior feels a bit formal. If you can sit here, you're not an ordinary cultivator. By the way, is there more to the poem you recited aloud before? Asked Chang Zizai. Apologies, Senior. I only heard about it from my father when I was a child, and I only remember that much, Jiang Hao said apologetically. What about your father now? Chang Zizai asked. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't answer. I apologize for being too abrupt, Chang Zizai said. Who do you think will shine the most in this Tao conference? Jiang Hao turned to look at the highest position where people were beginning to appear. Chapter 433 Chapter 433 Now Truly a Senior. Chapter 433 Now Truly a Senior. The central square was incredibly vast. There were forests and lakes around, and a long river ran through the surroundings. Many sects were located behind some of the forests, but they all had a view of the central arena. Those with lower cultivation were provided with a formation to watch the center area. In the Tao conference there were arts and philosophies, but mostly it was a competition of cultivation techniques, including all aspects like formations, alchemy, and talismans. In a corner of the forest, there was a raised platform with seats and an open space. It was where the Heavenly Note sect was located. Chu Chuan stood in the open space and looked toward the highest platform. As various major sects arrived, the strong members of the Bright Moon sect gradually revealed themselves. On the platform, figures appeared one after another, and then starlight enveloped the platform as a young girl descended from the sky. She was dressed in a blue and white gown and was surrounded by starlight, which dimmed the heavens and the earth. She drew the attention of everyone present. Chu Chuan was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood what Jiang Hao had meant. The talent and status of Chu Jie surpassed his expectations. He felt that Chu Jie was unattainable and beyond reach. This was a gap in status. Chu Jie was the bright starlight in an immortal sect, while he was just an ordinary sect disciple of a remote demonic sect. The gap between them was as vast as the galaxy. She's incredible, Chu Chuan said with a smile. Beast, where's the food? Shaoli looked around. Behind them, Mu Qi looked at Chu Jie with some disbelief. She still hasn't reached the foundation building stage. Han Ming was also amazed. The rumors seemed to have some basis. They all knew the rumors, and although they hadn't been sure at first, it seemed that the Bright Moon sect did have other plans. At this moment, Lu Xingchen arrived with his group. He respectfully greeted the three individuals at the highest position. Greetings, masters. What's the situation? The leading man in black asked. He was Qing Lu, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. I investigated it. It seems that someone leaked the information secretly, Lu Xingchen said. What is it? Qing Lu asked. He was responsible for everything at this time. Although rumors were not always reliable, they still needed to investigate them to feel at ease. Even if they couldn't do anything, they had to at least try. Lu Xingchen looked around and whispered, Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment? None of the three understood. It's said that it follows the heavenly principles and brings blessings to the common people, Lu Xingchen said. Where did you hear this news? Qing Lu asked. One of the Bright Moon sect disciples mentioned it. It's only known to a very small circle of people, and it seems that anyone interested can find out, Lu Xingchen said. Qing Lu frowned. It seems that we are still ignorant, he said helplessly. They really didn't understand the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, so they couldn't really make sense of the situation. They could only take it one step at a time for now. The little girl is talented. It is no wonder the entire Bright Moon sect admires her, Chang Zizai said. Jiang Hao could also feel that Chu Jie had a certain affinity with the heavens and the earth. Indeed, she was suitable for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, as she herself was like a vast and brilliant galaxy. She was qualified to accommodate the great blessing of heaven and earth. At this moment, the Bright Moon Sect announced the start of the Tao Conference. Jiang Hao noticed that they were competing in many things. It wasn't just about the cultivation realm but also their mental state, formations, alchemy, and more. Even talismans were being compared. What surprised Jiang Hao was that they could suppress or temporarily enhance their cultivation here at whim. They could either suppress or enhance it, but enhancing it required using a particular magical treasure. Jiang Hao first focused on the group making talismans. There weren't many people there. Then, he turned to look at the place where the people from the Heavenly Note sect were gathered. He saw Shouldn running around with the spirit beast. She was likely looking for food. What was she here for? Jiang Hao thought that his master must be helpless. No one could control her. They could only let her be. As time passed, light began to appear below. It was accompanied by exclamations from the crowd, as some individuals began to glow radiantly. Jiang Hao felt that some sort of power was gradually appearing. It seemed that the Bright Moon Sect was getting ready for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Once it began, it couldn't be stopped. They had to move forward with it. Jiang Hao looked around but didn't find anything interesting. He wanted to see the power of the Soul Ascension Realm cultivators, but they weren't here yet. Chang Zizai often talked to him, so he had to keep up with the conversation. "What are you doing, Chang Zizai? Why did you bring a young person up here?" asked a woman suddenly. She wore a beige gown and a green gauze shawl. She looked very classy. "Senior Qingshan?" Chang Zizai was surprised. "Did the Clear Sky School send you? I didn't expect that a waste like you would come from the Astronomical Academy," Qingshan said mockingly and sat down. "I heard that your sect has a disciple with the heart of a sage. Is he here too?" Chang Zizai asked. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. "Is that Shouldn?" "No. He won't leave the sect so easily." Qingshan shook her head and then looked at Jiang Hao. She looked puzzled. "How could an ordinary disciple come here?" "Senior, there seems to be a misunderstanding," Chang Zizai said hurriedly. "These two are not from my academy. They are guests invited by the Bright Moon Sect, though I wish they were from my academy." Jiang Hao greeted her politely. "Greetings, Senior. I am Qingshan of the Clear Sky School. I don't know which sect you two are from," Qingshan said. No one dared to question someone in the high seat. These two looked like ordinary disciples in the Foundation establishment realm, but something was strange. "We are just humble wandering cultivators," said Jiang Hao. Qingshan frowned slightly but didn't ask further questions. Instead, she planned to find out about it secretly. At this moment, some disciples from the Bright Moon Sect approached them. They were tasked with serving tea to the guests. Hahaha led the way. She was serving tea to the others. When she saw Jiang Hao, she was startled. She bowed hurriedly. "Greetings, Senior. I apologize for unintentionally offending you before. Please forgive me." Jiang Hao shook his head and didn't take it to heart. He didn't want to hold grudges against anyone. This surprised Qingshan. After they were served the tea, she followed Hahaha out. "Wait a moment, girl. Do you need anything, Senior?" Hahaha was puzzled. "Do you know that person?" Qingshan asked. "We've met once," Hahaha said. "Why is he sitting here?" Qingshan was worried that the person was of questionable background and could affect the gathering. Everyone, even the Clear Sky School, wanted the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment to be a success. The only regret Qingshan had was that the one achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment wasn't from their sect. If they had such a disciple, they would also go all out. According to the list, they shouldn't be here, but did they come here suddenly? Yes. They are friends invited by Senior Si Cheng. Qingshan was surprised. Senior Si Cheng? The Senior Si Cheng? Hahaha nodded. That should be fine then. Qingshan was shocked. She turned toward Jiang Hao and the woman beside him. It was no wonder she couldn't figure them out. But why did he refer to himself as a junior? On a high mountain, several old men looked down below. Their brows furrowed slightly. Are there any other strong individuals or special people on the scene? Everything seems stable. Do we need to go and check? No need. We still have to prevent any accident. The Saint Bandits are still lurking, and they may want to sabotage the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Where did they come from anyway? Perhaps the deep sea. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.